throw it here on first down. Pressure up the middle. Wilson gets away from trouble. Oh, wide open receiver spot inside the 20. Four-man rush. Fields has time. Launches downfield. It's Olave. He's got a touchdown. Ohio State. A deep strike, and the Buckeyes stretch the lead.
Cheers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beer for tonight, but that one due 2020 here at the MI6 Sports Network NFL Draft Extravaganza 2021. And back here in the studios of Austin, Texas, I'm joined by Trevor Williams, Sammy Sharp, and the late, great Isaiah Skit. Hey, let's really put again the NFL Draft Extravaganza. But Trevor, my man, how are we doing this night?
You know, I'm doing pretty good. It's excited. NFL draft is in the air, hoping teams make some good selections. But as we all know, there's going to be some bad takes. People are going to be upset, and we're going to get some virtual boos. So can't wait for that.
Can't wait. I am just pouring, so Isaiah will not delay the inevitable. Of who actually it is pronounced Mr. NJ. But Sammy, we know. Thank you for coming on. We know your schedule's all over the place, but my man, how are we doing tonight?
I'm doing all right, not too shabby. How have you been, John?
We're doing very well. Busy, and I can't wait for the draft. And some drama here, more drama than any Hallmark mystery movie. But Isaiah, thank you for showing up last minute to your stream. But how are we doing tonight?
Well, I had to, run a couple of errands real quick for something that I got over the weekend, and the shop took really long. But here I am, finally on this program. Glad to be with all of you guys here on the cusp of the biggest draft in the last 30 years of the San Francisco 49ers. That's how monumental this draft is. They absolutely have to nail this draft for the 49ers. There's so many people's jobs at stake. There's just so many things at stake right now. But man, it feels like Christmas. It feels like Christmas Day, as a football fan, as a sports fan. There's a lot of stuff that you look forward to each and every year, and the NFL draft is one of them. I got my entire studio here all decked out. We got the "In Shanahan and Lynch We Trust" sign right here. Then we got the big Niners flag. We got, the other Niners t-shirt, the Niners logo right here. And I got, the best tight end in the NFL, that bobblehead right now with me, right next to me. And I also have right next to me my lucky Nick Mullins card. And before the show started, while I was, on my way to the flower shop, right? I got down on my knees and I prayed. I was like, "Dear Lord, please, I do not want McCorkle Jones. Do not give me McCorkle Jones here on this Thursday. I've been a great son. All these."
Nick Mullins is a free agent, by the way.
Dude, I don't want McCorkle Jones. I've been a great kid. I've been a great son. Please.
You broke your parents' door almost.
Please give me someone to hear me.
Of course, Isaiah Leon here, but folks, the NFL Draft Extravaganza tonight. In just a couple of minutes, the 2021 draft will go underway, but we can call it breaking news. Let's see what happens in the NFL. The hot topic here, though, Trevor, we'll go to you first, is Aaron Rodgers. Is he done with the Green Bay Packers? And if so, what team do you think should pick him up either in a trade or if he decides to sit out the whole season potentially next year?
It's really hard to say what the fate of Aaron Rodgers is going to be like. He got you to the NFC Championship game, fell a little short to Tom Brady. So if he's trying to get to the Super Bowl, there's no easy pathway for him to say, oh, if I go to the AFC division, I can waltz in and probably win another Super Bowl. But if he does that, he's facing probably Tom Brady on his repeat. So that team's coming back 22 strong on offense and defense. So it's not going to be easy. And even if he's on the AFC side, he's going up against Patrick Mahomes, and he's probably seeking vengeance to get back in the Super Bowl and win it again. So there's no easy pathway for Aaron Rodgers to get back to the postseason. But I think he needs to find a team that has assets and weapons already there, and they just need a quarterback, and he can captain that ship to get them back to a postseason or an AFC championship game or NFC championship game, depending on the team.
Definitely without a good point here, but another potential delusional sports broadcaster here. Furman, despite your crazy name here, how are we doing today?
I'm going to be honest. I'm really nervous about the draft because I don't really know who the 49ers are getting. And at the same time, we have so many options that it just feels kind of overwhelming that any choice could be the right one or the wrong one. So I'm just going to leave it to, I guess, at this point, I think I'll take any quarterback besides Mac Jones because we have a lot of depth right now. And we have Josh Rosen, who is a third-year quarterback who is still very young and could still replace Jimmy G as a potential starter. So as my third pick, I would take a risk and get a quarterback that is more mobile, that can run out of the pocket and be shifty. Regardless of whether he's ready to be a first-year starter or not, I don't think that would be a problem for the 49ers, even with Jimmy G gone, because like I said, Josh Rosen could possibly still fill that role. And if we get another quarterback that might need time to develop, like Trey Lance, I think this is going to be a really it's going to be a good investment for the 49ers. So I'm really nervous about this.
Without a doubt here, folks, we're getting the stream set up for the 2021 NFL Draft. It is about to come into fruition here, folks. But again, Isaiah, we know all of the delusional, crazy takes that you've had. You talk about Aaron Rodgers going to, oh my gosh, he's going to this team, this team. But how many of the stories do you actually believe? And if Aaron Rodgers is officially done with the Green Bay Packers, which team do you think would give him the best chance to get his second ring?
No doubt whatsoever. Aaron Rodgers has indeed played his final snap as a member of the Green Bay Packers. If you look at all the reports that came out today, it started out with Adam Schefter dropping the bombshell on us that Aaron Rodgers was so disgruntled that he's told the Packers that, hey, if you don't trade me, I'm not even going to show up to the damn facility, and I'm not going to even play for you anymore. And then I think Ian Rappaport came out and he said something like that the Packers, it's just like about the contract situation. And after he said that, I'm
just coming in here to watch Isaiah's reaction.
Thank you. And Callan, I can airdrop your beer if you want, but that may be a little bit expensive. I can expedite it if you want.
Please do.
Okay.
But back to Aaron Rodgers, though. So Rappaport comes out with a report that says that, it's nothing major. It's all about just contract stuff. And then Jay Glazer comes out later and says it's more than just contract stuff. Aaron Rodgers is really, really pissed off with the Green Bay Packers and that he's told the Packers that, hey, if you don't trade me, I'm just going to either sit out or I'm just going to go host Jeopardy. And then I think there was another report that came out as well that said that I think it was from Trey Wingo, the guy that's hosting the NFL draft coverage on Fox right now, that Aaron Rodgers was promised a trade by the Green Bay Packers this offseason, and the Packers went back on their promise, and now it's what he termed as a bleep show in Green Bay. So there's just a lot of reports trending this way. I think the report from Rappaport, like I told John earlier when we first called each other and, talked about this news. I think the report from Rappaport was the Packers saying that, hey, everything's all right, don't overreact, stuff like that. But I think the report from Schefter, Glazer, and Wingo are all from Aaron Rodgers' side of things. Because when you look at the Green Bay Packers, obviously they're not going to come out and be like, hey, oh yeah, our whole team is like hot mess right now. They're not going to say that. So I believe Glazer, Wingo, and Schefter more than I do Rappaport. And I do, in fact, believe that Aaron Rodgers is done with the Packers. I think he's done. I think he's played his last snap in Green Bay. And like I was telling John earlier, I would not be shocked if Aaron Rodgers calls it quits because the Packers don't want to trade him because they are such a spiteful organization. I mean, they've done this to Brett Favre. They've done this to many quarterbacks in the past. So I'm just going to see what happens. But I think Aaron Rodgers has played his last snap as a member of the Green Bay Packers.
Again, folks, before we move forward here to the NFL draft coverage tonight, we're going to address some comments here. Hey, Leon, you're being watched. Hello, gentlemen. What's up, Chrissy? We all can't wait to see Isaiah's reaction when Mr. MJ gets drafted by the San Francisco 49ers. Hey, baby. Really, Isaiah? You don't want your team to draft Mac Jones because of his first name?
It's pretty offensive, sir.
Definitely couldn't agree more. I mean, guarantee my name isn't that interesting either. But Callum McClure here again, former NFL fan, says, I'd rather listen to the Kings of Leon, whatever the fuck that is. Please, somebody, then listen to Leon right now. Chrissy also says, if the Niners pick Mac Jones, Isaiah's head will explode. And
we want to see it happen.
And just like the Joker says, here we go.
Before we get into the NFL draft, I got something now.
No, we don't have time for it, Isaiah. John, back over to you.
All right, thank you.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, he is out of here.
Disappeared just like somebody's mom in a certain movie cinematic universe here. Sorry if that's true, traumatizing for any of y'all. But again, the NFL draft here is coming up in just a couple of minutes, so we will get that to you here. But again, folks, I can't wait to see this. I understand, like, when we talk about Aaron Rodgers, I've been critical of him. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. People from ASAP or know who I've been critical of. But if there's a chance somehow that Aaron Rodgers goes to the Broncos, I would still be consistent with what I say and be critical of if he does not get the job done. But imagine if Aaron Rodgers comes to the Broncos. Bye-bye, Drew Lock. Bye-bye. You're not going to be missed, Billy boy. And you're going to have Teddy Bridgewater as a backup. Drew Lock, you're done. Goodbye. Peace. You can start in the Madden League. But again, here, Sammy, we know there's been a lot of...
I actually saw something pretty interesting on Twitter, actually, right before I hijacked the stream just to roast Isaiah for when, in fact, that the Niners drafted number 3, is someone out there threw together an interesting, maybe ludicrous 3-team trade between Green Bay, Seattle, and Chicago. Rodgers would go to Chicago. Russell Wilson would go from, I believe it was Wilson going to Green Bay, and Nick Foles would go to Seattle or something like that. But I'm like, that is not going to happen. Give me a break.
3-way trades are much better in the NBA, but my gosh, Nick Foles was in a perfect system with the Eagles. And again, we saw that in 2013, 2018. But again, they decided to take the high road and hire Alex, a little puppet Pinocchio. And now they have a new head coach who is even worse than Doug Peterson. But if there's even a chance that Aaron Rodgers goes to the Broncos, Elway, this is the type of guy we want to see that has the massive fat balls to do something, just like what you did with Peyton Manning in 2012. And if there's a chance that you do that, you're slowly but surely admitting, like everybody else, Drew Lock is not an NFL quarterback. Drew Lock is not the MVP last year, Isaiah, and Drew Lock is definitely not the MVP this year. But same way, going back to you, man, there's been a lot of Broncos talk about certain quarterbacks that the Broncos could draft or Teddy Bridgewater, but do you think there's even a chance that Rodgers goes to the Broncos, or do you think a lot of these stories are a bunch of empty calories until the draft actually starts?
I'll be interested to see if the Washington football team goes after him. Daniel Snyder's known for going after big-name targets, especially late in their careers, like Deion Sanders and Bruce Smith. But I don't know about, the Broncos. I think the Broncos will stick to the draft. I think they're going to be committed to being conservative on offense like they have been for the past 3 or 4 years. So I would not be too high on the Broncos getting Aaron Rodgers personally.
I'm not well. If there's a chance that the Broncos have, then you know what, to trade up in the draft. Yeah, I'll take Justin Fields over Aaron Rodgers because of the long-term solution here. Because, like I said, we don't have the next 4 to 5 to 10 years to wait to see. The Raiders are doing their thing. The Chargers are doing their thing here. I see Trevor representing LT, Hall of Famer, MVP. We don't have the chance to really wait 4 to 5 years. Elway, you need to listen to what we're saying, get your ego out of your butt, and actually make the smart decision when it comes to a franchise quarterback. But again, Trey Lance equals 49ers Super Bowl delusional guide to you. You talk about crazy quarterbacks and crazy quarterback takes. But if you had to pick a franchise for Aaron Rodgers to go for a best chance to win his second ring, where would it be?
I would have to choose the Broncos. And I have to say this because Aaron Rodgers is literally at his peak right now. And I think this is definitely going to happen, and I think it's going to be great news for you, John, because you're missing out too much on so much depth with the Broncos, and all they need right now is a good quarterback. Drew Lock proved that he couldn't really do much last year with the Broncos offense, and now they have Teddy Bridgewater, but I think if you add Aaron Rodgers along with Aaron Gordon, and then they have now Jerry Jeudy, and if Cortland Sutton comes back healthy and Noah Fant, they have a solid offense, and their defense is also very solid. So altogether, I think everybody is going to come together and become a really strong postseason team. And this team is definitely going to be great contenders against the Kansas City Chiefs if Aaron Rodgers comes over to Denver Broncos.
Again, folks, I'll be right back because my internet is playing it. Okay, we're back now. But if I had to pick a team, like I said, is Washington, just like Sammy said. You have the offensive line that they work on. They literally have running back, tight end, defense. Then you work on the interior defense. But they have literally a quarterback and a right guard away from not just the NFC East. Honestly, maybe it's a little bit of a stretch to say that they're going to contend in the NFC. But I think definitely would be a great decision. Of course, I would be Jerome Overweight. Yes, I've been critical of Rodgers. But imagine getting a quarterback that can actually do something, that has been to the Super Bowl, that has been to the playoffs before multiple times. It would be good. And John Elway, use your brain and actually make the smart decision when it comes to a quarterback. We know a lot about him. But again, this seems a long shot for Aaron Rodgers to the 49ers.
Isn't he from the Bay Area? I know he played at Berkeley, but isn't he from the Bay Area?
I thought he was from Cal.
He is. He's from Chico.
So it would be interesting, though. I think, yeah, we tease Isaiah, but the thing is, I say Washington because financially. Okay, again, troll for the day here, so let's kind of ignore that right there. But
about the Rodgers to San Francisco comment that I think Christy Wilson had, I'll say this. I don't think it's going to happen, even though I would love for it to happen, because Green Bay's not going to trade within the NFC. I don't believe that if they trade Aaron Rodgers, they're going to trade him probably to the AFC. I think there was a report that just came out like 5 minutes ago from Chris Mortensen on ESPN that the Green Bay Packers have become open to the reality that they will have to deal Aaron Rodgers in the next couple of weeks to months, and that they are open to trading him to the AFC. I don't believe that they're going to trade him to the NFC, and of course they're not going to trade him to San Francisco, because why would you trade him to a conference rival? It makes no sense whatsoever. If Matt LaFleur and the GM Gutekunst trade Aaron Rodgers within the NFC and trade him to San Francisco, I think both of those guys are going to get fired on the spot.
Can I respond to that? Isaiah, this isn't like baseball where you play the entire league. You only play these conference opponents once every 4 to 8 years? It wouldn't be that big of a deal. And if Rodgers really plays beyond where he's at right now in regards to maybe playing San Francisco again like in 4 to 6 years, I don't see it happening. I think that's a gamble you can take, because this isn't like baseball where you have to play the entire league, the entire conference. I mean, no, I don't buy that argument one bit.
definitely, without a doubt, I think Aaron Rodgers. But again, a lot of these, this is the problem that we have. I understand you need to fill airtime because really, during the offseason, there's nothing. But a lot of this, what you call smoke screen, empty calories here, like it is halfway through my beer. But again, folks, Aaron Rodgers is done with the Packers. And I just think I was telling Isaiah, so this started back in 2005 when he was drafted for the Green Bay Packers. Brett Favre was being a bully to Aaron Rodgers, and the organization did not give a flying fart. They would haze him, he would tease him, he would basically be a bully. The Packers did nothing, so I believe that anger it just developed over time, all these tiny things. The Jordan Love situation, not addressing the offense line or getting good interior defensive players, that just over time, he made him get pissed. And Jordan Love thing, I think, was the icing on the cake and definitely made him burst. I've been critical of Aaron Rodgers, but I side with him on this because clearly the organization is either run by a bunch of idiots or a bunch of like babies, because clearly nobody cares. Like they clearly don't care about whoever's on their team. I know we talk about this with the Cowboys, and I woke up some of the neighbors here, but this is extremely important. This goes back to 2005. That the quarterback that they drafted, Jordan Love, I think was the icing on the cake here. This has been a situation for 16, 17 years. This is absolutely unacceptable. I mean, whoever the owner is of the Green Bay Packers, shame on you for letting a quarterback like that wants to leave your organization, a team that could actually go back to the NFC Championship game, if not to the Super Bowl. The Vikings aren't doing anything. Chicago, again, I don't know. You never know with Chicago. And the Lions are rebuilding. You have a perfect opportunity, easier opportunity to go back to the Super Bowl. No, you want Aaron Rodgers to go. So I would say shame on y'all for the organization here. But again, Aaron Rodgers is potentially going to be done. I believe he said, I'm not playing with y'all. So he's not going to play the season or not. So if I'm at this point, I think Washington would be the best fit. So let's check it out here. Let's see if you're so close, I think, to the first pick here. But again, y'all, the 2021 NFL Draft Extravaganza here on the MI6 Sports Network. And Christy, I love it too. Roger Goodell getting booed. He is the worst commissioner in sports history.
Death,
I don't know.
Taxes, sports commissioners getting booed.
Like, Roger Goodell, out of all of them, I think is the worst. I mean, my gosh, if you're going to be the commissioner of a sports league, we talk about passion. You better start passion. Oh, we're talking about the 2021 draft.
That was the point I wrote to you guys in the host chat was, could this guy be any more monotone, bland, and boring? Hence why my name is what it is. Not because of what's happened on the field, but because there's no franchise in San Diego, California anymore. Partially his fault in my mind, but also it's like bland, boring, and doesn't care about what these guys do away from the field. I know, of course, that Mike Greenberg had brought up about the Deshaun Watson thing. He's like, oh, we'll review it. It's all about the person. It's like, come on, man. Can you at least show some emotion or something like that? Come on now.
Breaking news, y'all. The Jaguars are on the clock, so let's see if we can kind of get this through. I'll let you know when the pick is in. We'll share it through the stream just like we did for the NBA draft, but this shouldn't be a shocker. Jaguars are on the clock. We know who they're going to address, and I think this goes back to kind of talk about with Chicago or another team. You can't do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. I've been critical of Trevor Lawrence, but there's no doubt. Let's ignore the numbers. Let's screw Pro Football Focus here because Ryan's not in the stream. Trevor Lawrence, did he beat the teams when it mattered? Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. And that's all that matters. But the problem is you're going to an organization when an owner doesn't care. They're going to do the same thing over and over. They have a good head coach, but again, health concerns are an issue. Offensive line's always been an issue. How did they handle the Saxonville after 1 year? That team nearly beat Tom Brady to go to the Super Bowl. But again, folks, let's see if we can get this pick in here. They got about still on the clock. Again, I don't know why they're even waiting because we know who they're going to draft. It's Trevor Lawrence. But Trevor, Isaiah, Sammy, former NFL fan, down to 2020 here. Let's start the draft. I don't even know. Yeah, we'll keep it at that with no audio. But, folks, the 2021 NFL draft, man, if we talk about quarterbacks, it's maybe not the most exciting, but there's no doubt. I'm only here for the most part besides my Broncos. When Isaiah flips out, when the San Francisco 49ers draft Mr. MJ. Not Mac Jones, but Corporal Mr. MJ. And I'm only saying that to annoy and aggravate Isaiah. Mr. MJ. Not to get confused with the former hip-hop or music artist, but Mr. MJ will be drafted by the San Francisco 49ers here. Again, folks, comments, questions, or concerns during the draft, I'm more than welcome here. Again, Jaguars, knowing them, I don't understand why they're waiting for the next 7.5 minutes. You can build anticipation.
You got to build the suspense. You got to build the suspense. Yeah,
I get it.
Lawrence, but you got to build that suspense.
Exactly, John. It's got to build that suspense, man.
The longer it goes, the more people will be tuning in. And, of course, the NFL is hungry for TV revenue. So all the seconds that go by helps the league.
Definitely, without a doubt. Without here. So before Trevor Lawrence does get drafted by the Jaguars, Trevor, what are your potential expectations that Trevor Lawrence could do with the Jacksonville Jaguars this year and the next couple of seasons?
I guess it depends how Urban Meyer drafts. If he goes, like I said, if he goes offensive, like firepower heavy, there may be a lot of close games where, the Jaguars end up losing close games because their defense is not there. So I could see Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars maybe on the cusp of winning 6 to 7 games, depending, injuries, what happens to other teams. So I think he's able to even maybe get an 8-8 season, but that's really high expectations for him. But obviously, we looked at Joe Burrow. The Cincinnati Bengals didn't have anything. He literally got slaughtered, and their season was a train wreck. I don't think this is going to be for the Jacksonville Jaguars because there's some moving pieces, but obviously it's not as bad as Cincinnati last year. So I'm going to expect Trevor Lawrence to at least win like 5 games for sure.
Definitely, without a doubt, man. I don't know what Trevor Lawrence, you can see the smile on his face. He knows he's getting drafted by the Jaguars. And if there's any worse team, Mr. Booger, to be drafted by, regardless of record, it is the Jacksonville Jaguars here. They have never won a Super Bowl. They were in the AFC Championship game, but the problem is how do they handle the Jaguars teams when they have a tiny bit of success? I compare it to Doug Peterson here. When you have a tiny bit of success, it gets into your head. You have an ego bigger than Peyton Manning's forehead. So we'll see how they handle that. Carson Wentz can't stay healthy here. Tennessee, they're one-dimensional. I don't see them going past the wild card round at best because the problem is one-dimensional football team. You can't run. When you stop Derrick Henry, it is over. But Jaguars, I don't see them going into the playoffs. But again, when Roger Goodell does in the next couple of minutes announce a pick, we will put the sound out there for y'all so we don't get flagged here. But Isaiah, are you ready, my man? Because Mr. MJ is going to get drafted. I didn't understand what the NFL was trying to do here, play with other quarterbacks and Justin Fields. But we all know that Justin Fields is not going to the 49ers, is not going to the Jaguars. And guess what, Isaiah? Your Prince Charming is not going to the Niners. It is going to the New York Jets. And we need to call a guy that don't know Prince Charming here. That's the alternative version of Disney, but not the point here, folks. So hopefully the next couple of minutes here, we can get the pick rolling in here. We're excited for this one, but at the same time, we know exactly what's going to happen. Trevor, Asian, Skip Bayless, and former NFL fan here. We know exactly what's going to happen here. The second and third pick, I want to know. But Mr. Elway with the 9th pick, please be smart about this. Because if not, I will buy a plane ticket, go down there, give her your papers, you're fired. But just like Isaiah said, the offensive coordinator is one of the blandest in the NFL here. But Callan here, we watched so many drafts here. What do you think is going to be the biggest issue for the Jaguars? Because they always get these high-profile names. But like always, the organization cannot ever put the pieces together when they need to.
I always feel like that the number 1 overall picks have the most amount of pressure on them because they usually come from programs where they run through the gauntlet and they have Trevor Lawrence, a 944 win percentage, and they don't really pan out to the expectations. Like, yes, you get all hyped up, though, about the fact that there is a, golden child quarterback, as we see on screen with Trevor Lawrence, but will he actually live up to the expectations? And I think I wrote to you guys yesterday that while this is a great QB class, I may have wrote this in on a show maybe, but again, Lawrence obviously missed a game with COVID this year, but again, great record. So he's going to be number 1 overall. Zach Wilson, I have questions about because of the schedule that he played at BYU. Again, a lot of nobodies, a couple of Mountain West teams that they obviously pounded with ease or beat in some fashion. The whole, anytime, any place thing obviously ruffled feathers. They end up losing to Coastal Carolina. I have my thoughts, too, about Trey Lance because here's a kid from North Dakota State. We know about Carson Wentz, but again, FCS football, obviously people don't watch a lot of that or watch most of those schools play because it's either not on TV or obviously they're watching the other things, though. But this might be, in a lot of people's minds, the most lackluster quarterback class that we've seen in quite some time, where they look flashy, but are these guys going to be able, though, to live up to the hype, though? But I will say, though, real quick before we get to Isaiah, isn't it kind of refreshing, guys, to not see Cleveland #1 overall?
I love it. I love it. But the pick is in here, so folks, in just a couple of, I apologize to interrupt my man, but the pick is finally in. So Isaiah, without further, in about a couple of seconds, will turn the volume on here, and then we will see Trevor Lawrence get
Even
drafted.
though the pick's in, it's still going to be like 5 more minutes because we know how they drag their feet.
Without a doubt. So I say keep it like it is right now, my man, because you never know what they do. First of all, y'all, don't you ever try to compare in any way, shape, or form the throwing motion, anything, Trevor Lawrence to Peyton Manning. Y'all should be ashamed. You're probably sponsored by Higgins. Again, Mr. Berger could agree to that, but Isaiah, are you ready? Trevor, you ready?
Mhm.
Callan, I don't know if you're ready or not, my man, but I tried to expedite the beer, but FedEx closed at 5 p.m., so my bad. In here, folks, but man, but again,
Wow.
folks, I what's up, Trevor?
I said, wow. I was like, this is going way too long.
That's what
I'm
I
trying
just said. That's what
I'm
I just
trying
said.
to
Even though it says the pick is in, it's still going to be like 5 more minutes. And Isaiah didn't share his screen right, so we don't have any audio. But again, Isaiah loses
No,
again.
he muted
There you
it
go.
so that, but yeah. So I'm putting my phone over here. My watch is off, so I can't see any notifications of who gets drafted when.
I don't
or
have
how.
any NFL notifications, so it doesn't matter to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a whole nother conversation,
Exactly.
but I totally get it. But again, now the pick is
Here
in,
we go.
folks. So
Here we go.
let's see. Trevor Lawrence get drafted to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's go, baby. Boo! Oh, sorry, he can't hear me.
Zach Wilson, come on.
Isaiah, you can't hear it, buddy.
No audio because Isaiah Leon doesn't know how to share his screen properly, but that's okay.
What?
There we go.
Not a
Big
surprise.
shock. Oh my gosh. Shock of the century.
I guess there's a delay for Trevor Lawrence, I guess.
Yeah.
There we
We're
go.
going to share it on my screen because Isaiah, there's no audio on yours, buddy.
Isaiah
wasn't-
loses again. Isaiah loses again.
Hey, this is the MI6 Sports Network, the home of technical.
No, it's just that you don't know what the heck you're doing. So
Oh man.
He didn't want to jinx it. Sharing the embrace. Tool in the toolbox.
Oh gosh.
MI6 Network, ladies and gentlemen, at its finest.
And the Jets are having the
Scout to figure out that he has the size.
Robert Saleh, don't take my guy. I love you as my Niners defensive coordinator, but I've been wanting Zach Wilson for the last 2 years. Do not.
Like, I kind of want to make a deal with Isaiah. Like, if Mac Jones is selected by the 49ers, can you get me a 49ers jersey?
no doubt, without a doubt, man. Here, but we're meeting pick. Again, nobody should be surprised at this. At that point, Trevor Lawrence gets drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars nearly a couple of years ago when Blake Bortles signed a huge fat deal. And Chrissy said, "Where's the Jaguars hat he's supposed to get?" Again, Jaguars are cheap.
you probably
at a
already
lot.
had it like shipped to the house yesterday. Honestly,
He definitely got it shipped, my man, because we know that first, just like with Robert Griffin III in 2012, people know Robert Griffin III, RG3, was going to Washington. But again, Trevor Lawrence gets drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars with the first overall pick. Shouldn't really be a shocker, but again, folks, during the show, stay quiet, please. Please do not tell us any notifications of who gets drafted or when. Please do not tell us in the comment section below. We want to get a raw reaction and thoughts during the show because the second overall pick should be coming up here in the next 6 to 10 minutes. It'll come in faster than, of course, Black Widow being released into movie theaters. So let's see what the Jets do. I have to do that, my man. But again, Zach Wilson, folks, is about to get drafted by the New York Jets, and my internet decides to cut out again. Thank you so much, StreamYard. Oh, this is fine. But Trevor, if you had to decide who would get the second overall pick, or in terms of who the Jets are going to pick, who are the Jets going to pick, my man?
It has to be Zach Wilson. It's like out of the quarterbacks out of selection, it's like you need a quarterback that's not – I feel like that needs to take hits because, like, Jets literally have nothing. And that division is very competitive in what we've seen with Miami, with Buffalo, and the Patriots. What's up, Callum?
Forget the hat, guys. How about the fact that the Jags already had a number 16 Trevor Lawrence jersey made for him? So forget the hat. He's already got the jersey with his number on it. That's even better than a hat.
That is very true. That's better than the one jersey that they give out to people.
That just has number 1 on it, yeah.
They did what the Bengals did last year and just shipped Trevor Lawrence's jersey like the Bengals did with Joe Burrow last year, like a couple days before the draft.
Exactly.
And I will be right back here in a couple of seconds, so peace.
All righty. And it's just the three of us.
Of course it is.
The biggest spectacle of the year. We have the most technical difficulties we faced in the last 6 months. Unbelievable.
That's because the guy in Square 2 has been running this network into the ground since I left for break.
Don't worry, he'll be back.
He'll be like, show every Friday.
But again, folks, yeah, Trevor Lawrence gets drafted. See, exactly. Shouldn't be much of a surprise here. Oh, my gosh. Oh, when he was a kid, he threw the ball and hit his head on the tree. We get the good story. He's the good quarterback. But again, questions about, we can say this is being overcritical. He had ACC competition here, so it's like playing my high school football team. But we'll see what happens there, my man. But Trevor, Isaiah, Callan, I think we're ready for the second overall pick that can happen here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So thank you so much, NFL.
Hey, I've been ready for the last 3 months. I'm ready to go already. I wanted this day to hurry up and come already.
Like the Jets could go like Devontae Smith. Like they could and get a wide receiver and get like an average quarterback later in the draft if they want to do that, if that's an option. But it really depends.
That would be the Jets doing Jets stuff, though, if they actually did that. But, hey, you can't ever count it out, though, because the Jets have done some stupid stuff before.
I mean, their offense is as boring. Look at this. 31st, last. Folks,
that's
part
like
of that
my
was
Madden
because,
team, John.
in the Madden 12 league. But remember, who was the head coach? Adam Gase. So I think Adam Gase should even be.
All right, here we go. The pick
in anything. I say what?
The pick is in.
The pick is in. The Jets are getting Zach Wilson, baby. Let's go. Come on. Oh, Garoppolo or Mullins, they're both.
Looks like he's going to the 7 route to the corner. No, he's not. He's going to break it back across the field. Jimmy stops, puts it on him beautifully. That's why you fall in love with Zach Wilson, because you go, hey, Michael LaFleur, are you going to design something?
Oh, boy.
Because if you're designing that,
who's it going to be?
He's so. All I need to do is go bing, and it's out of there. So that's why people fall in love with quarterbacks. And that's
Watch
why
they get a lineman, and we go like, what?
I'll say this.
No, they need a tight end.
Oh, yeah. You can't go wrong with the tight end, though.
Like 10 minutes is too long to make up your mind.
Yes.
He's going to get it in Carolina. Put that rule. I think it's probably good.
Maybe Rob Manfred should take over and implement pace of draft when you're on the clock.
Again, the pick is in here for the 2021 draft. Let's see. Zach Wilson.
Resetting the contract has been something huge part
Wilson. Isaiah. You ready, buddy? When the Jets get their pick, watch your video comes up. I will be putting you on the solo screen, my man.
Here's the long walk from the commish.
Second time in 4 seasons.
No hustle there.
And of course, he brought his chair from home.
Of the NFL draft. Here comes the commissioner, Roger Goodell, to announce the Jets pick.
Zach Wilson, Brigham Young University. Come on now.
Let's freaking go, baby.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL draft,
No.
the New York Jets select Zach Wilson,
No!
quarterback, BYU.
No!
Sucker. I told you. I freaking told you.
And so Broadway has
Yep, he looks like a Broadway actor, the new Broadway Jim.
What did I tell you? Zach Wilson's not going to.
Isaiah loses again. Isaiah loses again. 10 games of losing. Isaiah loses again. Skull, 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 skull. Skull, 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 skull. Still keep on losing. Isaiah loses again. Isaiah loses again. Isaiah loses again. 10 games of losing. Isaiah loses again. He's worse than Stephen Wayne. He's worse than Stephen Wayne. Skills keep on losing. Skull, 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 skull.
Hey, Isaiah.
How you feeling over there, buddy?
You talked all that trash. You had a
Hey,
bigger mouth.
we need to chill out here. Mac Jones is about to get announced.
I know.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Mac Jones is next.
I tried to tell you. You opened up your big fat mouth.
Damn you, Robert. Why? Why would you take my? I don't take Justin Fields. You have a relationship with them. My dream: 4 Super Bowls dashed.
Is it still in Shanahan and Lynch we trust?
No, it's Mac Jones we trust.
Mac Jones we trust.
Again,
yes,
folks,
sir.
again, good evening, KC. And yes, Isaiah loses again. In probably 6 minutes, the San Francisco 49ers are going to draft Mr.
Come on,
MJ.
we want the big
Let's
Mac
go.
Jones.
Isaiah, ready?
I'm glad I decided to join you guys just for this reason.
You had to, man. Third overall pick coming in about 6 to 10 minutes. Again, Trevor Lawrence goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Zach Wilson, baby, goes to the New York flipping Jets. I tried to tell you, Isaiah. Isaiah, do you want some of that humble pie? You can have some of that dry crow. I can do it with extra dry seasoning if you want, my man. All that trash, and Zach Wilson's not going to the Niners. How about that? You get Mr. MJ out of Alabama. How about that? How about that? How about that? You know what? I got a better video to put out there here, because again, Isaiah is gonna flippin' love this one right here.
You like that? You like that? Yes! 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 Here's you, here's Matt, there's you, there. What? Oh my God, you had it!
Again, folks, Zach Wilson goes to the New York Jets, and Trevor Lawrence, without a shadow of a doubt, goes number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars here at the end, 3rd overall pick. We're coming up here in just a moment, but man, oh man, Isaiah, how does it feel? You're talking about trash. Yeah, the Broncos are going to get Jimmy G. He's your franchise quarterback. What do we do, buddy? We get Teddy Bridgewater. Who do you got? Who do you got right now? Who? Because you're talking about the trash, now you got to back it up. Come on. We're waiting.
My man.
Exactly.
My bad. Silent.
There's nothing wrong with trash talking if you can 100% back it up. But the fact of the matter is, Juju Smith knows he can't back up any trash talking 100% guaranteed.
Let me tell y'all how I'm feeling right now before the Niners make the biggest pick that they are about to make in the last 30 years.
Wait, where's that TV? Where's that TV?
I'm not gonna smash it right now. No,
it's about to happen, bro, in a couple minutes.
I'm feeling like I got broken up by a girl, left at the altar, as well as kicked out of a high-end university, all wrapped into one. I had this dream for the last
McDonald's University years. Doesn't count.
And those damn Jets.
It's either gonna be a guy from Alabama or a guy from Ohio State. Either way, it's a guy that's coming from a school that Isaiah despises. So it's gonna be even more great when the Niners make their pick.
I despise the Ohio State. I would love Justin Fields. You're more than welcome to come to the Broncos here. Dude, I make crazy bets. If somehow I win this bet like I made with somebody else that I told you about, I bet high on a bet. I do a steak and a glass of wine. That's how I do it. But the pick is in less than 3 minutes for the San Francisco 49ers here. They're going to be drafting. Is it Mac Jones or is it Justin Fields? It's not Trey Lance because, again, I know there's questions North Dakota State. Again, he's a different quarterback than Carson Wentz. I'm not saying he's better because he's different. different situation. But again, just because you go that high, Trey Lance, I don't see anything in him. When I look at quarterbacks coming into the draft,
There he is. Soon to be in San Francisco.
Got that guy.
And I want to just Chrissy's comment here. I hate Alabama because of Nick Saban. Same here, Chrissy, because again, I'm a UT Longhorns fan. So there's a big reason for that. But Isaiah, all that trash talking is now about to bite you in the butt. Have you not learned your lesson? Have you not learned your lesson?
Ron, let me say this. If it's Justin Fields, Trey Lance, I don't care. I mean, those guys, I will love that pick. But if it's Mac Jones or McCorkle Jones, like I call him,
MJ.
Enough with the first name, sir.
It's you know who.
MJ, Mr. MJ.
Y'all won't see me. Y'all won't see me for the rest of the night.
No, you have to be held accountable because you know why?
Yep.
Despite me not liking Drew Lock,
firing live on the air.
Here we go.
Oh, the pick is in, baby. Let's go.
Here we go. Biggest pick.
Mac Jones, baby.
Hey, can I say this before the pick
free
send?
yards to the quarterback who's athletic, and Mac Jones doesn't provide that.
Yeah, look, he doesn't provide it. What he does provide, though, is
Make
quick
the
decision
announcement that there's
making.
been a
He
trade
provides
between
someone who
Chicago
does
and
give
San
you a
Francisco.
lot of
Let's
options at the
go.
line of scrimmage in terms of
trade
play
between
selection,
San Francisco
but he
and Green
can't
Bay.
give you the offensive
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo.
and that's where Trey Lance comes into play here.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that everyone at North Dakota State will tell you this. Oh, but guess what? He can process this better, if not as well, if not better than anyone in this draft class. And he's still learning. He has probably the highest ceiling. I know coaches will say he may have the lowest floor. He may be the biggest boom or bust here. But I think that's what you're paid to do.
Gotta
You're
bring
paid
a
to make
lucky
sure
charm
that he
into this
booms
mix.
and doesn't bust.
This is a
And you know what? I would
franchise
bet my money on
defining
Trey Lance
decision.
not busting. Why? Because this guy is wired
Chris,
right.
yeah, I've
He
been
won't
doing-
find a
I've
single
been doing
person
that
say
for the
a bad
last
thing
8 hours.
about him. And he is going to be a superstar.
If the pick is Lance, Mel, it will be one of the great stories in the history of the draft, yes?
I agree. Most fascinating player at any position I've ever played. Anything about game management skills. Only one interception over 7.
Again, the only issue I have, though, with Lance perhaps going there is, again, FCS, FBS. Again, not a lot of eyes are on the FCS. That's my only issue with that, perhaps, if that happens.
Not a lot of eyes, maybe not the most competition, but let's see what happens. Third overall pick here, 2021 draft. Extravaganza.
The San Francisco
Yeah, here we go, guys.
have made
Come on,
their
baby.
decision. Will it be Mac Jones? Will it be
Here we
Trey
go.
Lance? We've waited all this time, and now finally we will find out. Here comes the commissioner with pick number 3.
Oh, Commissioner can just shut this back.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Come on.
the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
Yes!
North Dakota State.
What a great pick.
I wanted Mac Jones. No.
That doesn't even make any sense.
No! Yes! We're going to the Super Bowl next year. Oh! This is a glorious day.
Oh no.
That pick doesn't even make any
This is
sense.
a great day.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh boy.
Getting emotional too. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Sean. I don't care.
That's a
Okay,
terrible
we're
pick, man.
not going to listen to him do that sort of stuff on air. Come
Again,
on,
the
man.
chair with James Gonzalez, something the same. Oh, boy.
Man, we're not going
Benny
to
Raymond.
hear the end of this. That's all I have to say. When NFL, like when the season starts rolling around, you're going to hear Isaiah on this hype train until they go like 0-5, and he says, "Season's canceled. We're not having it anymore. It's over."
Stop the count.
But you're going to honestly tell me, y'all, when we have different football games, that Trey Lance is worth trading 3 first-round picks and potentially a second-round pick. None of these quarterbacks are hard besides maybe Trevor Lawrence at best. So I don't understand the pick at all. But again, Christy Isaiah's worst nightmare did not come true. But Trevor, what are your initial thoughts on this pick here?
Trading up for that far for Trey Lance, I feel like the 49ers, if they stayed in their spot, there is a possibility for them to get it. I can understand that, like looking at the teams that they were at, like I believe like they were the 11th pick. A lot of the teams after them have quarterbacks. So like I could see Trey Lance falling that far in the draft, and they didn't need a trade to move up in the draft. So I'm kind of a bit of a head scratcher, but I could see like Atlanta seeking a quarterback and may draft Trey Lance, and that's probably why the 49ers took the long leap of faith going to number 3.
He played one season of FCS football, so I mean I don't know really agree with the pick right there. But Sam Sure, what are your initial thoughts about the San Francisco 49ers trading with 3 first-round picks and a potential second-round pick for quarterback Trey Lance?
Well, you guys should know in the chat, I've been super high on Trey Lance. And I'm going to stick with being high on Trey Lance. You know, I think what the original trade was for Mac Jones. I 100% believe that. And I think when they went to North Dakota State for the pro day, they went back, watched some film on the dude, and realized that this dude is a high IQ football player, and this dude's got a beautiful deep throw. If you can have him develop behind Jimmy G for a year or two and catch up to speed with the NFL, the dude, you know, this could be the next Patrick Mahomes type player, small school, or I guess Texas Tech isn't that small, but still a small school, traded up in a shocking pick. And I think, in my opinion, out of all 5 quarterbacks, he has the highest ceiling. I think out of all the quarterbacks, actually, I think he has the highest ceiling. I don't know if he's the most pro-ready right now, but he's definitely the highest ceiling as far as all the 5 quarterbacks.
So you're telling me that he's worth 3 first-round picks and potential second-round pick?
I think they traded up for Mac Jones, like I said. And then I think they watched Trey Lance. They went up to wherever, I forget what they're called, right? Fargo. They went up to Fargo, Dakota, and they realized Trey Lance is the real deal and changed their mind.
Man, oh man, I was really hoping to troll Isaiah, but I guess another day, another night when the 49ers lose a crucial NFC West game this year. But Colin, what are your initial thoughts about Trey Lance getting traded up with 3 first-round picks and potential second-round pick?
I think San Francisco is desperate. To me, this reminds me a little bit of the Bears trading up just to get Mitch Trubisky, only to have him leave and go to Buffalo. Again, I think the reason why, though, that this is kind of, weird, or not weird, but very interesting is the fact that I think a lot of people would probably pass, and I hate to say this, but I think pass on a player who plays at a school like North Dakota State, minus Carson Wentz, yes. But again, I think about this a lot, though, guys, with FCS football, with Josh Johnson, who played at the University of San Diego, who, again, was a very great quarterback here for the Toreros, but ended up going to the NFL, but didn't pan out very well. We've seen Carson Wentz. To me, this move, though, resembles a little bit of the Bears trading up for Trubisky, that this is probably not going to pan out in my mind. I agree with Sam, though, that he has a high ceiling, but I think that even if the Niners would have stayed pat where they were at, Lance would have been all theirs in my mind, because I don't think that teams ahead of them would have taken a kid from a FCS school this early in round 1. I think that if they would have stayed put where they were at, they would have been fine getting Trey Lance, but maybe that Sam's onto a point, though. But to me, this reminds me too much of the Bears drafting Trubisky, where this is not going to work out in my mind.
Aaron Donald, Michael Brockers, J.J. Watt, Chandler Jones, Jamal Adams in that division. That's going to be tougher, man.
John, breaking news, actually.
What? Oh, crap. What?
The Niners did not tell their coaches or scouts who their pick was previous to that selection.
See, that's kind of smart, though. I don't know how they did, but man, it's kind of smart, because you never know if you tell your scouts, you never know who they may tell or may not tell. So I commend the 49ers for not leaking the information, but I definitely disagree with the pick. Not because I want to hear the troll Isaiah, but just because, again, you're in one of the toughest divisions in terms of.
To me, it smells of desperation. Isaiah can do this all he wants, but to me, it seems desperate, because I think that, again, comparing FCS to FBS football, I think once more to my point, if San Francisco would have stayed put, Trey Lance would have been all theirs, because I think everyone else ahead of them is going to go after the kids like Lawrence and like even Zach Wilson, because of where, in fact, that college football is at. And I think that, to me, just smells of desperation. And Hopefully McGlinchey's got his A game, because at this rate, he could be a punching bag if that O-line is not addressed throughout the course of the weekend.
Without a doubt, in Trent Williams getting a lot older. Kyle Pitts getting drafted right now.
So Mac Jones is about to go to Atlanta probably and get booed because he played at Alabama, and of course he beat up on Isaiah's Bulldogs. So this will be great when this happens.
I think it's Pitts.
With the 4th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
You're right, Callum.
the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts, tight end, Florida.
Not a shocker.
That one is not a surprise. Louis Riddick, I think if you were to poll all of the people
that is
who
very
talk
good
about the
for
draft
them.
for a living.
So that gives Matt Ryan one more option on offense,
Yep.
if he's even around.
Does this even mean that potential Julio Jones trade could happen just after the draft? Because only after the draft, towards later, just because of the amount of money that would be on his contract against the cap. But again, Kyle Pitts goes 4th overall to the Atlanta Falcons. But Trevor, I got to ask you, my man, what are your initial thoughts about Kyle Pitts out of Florida going to Atlanta Falcons, 4th overall?
If Julio Jones decides to stay in Atlanta, it gives Matt Ryan a little, check down pass with, Kyle Pitts down in the flats. And we got to love the tight ends that are able to do it. We've seen them that they're able to be effective. We've seen Gronk, we see Kelsey, and it's just like it's been an elite threat in the NFL. It's like a forgotten position. If you have a tight end in the end zone, they will score probably 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10, and you'll get 6 points. And teams don't have that, and no team can really stop a really strong tight end. And this is really a good selection for the Atlanta Falcons if Matt Ryan's able to get the ball to him and be very efficient with it.
Sammy, my man, this probably wasn't a shock to others, but what is your initial reaction to Kyle Pitts getting drafted in the Falcons 4th overall, and this is impact Julio Jones' future with the Falcons next season?
Well, I think the Falcons are going to be more comfortable moving on from him now than they were about a week ago or even before today. But as far as, Kyle Pitts, this is a big risk because, before Kyle Pitts, there's never been a tight end drafted before 26th overall in the NFL draft. So this is an NFL record, highest tight end drafted. And if he doesn't pan out as to being one of the top 5 at any point of his career tight ends in the league, this could potentially be very debatably a bust because you're taking a tight end at number 4 overall. That is a very that you can get very manageable numbers out of. You think of Travis Kelsey, you think of any of the tight ends you can think of. They all were 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounder players. These were not 1st round, 3rd overall, or 4th overall players. So it's a big risk for the Falcons.
Definitely, without a doubt, man. You talk about higher draft picks potentially. Like Njoku had 17 yards a catch this last year in college. It didn't work out in the NFL. But Callum, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. But what is your initial reaction if Kyle Pitts getting drafted 4th overall to the Falcons? And does this really add any chance of the Falcons getting to the playoffs next year?
Well, with New Orleans kind of in a bit of a fork in the road with Drew Brees retiring, that opens up a second spot in the NFC South division in my mind. Because that Tampa Bay is going to be the favorite. Again, Super Bowl champs, wild card, great run, Super Bowl victory, very impressive win for them. But now who's that number 2 team? It's not going to be New Orleans in my mind. Atlanta could be close. I really thought that they would have probably drafted the successor to Matt Ryan, perhaps in Mac Jones. But again, I think it helps that they add weapons on the offensive side of the football, though. Maybe this keeps Julio Jones down in ATL. But now, though, you have to kind of think, though, guys, who's that second best team now in the NFC South? Is it Carolina? Is it the Saints still? Is it who is it other than Tampa Bay? But to me, I think I would have probably, if I was a betting man and would have put money on a quarterback going to Atlanta, I would have lost, because I think that you need to perhaps look at going the route of maybe getting that successor to Matt Ryan. In fact, if he retires or if he gets dealt somewhere else, but it's a good starting point though right now for the Falcons. But I like the selection. Again, that just adds a bit more to the offensive arsenal for the Falcons come next season.
Definitely, I think this is what it says before I kind of go to the Trevor and the rest of you here. I think they're
By the way,
starting
they're going to commercial break, so we have some time before the Bengals make their selection.
They definitely are starting to rebuild slowly but surely. So now that they're starting to rebuild slowly but surely, but selecting Kyle Pitts, you get the tight end Julio Jones is definitely going to. He's getting older. The Buccaneers' path, not just for the playoffs, but the NFC Championship game, is a lot. It's easier and easier. The Falcons, after the Super Bowl, folks, literally totally folded, like one of many, many Isaiah's football teams here. But Trevor, what is your reaction, my man? Kyle Pitts goes 4th overall to the Atlanta Falcons, and does this really help the Falcons at all, even though their biggest need is on defense?
Like, defense in that division isn't going to really win you that many games because there's just so many teams with so much elite weapons. Like I said earlier, like Tampa Bay is bringing back all 22 players from the Super Bowl, I believe.
And I believe it's really, also I believe it's a record, too, for the most number of players brought back by one club during the salary cap era. That's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, so this is literally no one's going to surpass Tampa, though let's say they may go like 11-5. There's some hiccup games here and there because it's really going to be hard for a team to go perfect right after a COVID season. I can guarantee you that right off the bat.
Totally.
But I think having a tight end and securing that edge, if he's going to become a blocking tight end, I feel like what Sammy said, it's going to be a bust for drafting him this high. I think you drafted him to make him like an offensive weapon. He can slip, like I said earlier, slip out into the flats, catch those like 5 yards and put you at 2nd and 5, or, you know, pick up like 3rd and 3 when you don't want to run the football and change something up. I think that's why the Falcons ended up selecting him. But at the same time, you could make the argument that they should have drafted a quarterback and look for a successor, Matt Ryan. But in my opinion, I think Matt Ryan maybe has 2 to 3 good seasons left in him if the Falcons start building a team around him in this push. Even if, let's say, there's only like a year left, they're already making that offense adjustment to give him some type of weapons for a new quarterback next year. So the Falcons are taking steps in the right direction if they're trying to find a replacement quarterback, so they're not just like, you know, putting a new quarterback in with no weapons at all. So it's like, it's that type of mindset I think they're going after.
I think it's going to be the Saints that are the second best team in the NFC South. Not obviously because of quarterback position, a lot of drama here. Matt Ryan is getting a lot older. Sam Darnold, we don't know if he's a long-term solution here. Again, other teams are in rebuild mode. Only because the best team. I mean, who knows at this point? Again, folks, Mr. Wilson says maybe Atlanta will draft the quarterback in the later rounds, but I don't really see Sam Darnold being the solution for the Carolina Panthers. Again, I had a brain right here, but I had the Saints, the second best team in the South, not because of the quarterback position, because they still have the defense. Yes, it's getting older. Yes, I believe Lattimore, one of those guys, is going to be too much for their 5th-year option. They don't have a lot of cap, so they have to win it this year or next year when they're in complete rebuild mode 2 to 3 years from now.
They have come back from commercial break, and the Bengals have their selection in.
Jamar Chase, my God, Bengals. If you
got to be an offensive lineman,
their pick,
but it's the Bengals.
Has to be.
Coming out to announce it
I think it's Jamar Chase. Girls and lobbying for him.
You will see how desperately they need help on the offensive line. Booger McFarland to keep their young quarterback safe.
I think Aaron
They don't
Rodgers
draft an offensive lineman that can make malpractice. The last time we saw Joe Burrow,
that
his knee was
Jamar
going the
Chase
wrong
right
way.
now
You
is
have
pick.
to protect your
You gotta
franchise
keep the
quarterback.
franchise
They
happy.
have to take an offensive lineman. There are 2 of them tonight, Mel Wright, that seem to be a cut above the rest. Penei Sewell and Rashawn Slater. They are. Penei Sewell opted out, as did Slater. Didn't play. Penei Sewell, and we did about a year and a half. The starter was almost flawless at Oregon. There's some things he needed to improve on.
You guys think that the Bengals bench Burrow?
People say, well, it's not Orlando Pace, Jonathan Ogden, Tony
No, they're getting
Passani.
offensive linemen. They better.
If they don't get an
offensive lineman, they should just wave the white flag on the season. I mean, if I believe that I remember guys saying that Burrow would have been sacked 70 times last season, which would have been an NFL record, I think, for sacks in a single season because of how bad that offensive line was. If they don't get an offensive lineman here, they should just give up already.
If they don't, they deserve to lose. My God, you deserve to lose. Shame on you.
And at this rate, Joe Burrow may be another punching bag just like last season at this rate, which would be even worse.
He may be a little bust, and it's not even his fault. Come on.
All right, here we
Please,
go.
offensive lineman. Come on. Let's see what goes upon the big. All right.
With the
Don't
5th
screw
pick
it up, Cincinnati.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
All right.
Wide receiver, LSU.
Oh, man.
Wow.
This is
He went with an offensive weapon.
Absolutely stupid.
Hey, wait.
Should be fired right now.
Okay. Can we mute it? Can I do my rant real quick here? Okay. First of all, the Bengals, you deserve to lose. Shame on you, you joke of an organization. I talked about this with Carson Palmer almost a year ago. I'm not surprised they drafted Jamar Chase, but Joe Burrow, you're a complete clown, and you deserve to lose. You deserve to get sacked.
I agree with Christy Wilson.
It doesn't matter how great your quarterback is. It doesn't matter your defense or your coach. You have to have the offensive line. This shouldn't be a debate.
Joe Burrow is going to be in a body cast at this rate with this move now. But again, guys, this is typical Cincinnati football.
Yeah, the Cincinnati Bengals organization deserves to lose.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Me and John, I think we talked about this during one of our Q&A sessions. John, I think you remember what I'm talking about. Someone asked the question about should the Bengals give in to Joe Burrow, because reports were saying that Joe Burrow wanted Jamar Chase instead of an offensive lineman. Joe Burrow, if your career is only 4 to 5 years long because you're getting hit so many times,
Gee, Isaiah, this goes back to the argument about you hiring friends to be your coordinator. And what does Joe Burrow do? Gee, he should stop taking advice from you. John, back over to you.
Joe Burrow should be a
No, John, back over to you.
Isaiah, this is like a daycare. I shouldn't have to teach you like I did daycare kids. When somebody's talking, please don't interrupt. Thank you. This bothers me so much. It's what I don't understand. You think doing the same thing over and over and over. Joe Burrow, I'm not going to feel bad if you miss the season next year. I'm not going to feel bad if you get another torn ACL. I'm not going to feel bad if you have a broken leg because you deserve to lose. The organization deserves to lose. Screw you, Cincinnati Bengals. You don't listen to your quarterback. You don't make a business decision based on emotions. That is just so stupid. I mean, my gosh, you have a quarterback that can get you to the playoffs. We saw the early on potential with Joe Burrow in 2020. But no, we want to get a receiver. It's best for the team. Oh, it's good. It's going to look good. It doesn't matter. Let's say this guy's a Hall of Famer one day. It wouldn't matter because it wouldn't result to wins on the field. This is one of the many reasons why the Bengals are going to continue to lose. And Joe Burrow, I hope you don't lose or get injured, but you deserve to if it does. In terms of, the offensive line is important, and you don't give a rat's fart about it. But again, Trevor, what is your initial reactions here about Jamar Chase being drafted by the Bengals?
Like, I'm a loss for words. It's like you can have the star-studded wide receiving core that you could imagine, like in fantasy football. But if you don't have a line to protect your franchise quarterback that you're thinking
it's over,
that you're thinking to keep for 10 years, keep in mind that's what rookie quarterbacks are supposed to end up becoming, a 10-year deal. If they start performing well, they have the 2-year slump. Joe Burrow's 2-year slump is not going to even be a slump at this rate. It's going to be non-existent. He's probably only get 3 games, and an injury is going to happen. Callan.
Don't mean to interrupt Trev and John, but the Dolphins are on the clock, and their pick is now in.
Wow.
We'll go back to Cleveland in just a moment here. Here we go.
It's atrocious to see.
It is.
But I think, like, even looking at what Joe Burrow was going through last year, he was like losing games by a touchdown still and still competing with a bad line. Just imagine if they drafted a lineman, those games could probably flip a 50-50 chance if you actually had an offensive lineman.
Trevor, don't forget that the Bengals almost beat the Chargers if it wasn't for their kicker missing the game-tying field goal at the end of the ball game.
Maybe they should get Mike Nugent and come back for the Bengals game.
And they almost beat Cleveland as well.
Here's the thing. If Mac Jones continues to dip and dip, I have a bad feeling that he's going to come back.
I agree. Something tells me
and
it's going to be...
not guarantee. I would want him over Drew Lock. I think with the offensive line, it could work, but I have a feeling at this point. He's not going top 5. He's going to the Broncos.
My gut is telling me Mac Jones is going to Detroit.
That would be disrespectful.
To back up Jared Goff.
I think it's going to be New England. I think it's going to be New England.
Nope.
I'm scared about because Mac Jones seems like the typical Belichick Patriots type quarterback, but
fair.
Let's get to Sammy.
What do we make about Miami? They're kind of an interesting ball club. Like, who's it got to be? Line help? Is it defense? Is it a quarterback?
I think it's got to be Devontae.
Well,
Devontae Smith, maybe.
Yeah, to match it up with
I had
because they missed the playoffs. What, last week of the season they missed the postseason?
Yeah, because they were 10-6. They were that close to making it. But then
They just couldn't figure out a starter. Yeah, they couldn't figure out a starter. He was like
the only thing though is, do they have enough assets to get a backup quarterback maybe in the draft, or are they going to hold out hope and hope that Tua can go back pre his injury with Alabama?
They're going to have to hold out hope just because they don't have enough assets with their high draft picks. You're not going to use a high draft pick or a mid draft pick for a backup quarterback. So
Christy responded to Isaiah by saying, if Mac goes to New England, Cam Newton may lose his job.
Cam Newton's going to lose his job regardless of who's the starter there, because Cam Newton is a terrible quarterback. Even at his best, he wasn't accurate. So
all the shoulder surgeries have taken a toll on him, which I think doesn't help either.
Well, I think they draft receiver, offensive lineman here. If you're really thinking Tua's your guy, you protect him, unlike with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Unless they're going a running back and get Najee Harris.
Ooh. That'll be intriguing. Here we go, though, guys.
And the commissioner is here.
Here we go.
Roger Goodell. Boo.
With the 6th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select
Devontae Smith,
Jalen Waddle.
What?
A wide receiver?
They got a wide receiver from Alabama.
I knew they would draft him. I knew that, but Jalen Waddle?
He didn't look very enthused getting selected right there. Damn.
They must thought he was wearing Devontae Smith. Shoot.
Jalen Waddle out of Alabama?
Why don't you do Devontae Smith? He won that. Like, why wouldn't you want him? That's a better fit.
Well, he did get hurt in the national championship
Devontae
game.
Smith won the Heisman. What the hell?
He did get hurt in the national championship game, though.
That is true, but still.
But still, man, I mean, receivers and players recover fast enough. But again, folks, we'll go to you. Isaiah, what are your initial reaction that he goes to the Miami Dolphins?
I'm extremely shocked and befuddled. Like, when me and Sammy, we did our mock draft, I think Jalen Waddle was the second or he was the third best receiver of this class. He was a guy that we had him like 15 to 17, around that range. You could have traded back and got him. He wasn't even the best receiver at Alabama. It was Devontae Smith. So this is like, it's just really peculiar why the Dolphins made this selection. I really don't understand. Maybe like Tua stamped for him. That's the only reason I can think of. But this might be our WTF moment of the draft. It's like, what are you doing, Miami? What? I don't know, man. The last two picks have just been completely like mind-boggling.
Definitely couldn't agree more. Question: two top prospects are falling in Mac Jones and Devontae Smith. Again, Jalen Waddle going fifth overall to the Miami Dolphins. The 6th pick will be coming up here in just a moment. What's up,
John? I agree with you about Christie's sentiment, though, that the further that these guys fall in round one, the more I get concerned about what on tape, what behind the scenes, what at the combine did we not know as football fans, or for that matter, you guys being football fans, like what's missing here? And I think that when you see guys stock fall this much, you kind of get a bit concerned. Something to me just tells me Jones is going to Detroit to kind of be the backup for Jared Goff, because Detroit, I think, needs that other quarterback, perhaps. But then Devontae Smith, though, the Heisman Trophy winner, does not get drafted like in the top 5, top 6. This is a very head-scratching moment. I don't get it.
Let me share with you guys what I heard about Devontae Smith in the...
Isaiah will have to cut you off because the Lions pick is in. To me, this still seems like it's going to be Mac Jones, or it's got to be a quarterback of some type. Backup Jared Goff.
If Mac Jones doesn't get drafted here, he's either going to the Broncos.
They're going to go Devontae Smith and get Megatron 2.0.
We all got chill.
Don't you do
I got them going offensive line, because you got the two best offensive linemen that just fell to your lap.
Hey, folks, Sammy, what do you have to say, man?
Slater.
This is going to be interesting.
Sammy, what do you have to say,
watch the Lions screw this up.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Let's get a D back.
I just don't understand here. I understand, like, Jalen Waddle, what you think of Alabama receivers do pretty well in the NFL. Maybe Amari Cooper, you had all of it. We get it. But why didn't they get the Heisman Trophy winner? He's had a lot of time to recover on himself, and it's not even May. You have like 4+ months to have time to recover. You have less preseason, so basically there's definitely a chance there. But again, James is always concerned to say, is there a chance
Oh.
Smith goes to the Giants?
I
Oh,
thought
dear.
that too, but I don't think that. I think they're pretty hell bent and set with Daniel Jones. I don't know.
Well, they got Galladay though.
Isaiah, Sammy's trying to speak, buddy.
I was gonna say Devonta Smith. One thing that everybody's saying in the draft, going in, and it followed him in high school. It's going in, and then obviously it's going in the pros. Is the size? Is the concern about his size as an NFL wide receiver? I don't know if he'll fall that much. That's the only reason why I'd say Jalen Waddle, who had he tore a ligament in his leg, and still got drafted this high, and was limping during the national championship. He tore it early in the season, second, third game, and he was limping all the way to the national championship, and he was still drafted where he was. So I'm shocked by that. And you also have Devonta Smith, who's just undersized. I think that's why he's dropping.
I don't think that's a size issue. If that was a size issue, then Darren Sproles wouldn't have played as long as he played in the NFL.
Well, he also wasn't drafted in the top 5 either.
That is true.
I mean, who knows really at this point here? But again, the Lions' 7th pick is in. If it's not Mac Jones, what does this really say?
I think it's got to be a
about
quarterback. I mean, yeah, you've got Jared Goff, but you need that safety net, obviously, with a backup quarterback of some type. But I mean, other than quarterback, I don't know what else Detroit's options are going to be very frank.
Because Jared Goff is obviously not your long-term answer here, so it has to be whoever they draft this year or next year is going to be the long-term answer.
Yeah, a lot of questions on offense.
Well, they have too many questions. Potentially the running back, receiver. I mean, Marvin,
Running
all
back,
those guys
receivers, the line.
Too many
I could
questions.
see Devontae Smith.
That would to me that would be a really stupid
if
pick.
that happens, it wouldn't surprise me, to be very honest, if that actually happens.
It wouldn't be because it's the Lions, but still, again, they're the same team that a couple years ago drafted 3 to 4 tight ends in the NFL draft. So you never know.
Who's their number 1 receiver right now? Because I know Galladay left.
Galladay's gone.
Isn't Marvin Jones gone, or he's still there?
He's gone. No, he's gone. He's on Jacksonville now, I think.
So then I have no idea. I really
It may
don't.
have to be a whiteout, perhaps. Who knows? It may have to be a whiteout.
Who knows? But again, the Lions pick is in. Let's see what's going to happen. But it has to be the quarterback.
Detroit, Carolina is on deck, and John's Broncos are in the hole. Here we go, guys.
Suburban New York, and now Roger Goodell up to the podium to announce the 7th pick in the draft.
With the 7th pick in the 2021
Mac
NFL
Jones.
Draft, the Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
I like that. That's a smart pick.
Defensive tackle or offensive tackle?
Offensive tackle here out of Oregon. Smart choice by the Lions. Hey,
Good choice. Good
taking
choice.
notice.
I love it.
He's on his way to Detroit.
See what Jared Goff can do for a year.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I love his energy and passion, man. He's going to be great.
Well, I think that patches up at least one hole, perhaps, for Detroit on the line. But Cincinnati, that should have been you.
Regardless of Jared Goff's the answer or not, rebuilding, you get the offensive line. And definitely, the Lions are making some sense and making some good decisions here. But Trevor, what are your initial thoughts of the Oregon offensive tackle going to the Detroit Lions with the 7th overall pick?
It's a start that the Lions are on the right track of building something. I don't know what's going to be, but getting that offensive tackle will definitely help out Jared Goff to at least have a couple extra milliseconds in the pocket. Not a whole couple of seconds, but a couple of milliseconds to make some good, clear passing down the field.
It just makes me wonder now what the Lions are going to do at the quarterback position, either this year or next year. Jared Goff's not, if you're rebuilding a guy that's in his late 20s, his contract is getting higher against the cap, he's not your guy. He's an unrestricted free agent in 2023, I believe. They can still release him and trade him next year and not have little to no dead cap. So I don't know what the Lions are doing, but it's weird to see the Lions making smart decisions in the draft. It's just one decision so far. The Lions head in the right direction. Who knows, my man? But Isaiah, what are your initial thoughts about the Oregon offensive tackle going to Detroit Lions with the 7th overall pick?
I like the move because, when we talk about football, right, building a winning football team, it's all about the trenches, the offensive line and the defensive line. And you had 2 of the top tackles fall to you in Penei Sewell of Oregon and Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern. Plus, you had Devontae Smith. You could either pick Justin Fields or Mac Jones. So there was a bevy of options for Detroit. So I like this move for Detroit because I think that if you're Detroit, you don't really need, if you don't like, let's say you don't like Justin Fields, you don't like Mac Jones, you don't have to take them right now because you do have a bridge quarterback in Jared Goff that can help you fill in that hole for a year. And then you can, see if you like any of the quarterbacks next year and you can get the pick of the litter. So I like this move by Detroit. But now the thing that I'm wondering is if Devontae Smith continues to fall, the number one wideout in this draft, if he continues to fall, and let's say he falls to Dallas, Jerry Jones, remember, he's very infatuated with some of these like big time talent. Would he bypass the biggest need of defense and go after Devontae Smith and make their offense a firepower offense?
No, they don't need Devontae Smith, to be honest. Like, they have Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb. It's like the
Michael
offense
Gallup,
is good alone. They have Zeke,
Ezekiel Elliott, Tony Pollard. If you get another receiver,
fine. Fix the offense is fine.
Corner.
Fix the defense. I mean, that was like one of the worst ranked defenses in the NFL last season. I also believe that they gave up a franchise record for points in a single season with how atrocious their defense was. Enough with the offense. Fix the defense.
Without a doubt here, but Sammy, my man, what is your initial reactions of the Oregon offensive tackle going to the Detroit Lions with the 7th overall pick?
I think that it shows that Detroit's playing the patience game. They're going to, see how Jared Goff plays in their offense, see, what they can get throughout the rest of the draft, see if they can fill out any quick holes on wide receiving core. And, it's like a test run almost. I don't think that they're planning on going to the playoffs this year or doing even a 500 year. I think they're expecting another rebuild season this year. This is just another, protect the quarterback and, a bridge way. It's almost like they're tanking for Keaton Slavis.
By the way, guys, to interrupt, Carolina's pick is in, but they are at commercial break, so we have a few more minutes here to
I bet you they get receivers. Yes, they picked up DJ Moore's 5th-year option. You have Robbie Anderson there, but DJ Moore is not really going to be that type of guy. You had Samuel, who's a phenomenal gadget player, but went to Washington. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got receiver. But again, offensive lineman for the Carolina Panthers is the most important thing because you give Teddy Bridgewater that 3-year deal. And what do you do in a draft? You draft all defensive players. How does that make any sense in any way, shape, or form? They have to replace Curtis Samuel. That's not an option at this point. But hopefully the Carolina Panthers draft at the receiver position. But I would prefer they needed to get an offensive lineman first before replacing Curtis Samuel. Because are you really sure, based on how much you gave up for Sam Darnold, that he's really going to be your starting future franchise quarterback? This is going to be a 1-year thing. If it doesn't work, you don't see any improvement or any flashes here and there, he's going to be gone after Carolina this year. And Matt Rule, it could go bad real quick for Matt Rule's job with the Carolina. I understand he's rebuilding 6-7-year contract. We understand. But early on, you need to see that improvement. You don't draft all defensive players in the draft when he gave a quarterback a 3-year deal after he had the injury history. But again, man, James, if Dallas gets a receiver, I can't wait to troll the Cowboys so much on here because teasing the Cowboys, all that, it's definitely a lot of fun.
John, ESPN has come back from commercial break. Carolina is on the clock. Let's see what happens here.
What do you think, Trevor? What do you think the Carolina Panthers are going to get?
If they want to give Sam Darnold a chance, I have a feeling they're probably going to draft a wide receiver to give him somebody to throw to.
Mind you, Sam Darnold's only 23, 24 years old. Some of these quarterbacks that are getting drafted are 23 to 24 years old. So they still have a lot of time to rebuild around him if you're really convinced of him being your starting franchise quarterback. And then the pick is in, folks.
In the 2021 NFL Draft,
Mac Jones. I'm just kidding.
Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn, defensive back, South Carolina.
Really?
Defensive back with the 8th overall pick?
He wasn't even the best defensive back in the class.
And you go South Carolina for a defensive back?
How stupid are you? Bro, there's a reason why Teddy Bridgewater couldn't really get the ball down the field. Again, are you taking the exact same things of my do you have to be defensive tackle? He's not even the best at his position. That's like the Eagles getting Jalen Reagor last year in the 2020 draft. How did that work out, folks? Carson Wentz is going. Jalen Hurts is the guy. Your coach is younger than Sean McVay. It looks like could be my. My gosh, that is such a stupid pick for the Carolina Panthers. But my man Sammy, what is your reaction to the Carolina Panthers selecting another defensive tackle in the NFL draft?
I'm speechless right now. I'm still trying to grasp the fact that they selected a defensive player whenever their quarterback last year got killed, and then they traded him away like it was he was the problem, and now they have Sam Darnold who's probably gonna get killed. So I'm speechless.
Trevor, Sam, what are y'all's reactions to the Panthers making another crazy move, like drafting a defensive back?
They needed a line. And if they didn't want a line, like they can easily draft a lineman in the second round. There's no problem there. Or get a third star wide receiver for Sam Darnold to throw to in second or third round. But you get a D-back in the first round. Like I can get that in the fourth round. And it'd still be a solid pick because not too many teams are doing leaps and bounds at that point. You may start seeing, defensive backs start falling in the third, maybe late second, depending on the team. But first round pick in eighth too. Please rethink your pick on this one.
Denver's on the clock, but they've gone to commercial break again, so we got time, guys.
Please, okay, y'all. Folks here before the 9th overall pick with the Denver Broncos, Isaiah, Trevor.
However, John, they just showed an ad for the new Loki series coming in June on ESPN.
Yeah, and also season 2 of the Marvel News this Sunday. Let's flip and go. Owen Wilson be on the show. Man, definitely a huge shocker there. But Trevor and Sammy and Isaiah and Calvin, I'm really nervous about the 9th overall pick. But if any of y'all had to pick what the Broncos would do with the 9th overall pick, who would it be?
Mac Jones is there. Do it.
Justin Fields is
Justin Fields is there. Yes.
Justin Fields. I would take Justin Fields because he has the better arm. I just like he's mobile. I know when you say Mac Jones. I like Fields better than Mac Jones. I understand Alabama, and we get that. And some people say epilepsy. I'm surprised Mac Jones fell this far in the draft, but at the same time, there are some people when they find things to criticize, regardless if they're as big of a deal or not, it could impact.
Hypothetically, I don't mean to butt in here, but hypothetically, let's say that one or both of these guys fall out of the top 10. How surprised will you be if that happens?
I would honestly be surprised because, folks, if you remember here that Mac Jones wasn't projected to be a top 5, top 10 pick, then all this hype started coming up in the next couple months, and Mac Jones always top 5, top 10 pick. He's potentially going to the Niners. Who knows? He could go to whoever. I would be surprised. But this just shows how scouts and people have power in terms of their words and where certain players get drafted.
I would be more shocked if Devontae Smith fell out of the top 10 because I've looked at a lot of mock drafts, and Devontae Smith has been consistently in the top 5 of every mock draft. So if he falls out of the top 10, then there's something wrong. There is something wrong with him that either we don't know about or just maybe because I did hear, like Sammy said, about the size thing. People had concerns about his size and about how, Alabama, their weight room is, filled with NFL caliber trainers. So they think that Nick Saban might have used every ounce of Devontae Smith's peak already. So I don't know, man. But John, for you should be really joyous as a Broncos fan because you got all these options. You got Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. You could take, Micah Parsons, one of the top linebackers, Rashawn Slater, top offensive lineman. He's still available. So you got an embarrassment of riches in your hands. So it's crazy, man. I still can't believe these teams like the Panthers, the Bengals, and the Dolphins, they've made – I think those 3 teams right now are the losers of the draft. They've made some really head-scratching picks.
They are back from commercial break, but Denver is still on the clock. The pick has not been submitted yet, so we still got some time.
No. I'm excited, Isaiah, Trevor, Sammy, Town, but at the same time, I'm
Denver's
very
using
nervous.
all the time here. They got about 90 seconds left before the clock runs out on them, so they're taking their time being very deliberate here.
John Elway has never been great at drafting at the quarterback position. Not one time.
I feel like it's going to be It's at this rate, it's got to be Fields or Jones. I mean, I don't see how both these guys fall out of the top 10.
If it's Justin Fields, I'm freaking celebrating, bro.
If I'm the Broncos, I don't know why I trade for a quarterback and Teddy Bridgewater, who's a very formidable starting quarterback, and then turn around and draft a rookie.
First of all, bro, he traded for
Mac
literally
Jones
nothing.
could actually be in a struggling team. Personally.
We don't trade much for a guy that's getting older and still has 2 years of $13+ million and a team that's trying to win now, but doesn't have an offensive lineman. He's not going to be the long-term answer.
Isaiah wrote into the private chat that maybe there's a trade between Denver and somebody.
Denver, if you trade this pick, shame on you, John Elway. You should be fired if you trade that pick.
Elway's polishing his rings. Don't worry, John.
Ella, the pick is in. We're going to go.
Which one? The 2 rings he won or 3 he lost? Oh, sorry.
Hey, the pick is in here, so I don't think we're going to have a trade at this rate if the pick is already in. But Isaiah was probably onto a pretty good point, though, because of how long that wait was between the clock starting and them actually submitting the pick is a bit interesting.
It's going to be Rashawn Slater.
Oh, you know what, Sammy? You're trolling. No. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding. All good, man. But the Broncos pick is in.
Do they need defensive help or do they need more offensive help?
It's all offensive. It's offensive line and quarterback, bro. Through defense, look at the stats, man. You've never always been good on defense. This has not been an issue. You get defensive players in the free agency. It has to be a quarterback or offensive line. Courtland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant,
or do they
Gordon.
just troll Jerry Jones and select Devontae Smith instead of Dallas?
If you select Devontae Smith, y'all are freaking stupid. You already have an Alabama receiver. I'm sorry, that's okay. They already have an Alabama receiver. Why do you need another one?
Why not?
Why not?
Trevor,
You're a 2-headed monster. Why not?
You don't even have. I mean, yes, I like Teddy Bridgewater. I think he could be the answer, but the problem is I don't know how healthy.
Here we go, fellas.
Come on.
Big Mac Jones. Here we go.
No.
Or is
Justin Fields.
Who knows?
Dedicated and passionate fan bases.
You're darn
There was
right.
a rumor there that it was a trade.
Here comes the commissioner with the
No.
What we got here?
With the 9th pick.
No
in the
trade.
2021 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos.
Wow.
select Pat Surtain Jr.
Who?
Back, Alabama.
What?
He took it from Dallas. Dallas wanted this guy.
Elway just trolled Jerry Jones. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Wait, Denver didn't even need a corner.
Yeah,
You already have a corner.
Oh, how the tables have turned, John.
You don't even have a quarterback. Trey Lance is not going to be Trey Lance is not going to make it. He's overrated without a doubt.
Unbelievable.
But at least you have a better quarterback than we do right now. I mean, guaranteed Bridgewater. Who knows?
Wow.
And Bridgewater, we trust.
John, I feel sorry for you. I'm very sorry.
John Elway? No. Put the camera on me. No.
Put the camera on me.
I was just about to say, screw you, John Elway. You freaking clown of an organization. You deserve to be fired. How freaking dare you? You can't even draft a quarterback. You can't draft offensive lineman. You couldn't even draft a running back. Philip Lindsay went undrafted in 2018. You freaking moron here. I can run the organization better than you. Are you really that confident in Teddy Bridgewater can stay healthy? Yes, I like Teddy Bridgewater, mostly because he's different than Drew Lock. Drew Lock is the bust with the Denver Broncos here. I understand trolling the Cowboys, and we love that. And Christy, how about y'all's cornerback? Oh, wait, never mind. But we still don't have a long-term answer at the freaking franchise quarterback position. Unless somehow, I don't know if they have another pick in the first round. So somehow, and I have a bad feeling here that they may draft Kellen Mond. And if you do, Shimmy say hate A&M because I'm a UT Texas Longhorns fan. John Elway, you're a joke. You should be on. You literally, if there was a GM timeout, that's what you should be right now. Shame on you. Why you don't need a corner? Why did you give Kendall Fuller a 4 to 5 year deal? If you draft this cornerback right here in the draft, Sammy, Trevor, Callan, Isaiah. This is a joke. Of course, John Elway drafted him. All final decisions still go to John Elway. They all made the decision together. Again, the GM for the Broncos, that is a stupid, terrible decision. Not because he's a phenomenal player, but we don't need a cornerback. When have we struggled at the cornerback position? Defensive tackle, middle linebacker, safety, free safety. When has that been an issue for the Broncos? I'll wait all night until the 7th round to answer that question. But now I'm shocked that you have Justin Fields going out of top 10, Mac Jones going out of top 10. What did they not see? DeVonta Smith, you need a quarterback. I can't trust Teddy to stay healthy, especially when you can't draft offensive linemen. How in the living booger fart do you not draft Justin Fields? He's right there in your hands.
And
you screwed it up. Imagine here, look, I got my phone right here, and then I accidentally grab a piece of poop. That's a decision right here. There's no doubt he's a talented quarterback. We don't need a defensive player. What in tarnations are you thinking? Oh, let's draft Patrick Surtain. That's a great decision. We really need a cornerback. You need a rookie quarterback right now. I feel bad for Justin Fields, but John Elway, where is that? Where is that hashtag here? Screw you, John Elway. You're a joke of an owner and a GM, and I'm ashamed that you're a part of my Denver Broncos here. You're a joke, you're a clown, and you shouldn't even be with the Denver Broncos right now. How can you in the past 2016, Trevor Siemian had a very good year. First of all, Angel, we weren't drafting a quarterback anyway. First of all, Drew Lock is not a starting quarterback, so don't give me that hoopla. Second, Teddy, we can't trust him to stay healthy here.
John,
we can't trust him at all. This is a joke. Trevor Siemian, 26 touchdowns and 13 picks, 3,300 yards passing. Can we really trust Teddy Bridgewater to stay healthy? And you really think Teddy Bridgewater, in terms of not necessarily the pass yards, is going to compete with the Raiders, the Chargers, and the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Get that hoopla out of here.
John, I hate.
Yeah, he balled up because he had a healthy, elite offensive line, great receivers. I don't trust. First of all, and you also have Pat Shermer, one of the most blandest offensive gurus in the NFL. So I don't trust him. I don't trust Teddy to stay healthy. This was definitely a very stupid pick.
John, do you think that any rookie quarterback could be put behind a below-average offensive line with below-average receivers?
Well, that's why you have Teddy Bridgewater, bro. This is called veteran mentorship. When you have a veteran quarterback, they step in and let the rookie sit out for the entire season.
Why would you trade? Why would you draft the quarterback?
Guys, time out. We have a developing story. The Cowboys have traded the 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
What?
What? Your rival? Why would you trade to them?
It's a quarterback.
Who trades to their rival?
No, here's where we're at, guys. It'll now go Philly, the Giants, and the Eagles again.
Yeah, this is Fields, definitely.
It's got to be Fields or it's got to be Jones. It's got to be a quarterback.
I agree. Eagles trade.
You don't trust Jalen Hurts?
Who trusts Jalen Hurts? He's a quarterback in
their own division.
Yes, that's what I'm getting to, Callan. It's like, who trades with their rival?
Hold up. Time out. So Dallas didn't even get a first-round pick back?
They just dealt their 10th pick to Philadelphia.
Do we know what they got, though?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Sammy does. Go for it, bud.
So Dallas does get their 12th pick.
So they flip-flop spots, basically.
Yeah, and the 84th pick.
It's got to be
pretty good.
That is according to Mike Garofalo.
If they draft a quarterback, this shows they're dumb. First of all, Jalen Hurts is not a good. I don't know what people say in Jalen.
He's a bridge quarterback. I will just put that out there. I think he's a bridge quarterback.
I mean, you can find one northern numbers fine. The teams that he beat when he played well had no more than 4 to 5 wins on the college football season his last year in college. So tell me here, what do you see in Jalen Hurts? Just look at the film. Regardless, ignore the passing or touchdowns. Look how he played against teams that have less than 45 wins in it.
Can we have Sammy re-explain that trade? Because I think a lot of us are confused. Did they just like flip-flop, or does Philadelphia get 2 picks within the next couple of selections, Sam? What do you got?
No, Dallas is going to get the 12th pick. ESPN has updated the graphic. This is according to Mike Garofalo. So if you guys want to get mad at him. But the Cowboys are also getting the 84th overall pick along with the 12th pick. That is word for word what he says. So
as it stands right now, though, the draft order is still now Philly via Dallas, the Giants, and then Philadelphia again. But again, they have not made that official as of yet.
They haven't made the graphic official. Right now,
Yes.
the draft order is Philly, Giants. Oh, okay.
Philly.
Yeah, they just updated that. Philly, Giants, and Dallas.
I'm
Wow.
so mad about the Broncos pick.
Philadelphia to Devontae Smith to Philly, maybe per James. Who knows?
I think this is a quarterback.
It's got to be a QB.
It definitely has to be quarterback or receiver. See, Jalen Rager, let's say he's got. They've been trying to.
Why would you trade up for a quarterback when you know the Dallas Cowboys have Dak Prescott and the Giants are pretty committed to Daniel Jones? He's a very good quarterback, underappreciated, but he's good. He's a decent quarterback.
There's the breakdown, guys, of the pick movement made by Philadelphia.
If this is a quarterback, this is a head scratcher for me.
I wouldn't be surprised, man. Jalen Hurts is he's not ready for the NFL. He's average at best.
I'm trying to think of why Dallas traded down. Who could they be targeting?
They're probably just trying to get more assets.
They could go defensive assets and actually build a good defense.
That's probably what they're trying to do at this point.
They need something. I mean, I don't know.
I think they're going to go linebacker Parsons from Penn State because both of the two top corners are gone, so they needed corner help, and that's gone. So you could go get Parsons or maybe a pass rusher, maybe.
That would explain why you trade ahead of Dallas and the Giants, who both also need defense or defensive line. But I think the Eagles' defensive line is pretty stout, so they could probably go somewhere just defense.
Offensive line's getting a little bit.
All right, fellas, here we go.
Pick is in.
It's going to be Fields.
He's gone, and now Dallas trades out. All right, so again, the Eagles were at 6, then at 12. Now they're at 10, and a trade with their arch-rival Dallas Cowboys. The Eagle fan is getting out of the honorary chair. Roger Goodell is getting set to announce the pick. The Giants are waiting next.
I got to applaud Cleveland, though, for the rock and roll music being played, but also that in the background behind Mel Kiper Jr., they have all the team's logos as rock and roll records. I dig it.
Oh, let's see.
The
Here's a
Dallas
receiver.
Cowboys have
No, in the
traded
Eagles.
the 10th pick to Philadelphia Eagles.
Really? Thank you.
With the
Yeah.
10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Quarterback.
the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith,
Wow.
I told you,
Wow.
receiver.
Alabama.
Wow.
He goes in the top 10.
So I not a surprise.
Giving Hurts something to
But
work with.
Think about it here, folks, is that what's his name? Alshon Jeffrey's been trying to bench sharp since before the 2019 season. Alshon Jeffrey was supposed to be the Eagles, or aka the ex quarterback for the receivers, Carson Wentz. He was supposed to be his number one weapon. Since being traded in the 2017 offseason, they hadn't started a full 16-game season together. That was supposed to be your number one guy. You give it to Zach Ertz. Jalen Hurts is your guy now. But I don't know what they're thinking. Jalen Hurts is not a starting quarterback. He's a backup quarterback at best. I don't understand what some people see in Jalen Hurts at all. I really don't understand him. But Trevor, what are your initial thoughts here? The Eagles select another receiver yet again.
Philly has been riddled with injuries, so it's like getting a wide receiver is technically a necessity at this point because we've seen them in the past couple seasons where key wide receivers in their lineup just go down, and Carson Wentz had literally nothing to work with. I felt so bad for the guy. So it's like getting Devontae Smith, it's starting the right direction, but it's like they're just going to be riddled with injuries this entire season again, and they're really going to be scraping the barrel with this division because we know how sorry it is. So I'm just hoping Jalen Hurts can start working some magic and actually, I wouldn't say turn the franchise around, but like start to dominate the NFC East, I want to say.
Martin, I know you just came in here and you maybe didn't see my rant about the Broncos here, but the Eagles draft a receiver yet again. What are your initial thoughts, and why did the Eagles really need to select a receiver this year?
This question was directed to me, right?
Yes.
Why they drafted a receiver this year? Double down on your quarterback, man. Who even is their number one receiver right now? Honestly, I don't know. Do you guys know?
But you also need, if you had issues with Wentz not getting protected, that's going to be the same issues with Jalen Hurts here. Their offensive line getting older. They don't have the premier offensive line as they used to. So I don't understand why they don't go either quarterback or offensive line. You need to protect your quarterback if you're really concerned about him being the long-term answer. Because remember, folks, Jalen Hurts is a second-round pick. So he only has 3 more years left in his contract until you have to pay him or let him go in free agency here because there's no further option for outside a first-round pick.
Fellas, we have another trade. Timeout. Another trade has been made. The Giants have dealt their pick to the Chicago Bears.
Hey, Callan, y'all want Mac Jones? The
Bears are going to get a new quarterback.
You're getting
so
a
here we go again.
Mac Jones to the Bears.
This is Justin Fields' time.
Justin Fields
or Jones going to Chicago.
I would
think going running back to get Najee Harris.
Imagine.
Bring back the 85 Bears. They get a good running back.
No.
They need something.
That just doesn't make any sense. I mean, my God.
They're going to draft Zaven Collins, knowing the Bears.
They wanted to get the quarterback from Stanford, apparently.
Really?
Yeah.
But why would he trade up for him?
That's Ryan Pace for you guys.
That would be the shocker of the night so far if that happens.
That'd be such a Raider trade. Raider move.
So now it is Chicago, Dallas, and then Trevor's beloved Lightning Bolts as the order right now.
Trevor
probably trade something away, and I'm going to be like, well.
James thinks that the Giants really wanted Devontae Smith, which is why they dealt the pick.
It's a good point. I mean, you have the receiver position, but Saquon Barkley's coming back. He may not be fully healthy, but he's like an extra option, like third or fourth.
I did hear he's on track to resume like football activities finally.
So then he's back. So I just don't understand like, the Giants' point of view. Like you need offensive line for Daniel Jones if you are really convinced of him being the starting franchise quarterback here. Offensive line here. You had Nate Solder from the Patriots, and how did that work out? Eric Flowers. How did that work out?
I have to read a tweet. It's not about the NFL. It's from Candace Parker, a Chicago native playing for the Chicago Sky, the WNBA. She just tweeted out, "Dear 5-pound baby Jesus, come on Bears." I share the same sentiments as the former WNBA MVP.
But man, this just doesn't make any sense here. But hopefully, pick is in. All right.
I know. I have two different things because Isaiah has the trade, but I have the commercial break, and then the pick is in. I wrote it on the wrong side. Either way, Chicago's pick is in.
Mac Jones, Justin Fields.
It's gonna be Mac Jones.
It's gonna be a kicker.
Who do you want? Who do you want?
Give me someone better than Andy Dalton. I'll take either one of them. Does not matter.
If Justin Fields doesn't go here. Justin Fields doesn't go here. It's Patriots.
Agreed.
The Patriots didn't even have to draft.
But do the Patriots really want a mobile quarterback though? That's the real question. Do they
would
want?
Would he fit inside of the Belichick system? Is the only thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're starting to get used to Cam Newton, right?
Well, I mean, think about it. They traded for Cam Newton, and that was a
my gut tells me quarterback. My mind tells me it'll be like a wide receiver that they'll probably need because of how Ryan Pace has kind of treated the wide receiver. So honestly, as long as it's on the offense side of the football, I'll be happy. So I don't think you need to really adjust the defense because that defense is pretty stout. But again, losing Patterson, losing someone else too. I mean, that they've already lost a couple of guys on the offense side of the football. You need to get someone on the offense, quarterback, receiver. As long as it's something on the offensive side, fine and dandy by me. But if they add that a defense, it's almost like, really?
I mean, remember, you have David Montgomery should still be there next year. So if we put him with Justin Fields and Dalton, that somehow doesn't work out, that could be really interesting. For receivers, definitely a huge question there.
the Bears pick as they
Okay.
have traded
This
up
is
the
interesting.
Titans to number
I would
11.
never even high five the commissioner.
Through this year's draft-a-thon,
Oh, here we
the
go.
NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery
So
from
the Bears gave up an
COVID-19
extra first-round pick.
by focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity,
Oh,
health
good
disparities,
daddy, don't care.
and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities, and for older and rural Americans. We're joining forces with the CDC Foundation as part of a draft-a-thon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety.
I feel like the
and health.
NBA did the same thing when we did the NBA draft show
Carlos
here.
Nelson, who's behind me, has been
They did the
doing
same
just
exact
that,
like donate now
leading
sort of
the
thing,
Greater
and
Auburn Gresham Development
I think it's
Corporation
awesome.
in Chicago.
Oh, it's a great idea.
His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood.
And also nice to see
becoming a
fans back in
reality.
Cleveland or seeing fans back at the draft.
Oh, I love it, man. I don't know how Roger Goodell does it, man. Always getting booed and it doesn't affect him.
Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bears selection.
Okay, here comes a quarterback, hopefully, or someone on the offensive side of the football.
I guarantee you it's Justin Fields.
Boy, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the
Mac Jones.
2021 NFL Draft, the My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
All right.
quarterback
Good pick.
of Ohio
Great
State.
streak up.
Patriots streams over.
Yep.
No, Mac Jones to New England now.
Mac Jones to New England.
And this is how he
Mac
starts
Jones
his own Tom Brady
I
dynasty.
feel okay. Here, I feel
As the Decatur Staleys. They
Mac
have
Jones to
waited
Minnesota. Watch.
Oh,
I
dear.
honestly feel like I know we're joking here, but I feel bad for Mac Jones going to Chicago. Not because I would love him with my Broncos and John Noy's an idiot here, but you're going to an organization where it's kind of an awkward situation where Matt Nagy could be fired next year. Your team, you have the Packers. Who knows what's going to happen with them? Andy Dalton is potentially going to play more games this year just because they paid him that $13 to $14 million. I get it because they needed long-term starting answer. But if Justin Fields is going to be your starting quarterback for the future, you better protect him like that. Because if you don't, Allen Robinson may not even be there next year. So if Allen Robinson's not there, I think this pick is ridiculous for Chicago just because you need quarterback, receiver, and vice versa. It just doesn't make any sense at all. But Martin here, what's your reaction? Justin Fields falls to the Chicago Bears, and it's potentially their long-term starting answer. What are your initial thoughts on that?
It's not potentially, man. It is their long-term quarterback. The Bears are back. They really are. They finally got a real quarterback, and who knows how long. And, I mean, yeah, they need receivers, and the receivers have been disgruntled in the past about wanting to leave and all that. But they're still there. And, I mean, the O-line, you still got a few more draft picks coming up, Fix that later. But you got your quarterback, your franchise quarterback, and now you don't got to worry about whatever the Packers are doing, any of their team are doing. You got your franchise quarterback. Now in the second and third round, maybe draft some line. If you even have picks there, I'm not sure if you do. But draft an offensive line now, and you're good.
It's still a weird pick just because Matt Nagy is the play caller for the offense. And you know how badly he screwed it up. So how is that going to be different? I think if they're smart, Andy Dalton will play most of the year. And if somehow they miss the playoffs, Matt Nagy will be fired or who knows what's going to happen there. But Isaiah, the overreaction, Skip Bayless here. What are your initial thoughts of Justin Fields going to the Chicago Bears?
Well, first of all, let me say this. Callan, toast to you, my friend. We both get a new quarterback, so we don't have to complain about our old quarterbacks live on the air. Secondly, love this move by the Chicago Bears. I don't know if you guys heard about Justin Fields and the epilepsy thing that he had. I don't know if that might have hurt him or not because before that report came out, I think a lot of people had him either going to my Niners at number 3 or even just going to in the top 10 in general. And for him to fall to Chicago, I think it puts him in a good spot because now he gets to sit for a year. I think Andy Dalton or Nick Foles, they will take the reins for a year. And then hopefully by that time, Matt Nagy is fired, but I don't know if he will get fired because I have a bad feeling that with this move, Matt Nagy is going to say to ownership, "Oh, I drafted my quarterback. Let me get another like 2-3 years with my quarterback and see what happens." I just have this weird feeling that Matt Nagy just bought himself another 2-3 years with this selection of Justin Fields. But the Bears, they needed to do this. They needed to get a guy who's really accurate as a passer, really good mobility as well. But the Bears, if they can fix their offensive line, the pick is in, by the way. But yeah, if they can fix their offensive line, I think Fields will be fine. I just hope he doesn't get hit too much, especially in the head area.
One thing I wanted to say about the Bears is that, we forget Nick Foles did not work in that offense. You know who did work? Mitch Trubisky. Even though he wasn't the better quarterback, he did work in that offense better, and he was the more mobile quarterback. So seeing Justin Fields is a mobile quarterback, and Dalton, he's a mobile, but he's not that mobile. So is Foles. They're more of a pocket passers. Fields brings that, elusiveness. Maybe we'll see more play calls from Nagy that is not your typical sit in the pocket type quarterback. And I think Fields is a better decision maker than Trubisky off rip.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Like the Justin Fields, now he has mentors that are been to the postseason, so he can be well groomed for like a year and literally get the reins next year and actually do fairly well. Like learn the system, show up in like the first couple pre-games, understand the flow, and then maybe towards the end of the season we could see Justin Fields get a couple starting snaps as the starting quarterback towards the end of the season when Chicago is not in the reach of like a postseason push. But if they're on a postseason push with Nick Foles, they're going to probably ride that out with Nick Foles and see what happens.
Here's the thing now, folks, is that if Aaron Rodgers is done, and actually moves on officially from the Green Bay Packers, this pick looks even smarter for them. The Vikings are going to start rebuilding here in the next couple of years. That Kirk Cousins contract bit them in the butt here. The Lions, who knows what they're going to do here. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. Patrick Sir. Oh, wait, never mind.
Better get Parsons. Needs to be Parsons.
Roger momentarily delayed, and here we go. A special presentation from the NFL.
While they do this special presentation, I'll just say this right here and right now. With Chicago getting Fields, I like the move. I don't see him playing at all or very little in year one while he's obviously being groomed under Dalton and with Foles. I will say, though, that real quick, that this is more about Ryan Pace, Isaiah, saving his job more than Matt Nagy, because I think if it doesn't work on the field, Nagy's going to be canned before Ryan Pace in my mind. But I love the move, and I hope that Justin Fields succeeds with Chicago. And I think he will, but I think it's going to be a matter of getting a couple more options on offense. With that, here's the Dallas Cowboys selection.
And for the Cowboys to miss the playoffs yet again.
Oh my God! How about them Cowboys? What?
Yep, they had that VHS tape from the last Super Bowl, I heard.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Michael Parsons.
My mock drop.
There they go. They got somebody on defense.
A wonderful moment for her, for us.
They really needed that. I agree with that pick here because they really needed DeMarcus Lawrence didn't really show up last year. You had Aldon Smith going to the Seattle Seahawks. I think it's a good pick, but my man Trevor, what are your initial thoughts? Michael Parsons gets drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
Linebacker is definitely, I would say, a critical role in the NFL field. It stops those nice third and short, plays, make that, 3-and-out very impactful. So, in my opinion, this is a good pick by the Dallas Cowboys.
Definitely without a doubt here, but Sammy, we know the issues with the Dallas Cowboys last year, the interior defensive line. But then selecting this pick, what are your initial thoughts about this?
Well, Michael Parsons is a linebacker, a very good linebacker, actually, at Penn State. Opted out last year. but you see the impact of what he had on Penn State. Penn State was horrible last year. In the year before, the last year that Micah Parsons played, this was one of the more dominant defenses in the Big Ten, holding Ohio State, pretty sure, for 2 or 3 quarters, if I do recall correctly, that game. But what it does for the defense is that it gives a young leader, 20-year-old leader, the chance to shine. And if this is a hit, and this is possibly a home run for the Cowboys, this could affect the defense long term, because you get a leader, a play caller in the middle of the defense. That's a whole game changer, like a Devin Bush type with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Man, whenever they got Devin Bush, it changed the whole defense. From a mediocre front seven, just known for its pass rushing, to a defense that is elite all around.
Without a doubt, the Dallas Cowboys make that pick. I agree. Ian strongly retiring is the best thing, because he's a very injury-prone defensive player. Never really truly reached his peak in the NFL. But Isaiah, what are your initial thoughts about the Cowboys drafting an interior defensive lineman?
I really like this pick because, like Christy Wilson mentioned, Sean Lee retired the other day, so they did need a middle linebacker. And I think this guy could potentially be the second coming of Fred Warner. I watched this guy play at Penn State. I think he's also in our intro video. He's a guy that is really good when it comes to blitzing the quarterback. You can put him in a design quarterback blitz, and also he's really good in coverage as well. So the Dallas Cowboys needed a guy that can, blitz the quarterback as well as be the or cover either the tight ends or the receivers. I love this pick. They just got a guy that is going to be their future signal caller on defense, and I'm really glad that Jerry Jones didn't do something stupid like either stay back at number 10 and draft Devontae Smith or draft Kyle Pitts, because we know he's infatuated with those guys. I'm glad that he got the pick right and went for need instead of what would be a luxurious pick for this Dallas Cowboys. But hey, I'm now interested to see Mac Jones, where he ends up. I think there's Rashawn Slater, the tackle out of Northwestern. Many people had him projected in the top 5. He's falling fast, so I'm really interested to see where these two guys end up going. But it's a great pick, and I think Michael Parsons is going to be a star in Dallas.
Well, at least they didn't draft, another offensive weapon for once, right? Good grief. It's been a long time coming for Dallas, I feel like, to do that.
Yeah. You can go, Sam.
I was gonna say, yeah, Jerry Jones should have stepped down as GM if he would have drafted offensive line. If he would have drafted offense, there's no point to load up your offense and allow your defense to give up 40 or 50 points almost to the Browns the week 2. Okay, that was pathetic. It's pathetic. Their defense was, and I'm glad that they got Micah Parsons and at least attempting to build a young defense. Jerry Jones, he's past few drafts, he's been hitting home runs with Leighton Vander Esch. Got Zach Martin, or not Zach Martin, Nick Martin, but he's been building of the past couple of drafts. Not a horrible drafter in the first round. So I have high expectations for Micah Parsons and this Cowboys defense in the future.
Definitely a great pick here. I didn't know that Sammy pointed that out. That Lance Frederick did not, I believe, was not elected to his 5th-year option. So the Cowboys really have to get the interior defensive lineman. You paid DeMarcus Lawrence here, and look yet again, that guy could not get it done. You paid him 5 to 6 plus years. And is he still in the NFL? Did he retire? I'm pretty sure he retired because he played like little Higgins last year.
Oh boy, the pick is in. But we're on a commercial break.
Who's up next, New England?
No.
Minnesota.
The team that made me a former NFL fan, sir.
Go Chargers, go.
Yeah, I knew I was just about to say Chargers.
No Chargers, no.
No Chargers, no.
And no offense, Isaiah, what are you eating? Because I know you eat fish guts.
Is it pretzels?
Why are you bringing fish guts onto a program to discuss to everybody, man?
Because we're here to roast you, man. It's Isaiah Roast Chefs on the Draft Show.
Cookies.
Oh, okay.
What kind of? What?
Well, hey, to celebrate my Niners picking Trey Lance, we're gonna go to the Super Bowl next year.
Oh dear heavens!
You need to be drug tested up and down. Here, and the other part we won't say here live in the air because we are not part of my take. You're not going to the Super Bowl. You're not even making the playoffs. Like Aaron Donald, Michael Brockers, J.J. Watt, Jamal Adams, Chandler Jones. That's all
Thank you,
I
James.
have to
I
say.
agree. Sorry, Trevor.
I don't like the Chargers. I'm a Broncos fan, but they are better at the quarterback position. They are really better at some parts on the deep. Well, our defense is a little bit better.
Did they draft a kicker like the Raiders did with Sebastian Janikowski years ago?
I mean, my gosh, but man, if you know what the Chargers, I really hope they do this. I hope this pick is terrible and he's a
Chargers. From what I've seen, Chargers need defense because they lost way too many close games.
Derwin Jones went to the Tennessee Titans last year in a 1-year deal and is now with I can't remember who, but yeah, I mean Ingram's getting older.
Isn't Hunter Henry with the Patriots now too? So like if they got like a tight end, I would be satisfied as well.
I think receiver, offensive lineman. Running back really don't need right now.
Rashawn Slater.
Like Austin Eckler got hurt like midway through the season. So it's like you didn't have a 1,000-yard rusher in your running back core, but you had people pick up the slack. So running back I'm not really need, but congratulations.
Congratulations, Kellen. You took our quarterback. I'm still not happy.
We are back, I think.
The pick is in.
The Chargers. But we're at the Marriott first.
I think the Chargers have non-needs, but I think right now what their main goal is going to be is to protect their franchise quarterback.
I could see that.
I bet you Mac Jones goes to New England because if you wanted Jimmy G and couldn't get him, you probably get to Mac Jones. Or at least there's a chance.
If it's not Rashawn Slater, Callan, you can sing the Chargers lose again. Because he's the CPA and he fits the Chargers' biggest need.
We'll see. We'll see what the Chargers go with. I won't be upset.
On the inside, you would wait though.
That is Rashawn Slater from Northwestern. He's here.
Kind of surprised that a couple of the guys that opted. I think there was a guy drafted earlier that opted out of a season that was drafted. I think there was some like resentment from some coaches who said that they probably shouldn't have been allowed to be drafted because they opted out of the season.
I mean, because there's a lot of tape that you don't have, so I can totally understand the frustration there. But they need an offensive line, but I hope they draft like a backup receiver. Since I don't want the Chargers to. I hope they go 0-16. Just like the Chiefs and the Raiders for the next 15 years, but it's not going to happen. Trevor, I'm not, and I completely feel. And I'm not. I'm here to offend because I'm a Broncos fan and I'm tired of piss poor quarterback play.
Justin Herbert did the best that he could within a line that wasn't great. He came with close games, but like the defense fell through when they needed the most. So it's like offensive line, defense parts, or getting yourself a tight end here is basically what the Chargers really
What
need.
is the list of getting Alabama defensive players?
Because they're just that good.
I don't understand.
No, they got a surfboard, yeah.
Here we go.
With the 13th pick in
Slater.
the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los
Kicker.
Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr., tackle, Northwestern.
Chargers win again. The Chargers win again.
A moment of purple pride, if we can, for the first Northwestern
And all
player
5 of their fans go bananas.
Yeah.
I'm getting frustrated by the minute here.
I'm not
Because,
upset.
Trevor,
it's a good pick.
Well, first of all, of course it's a good pick. Second, Trevor, I am mad because the Chargers are heading in a direction where they're getting better and better than the Broncos. We have a very good defense, but quarterback.
They're just
offensive
reloading.
tackle.
That's all.
John, I think whenever you're on your rants about the quarterback, I think they heard cornerback, so that's why they drafted corner instead of the QB.
Because of my mispronunciation. John Elway must have saw it, and now he drafted corner. Well, John Elway, it's quarterback, not cornerback. I mean,
do you want 25 cents back, John?
First of all,
They'll show you the back of the quarter, but they ain't showing you anything else.
I want my refund tickets from the season, even though I don't buy season tickets. There's no way. Like we all love trolling the Dallas Cowboys here, but drafting the quarterback was a mistake. But man, the Chargers are getting better. I hate to see it. I hate to say it, but man, oh man, even though I don't like the Chargers, they're a rival. I do give him credit that was a very good pick, especially with Justin Herbert setting the rookie passing touchdown record. I believe only 10 interceptions on the literally MVP like numbers from a rookie last year. So definitely can expect big things from the Chargers. Or hope to go 0-16. Yeah, but I can admit for right now, I was wrong about Justin Herbert for right now. We'll see what happens.
The same as well. Like last year, I didn't want the Chargers to draft him, but now I'm satisfied. So I'll eat my crow. Yeah, they could have got Tua and could be a different scenario, but I'll eat my crow of Justin Herbert's from last year.
Believe me, man, you are in a better situation at the quarterback besides quarterback John Elway than Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. I want both of my 50 cents back from Bridgewater and Drew Lock.
You know that Broncos pick really says to me now that it's true that Denver was really high on Drew Lock.
Like, how stupid! You literally have a guy. Did you see that throw against Clemson and that guy with that arm? But no, you want Drew Lock that has piss poor taste in hip hop music on the field, off the field, and you're losing by 15 to 20 points.
Breaking news. Mm-hmm. The Jets and the Vikings are trading picks.
What? The Jets are going aggressive?
What? That's great.
There it is.
Jets never do this. Jets never do this.
Sam, you got to remember, too, we're also on a bit of a delay, buddy, so...
No, I'm on a delay with you guys. I have a Twitter. That's how I get the updates.
No, don't use the... Yeah, plus I'm saying...
We don't do that around here, sir. Turn it off.
Yeah, please.
Don't look.
No, what, man, but still, the Jets are being...
aggressive.
I understand, thank you, ICF, for the Higgins moment there, but we've been joking about the Jets in the past, but with Robert Saleh having big, fat, a huge brain, I mean, the Jets are being aggressive? When's the last time they done that?
Since Joe Willie Namath, a long time ago.
And even then,
that division is getting spicy.
The new order now is New York, the Jets, New England, and then Arizona, 14, 15, 16.
But like I said, folks, if this goes the way it's going, the AFC East and the NFC West next year could be too competitive. One of the most competitive, literally the two best divisions in the NFL. Literally every single team has a quarterback, and they're
every team in the NFC West will be good, minus the guys' team in Square 3.
Oh, without a doubt, man. Because the 49ers will find their way to be a Higgins.
I'm getting a Trey Lance jersey after I get off this.
They're not even going to be for sale yet, buddy. But nice try.
By the way, speaking of which, Callan, I got you a birthday gift.
No.
Just for that, you are removed.
Hopefully the Jets draft a running back, man.
Dude, that would be awesome.
Running backs. Oh my gosh, they could do that, and then the Steelers would be forced to take offensive line.
The Steelers have to, regardless if Big Ben's there after this year or not, which he won't be, but still. Jets, I bet you it's either running back or who? Is there any offensive lineman available in the first round right now or no?
Elijah Vera Tucker from USC.
They have to do the USC guy or a running back because you have
Corey. It's Najee Harris. If they get Najee hasn't moved yet.
Because you have Corey Davis here. You have certain guys on the defensive side, but yes, you need to make it better. CJ Mosley is an issue there, but who knows?
I think offensive line is one of the few strengths that the Jets have. They did draft a Pro Bowler last year. I know that's not much because it's a Pro Bowl, but still, it's a rookie player. Hopefully, I think the Jets, what they're going to do is they're going to give Zach Wilson some toys to play with. Rondale Moore from Purdue, I would definitely be watching him, or the Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota.
Definitely Sammy though, because defense is again just like the Denver Broncos here has never been a weak seed. They've always been, even when their team was 3-13, their defense wasn't great, but at least they had some moments there. They've always been really pretty decent on defense. So I would say that's huge pressure, especially in the first round. But I love what Robert Saleh is doing here already, and we'll see what happens. But guess what, Isaiah? How about your Prince Charming? Is he with the 49ers here? Oh, wait. Trey Lance is not your
What do you mean? Trey Lance is Patrick Mahomes 2.0.
Oh, dear. Someone's going to make that a quote. Put it on a T-shirt.
No. He's done from the stream.
But I want to talk about the Jets pick for a sec. You guys mentioned, I think one of you guys mentioned drafting a running back. It would be really idiotic if they trade up to number 14 to draft a running back when they could have had him at their previous pick, which was, I believe, 23. So I don't think it's Najee Harris.
Isaiah, I'm trying to dream here, buddy. Okay? I just don't want my Steelers drafting Najee Harris, all right?
Don't worry, the Bills will take Najee Harris.
The Steelers picked before the Bills. Yeah, Steelers aren't letting Najee Harris pass. Mike Tomlin's adamant about that. He wants a bell cow on the running backs. It's been tough, man. Listening to everyone say that we should get Najee Harris, and I'm just like, we should draft offensive line. I don't know why they're not why that's not like in the top of their mind right now.
Do they even have a quarterback option in mind in case Roethlisberger does in fact retire pretty soon?
Guarantee you have Haskins and Rudolph. I'm not saying Haskins and Rudolph are long-term answers, but at least have guys that maybe
But can you trust Haskins after his whole fiasco with Washington?
Oh, I'm not saying you can. I'm saying they have the options where they can give like half a game each or something, maybe week 17, depending on what their playoff stance is, and maybe give us some film, and that could be their option. Hey, we'll give you this game. You didn't well. We don't trust you. We're going to I think they drafted quarterback, but at the same time,
I don't think they're going to draft Trask because Trask could be the quarterback. I don't think Mac Jones is getting past New England, and I don't think the Jets are going to draft two quarterbacks. So I don't think the Steelers are going to draft Trask the way they've been talking. And the way it sounds, if Najee Harris is there, that's exactly who they're taking. Or the running back out of North Carolina, Williams. I can't think of his first name. Mike Tomlin is adamant about those two players, as much as I hate it.
I can say the Jets. Mr. Ruffin, it's not necessarily a bad deal. It's a 1-year deal. It's not going to hurt. It could help, but it's definitely not a lose-lose deal right there. So even though I was very critical of Mason, a 1-year deal really doesn't hurt them at all. It definitely could go very well, or it couldn't go wrong. But even if it goes wrong, it doesn't hurt them because financially they're not out.
They have moved up to the Vikings.
No, it's going to be if the contract is open in the second round, Steelers are going to draft him, and then Mason Rudolph's going to get a test run next year after Ben retires.
Oh, and Furman, if he sees this show here, what about contracts? Is he going to be that you're talking about?
The 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, guard, USC.
Love it.
They're getting offense. They're building up.
They're being smart here.
Makes a lot of sense.
See,
Mac Jones is still in the green room, and he's probably going to New England, fellas.
Yep, he's on the phone right now. He's going to New England. What did I just tell you? If they wanted Jimmy Garoppolo, and since they couldn't get Jimmy Garoppolo, why not get a guy that's just like Jimmy Garoppolo in the draft out of Alabama? Makes sense here. I like it for New England. I told people halfway through the season last year, wait until the offseason in the draft. New England's going to be doing something, and they're going to be a playoff contender next. Just be patient and wait. And again, end to fruition. Patriots are being smarter than the Jets. I give them full credit. We've all been very critical of New York. And all of us here on the panel. But I give New York full credit here, without a doubt.
It's a start. Long way to go, though.
Oh, without a doubt. But at least you're actually trying to help the quarterback versus Rex Ryan or Adam Gase, who's his best receiver? Rashad Perriman. So again, there's a long ways to go, but I at least give him full credit right now because Robert Saleh, yes, he was defensive coordinator for the Niners, but he also knows about good receiving talent and how to build around your quarterback.
Yeah. I just want to say, Shree, wherever you're at, man, congratulations on your quarterback, buddy. I know you've been wanting Mac Jones for a long time. You're getting your boy out of Alabama.
I would have rather had Mac Jones. But Shree, we are all trolling Isaiah, but now the pick is about to begin very soon. And Shree, you get Mr. MJ to the New England Patriots. Mr.
Can't wait for the
MJ.
McDonald's special for him. The new Big Mac.
Oh, Sree's celebrating about this pick too because he's been hyping up this pick.
Okay, is there a reason why though that ESPN has not advanced their? They're yet to advance their selection to New England.
I know I'm about to be.
Okay, now it is. There we go.
NFL. Oh, is it in? Okay, we're good.
Okay, Mac Jones still in the green room. Pats are on the clock.
I bet you, because why would you be on the phone at that point?
It's a prank call. He didn't get drafted.
Hey, that only happened to be. Man,
that was his agent calling him, probably saying, "What the hell, man?
Now what did you do
wrong?"
They told him to act just like you don't know. That's probably
well,
why.
Exactly, especially when Trevor knew he had to act like that, even though it was pretty obvious. I wouldn't be surprised if they get Mac Jones. Mac Jones to the Patriots coming up. Pick is in.
It's Mac. It's gonna be Mac.
It has to be, bro. There's no way it's not.
But of course, they have another dignitary to honor first, so we'll keep it here. We'll stand by and wait for this little thing to finish first before we go to the live audio.
But man,
what a great draft so far, huh, fellas?
You know what's really frustrating? I'm the only one on the panel here. My team hasn't had a good draft so far. Callan's Bears have had a very great draft so far. Trevor's Chargers, Sammy's team is going to be doing something, but my team hasn't done anything. I don't guarantee we know who they drafted, but I mean, in terms of positions they really need, I feel very embarrassed right now, and it's a very Higgins moment for me.
If this is not Mac Jones, I don't know how you bring back Cam.
With the
Well, you definitely don't bring back Cam. You trade him.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
There it is.
Mac Jones, New England.
What did I tell you? I'm gonna text Reese.
Yeah. Get that Big Mac sandwich ready, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait to see it in McDonald's.
It's called the MJ Special. Coming to McDonald's very soon. Only exclusive in Boston, New England, and franchises very soon. But hey, Shree, you should come in here. I guarantee I'm teasing you about Mac Jones, but at least you have a starting quarterback. Unlike some teams here, you didn't want Mac Jones. You trolled Isaiah. We both did. But now the tides have turned here. But of course, this isn't really a surprise. But what are your initial thoughts about Mac Jones going to the New England Patriots?
Bill Belichick just finds a way to do this. I think every year that there's some draft pick that Belichick makes, and it may not look good for viewers out there, but this guy just knows what he's doing every single. He's so good at drafting. His dog did it for him last year, for heaven's sakes. But seeing Mac Jones fall this far, though, tells me that either, like I said earlier in the show, there was something perhaps that we didn't see on the tape or at the combines or the pro days that teams were staying away from him, or could it have been a Belichick moment of intimidation? Like, if you draft this guy, again, we don't know what really goes on in those war rooms, but hey, New England's got their guy, and it's going to be fun to see how he does in New England.
I try to tell people, be patient, trust Bill Belichick in the process, and look what they're doing now. But Trevor, my man, Mac Jones goes to the 6-time Super Bowl champs, New England Patriots. What are your initial thoughts, and how does this show that
Arizona wasted no time, by the way, guys? Pick's already in.
Oh, wow. Arizona. Yeah, I'll do it quick.
They have to do
Mac Jones and New England. This is something special that's about to happen. I think Belichick is going to get some key assets. Like, maybe it's not this year, and we'll got to see how the draft unfolds. But I think next offseason is when the Patriots are going to start making some big moves and getting names for Mac Jones after Cam Newton's done after this year.
Without a doubt, man. But the Patriots, I tried to be patient. Be patient here. The Cardinals either go offensive lineman or somewhere. You need, obviously, you don't have any. Maybe right now they don't know. It would have to be offensive line and defense. There's no way. Like, you don't need receiver, you don't need tight end, you don't need running back. I mean, there's really not a whole lot. Offensive line, you have to protect Kyler Murray. They were number one scoring offense through the first year. They were pretty close, like 6-2. You have to drop the offensive line sooner or later, because I don't know about y'all here on the panel, but I'm not convinced of Cliff Kingsbury being an NFL head coach.
Yeah, the Cardinals, like Kyle Murray, was
they're
very
interesting
lucky.
ball club. I'd agree.
They were going up and down that field, making some key passes. Kyle Murray just chucks it up there. People randomly catch it.
They got to get offensive line help. They can't keep letting him run free because of the pressure from the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely without a doubt. Because again, what division are they in, folks, here in the panel? The NFC West. You better get the offensive line. This shouldn't even be an option. We're giving out free advice with the Cardinals organization. You have to get offensive line. You have to. You don't. Yes,
though.
Honestly, I kind of think though that Kingsbury might be coaching for his job pretty soon with how it's been over the past couple seasons. To be very honest,
he has to, man, because the only reason why he's there, I got the personal connection. Again, emotional connection, personal decision making with Kyler Murray when he's 15, 16 years old. So I don't like him as a coach, but again, he coaching for his life because they don't at least make the wild card round. He's getting fired. Like there's no waiting next 2-3 years to be on the hot seat because this division is going to be very tough for the next couple of years.
I think you got to go defense, though. Cardinals are probably the worst team in that division on the defensive side. So I think you have to go defense. I understand you have to protect Kyler Murray, but
they have J.J. Watt, but they need more than just one guy on defense.
Yeah, and
I still think they need to go offense, though.
And old.
They need secondary.
Yeah, I would agree with secondary.
Secondary, I mean, it doesn't matter if you have secondary. If you can't protect your quarterback, it doesn't matter who you have on the secondary side of the ball.
You can't stop anyone either. So that's the only thing that they had a problem with last year. They couldn't stop anybody.
All right, we got a punter coming in.
You obviously have the dynamic quarterback in Kyler Murray. They've made their pick here at number 16 in the draft, and the commissioner is ready with that.
A ball boy entered the draft.
You mean Tom Brady?
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins, linebacker, Tulsa.
Defense of help from Tulsa?
Zaven Collins is
a
remarkable
story. I mean, I can't be mad at the pick, but Tulsa?
6'4", 260, not a bad linebacker.
I would have gone Owusu Koramoah from Notre Dame because I think he's
the American Athletic Conference, though. Seriously, this high?
That is a little.
No, he's projected to go to Patriots actually before Mac Jones fell off.
If you're the Raiders, though, you should be absolutely ecstatic because Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah just fell to you at number 17, I believe. So you have to take him if you're the Raiders. You either take him or take Caleb Farley, who I think is the best corner available right now from Virginia Tech. I think that those will be the logical moves for the Raiders.
Everybody in that division is making smart moves, unlike a certain team in the AFC West. But, man, Isaiah, you got your quarterback. Sammy, you got your quarterback. Trevor, you got your quarterback. And, of course, a former NFL fan here. But, man, oh, man, I'd be curious to see who's up next for the pick.
I think it's the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Oh, that's right. Man, oh, man, let's see what the Raiders do. But no matter what, they definitely, because I understood there was a hype around Max Crosby in 2020, without a doubt, because he had a decent rookie year. Abram was coming back, but is he going to be consistently healthy? Their defense was definitely lackluster towards the middle and end of the year. So I don't say they have to, but I think the defensive line definitely was extremely important for them to draft this year, especially with what the other teams are doing in that division.
Furman brings up a good point in the MI6 group chat. He says Arizona last year drafted Isaiah Simmons. So why are you going linebacker again? If are they trying to move Isaiah Simmons, because I know before the draft like last year he played linebacker, he played safety. So I don't know, man. Like could Zaven Collins and Isaiah Simmons both coexist in Arizona?
Who knows, my man?
I would have Arizona had gone corner. I think Caleb Farley would have been a better pick, especially with like the quarterbacks and the wide receivers in the NFC West.
Yeah, you can never have any shortage of the defensive backs.
Definitely, without a doubt, man. That team, especially with that whole NFC West, I could see a couple of other teams in the NFC West going defense this year, just because, man, that division. I can't imagine the biggest pressure. I think two teams in that division, of course, is Arizona, nearly missing the playoffs at 9-7, and Seattle here because now there's all this drama that's happening. Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll. Well, is Russell Wilson ever on the trade block? Who knows? I really don't think that. And Isaiah, we get you're obsessed with Trey Lance. I get it. I have no problem with you rubbing it. It's going to be in my face just because my team doesn't have a long-term answer right now.
Well, yeah, your team doesn't have a long-term answer, but in your general manager's mind, it's Drew Lock. I mean, have you watched George Payton?
General manager George Payton is a complete clown.
John, I would advise you to watch George Payton's press conferences. This guy speaks of Drew Lock like he's the second coming of Peyton Manning. He just absolutely glows about Drew Lock. That's why I knew when Fields and Mac Jones were available at number 10, I knew in the back of my head, I don't think Denver's going to take a quarterback because Peyton has stuck to what he preached at his introductory press conference. We're going to bring in veteran competition for Drew Lock. We're going to let those guys battle it out, and that's what's going to happen. And then they're going to load up on the defensive side of the ball. He clearly said that in his press conference, and he's sticking by his word. So I'm not surprised by what Denver did during the draft. I thought, however, though, I would have liked Denver to go linebacker. I would not have liked Denver to go Patrick Surtain. I think Micah Parsons would be a better fit for Denver, and he would be an absolute monster in Vic Fangio's offense defense than Patrick Surtain. Because you've got what? Kareem Jackson's coming back. Callahan's there, right, John?
Yeah, but he's kind of inconsistent in terms of health.
Yeah, he's inconsistent, injury prone. Darby, you guys just signed. Who's that other corner that you guys got from the
Fuller
Bears?
Fuller.
Yeah. So you have a surplus of corners. So I don't understand why you would do that.
First of all, if he's still that high on Drew Lock, you clearly shouldn't have your job.
The pick is in.
They're just going through highlights right now of all the previous draft selections.
But still, here, what do you see in Drew Lock? If he's the answer, but George Payton, obviously you're not going to see this video, but if somehow you do, man, shame on you. But again, the Raiders pick is in, man. Who do y'all think the Raiders get? It has to be defensive line.
I'm surprised.
Jalen Phillips, defensive end out of Miami, or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame.
Do they really need defensive help? I feel like they need some more, one more guy or two on offense.
I mean, maybe offensive linemen, but other than that, they have Josh Jacobs, they got Henry Ruggs, they got Hunter Renfrow, Darren Waller. I mean,
their biggest thing is going to be their health. If they're not healthy next season, don't count on them going anywhere next season.
Yeah, so either defensive linemen or offensive line, but I think they go defense for sure.
Okay, here we go, fellas.
Our old friend John Gruden and the Las Vegas Raiders, they've created some unexpected moments.
Defensive player from Quinnipiac.
He has another trick up his sleeve. Here comes Roger Goodell.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, tackle, Alabama.
A tackle?
I mean,
that is the dumbest move of all time.
That's not dumbest. They need that. They need that, bro. They need offensive lineman and tackle.
I know they need.
I understand defense, but if Derek Carr can't stay healthy and is going to continue to get pressure, they need it. Guaranteed. I know their defense was definitely a huge letdown last year, but if Carr's your guy, you got to protect him, especially if he's going to get a new contract after this year. You have to protect him.
You got to protect him at all costs.
Exactly.
If I'm the Raiders, I would have rather them go offensive line later in the draft because this class is really deep in terms of offensive line. I didn't even get that later on in the draft, but you had a linebacker that's one of the most rangiest linebackers in college football. He fell to you. You have Kwity Paye, who, if you read his scouting report, he could be the second coming of Nick Bosa. He's really fast off the edge. I don't know, man.
I'm watching these highlights here. I always like to watch him. He has a fast release, really fast release, actually. But there's like plays where these highlights, quote unquote, where he gives a push, and the running backs either pass him or he doesn't need to do much effort. So I'm kind of confused on these highlights, and I'm not trusting any offensive lineman out of Alabama.
Warren Garcia also says in the MI6 group chat, he says that he wanted to give his thoughts on the Raiders pick, but unfortunately he's out right now. But he just wanted to say that he thought that his Raiders reached with this pick, which I kind of could agree because Alex Leatherwood, when me and Sammy did our mock draft, Sammy, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you had Leatherwood going to your Steelers like number 20, late in the 20s, and I had him like not even the first round. So I think the Raiders could have traded back. That would have been a smart move instead of picking him at number 17 like they did. But who do you guys think right now are the biggest losers of this draft so far? As we're 17.
Cincinnati.
The Bengals and the Broncos.
I do want to defend the Bengals pick before we get done with this.
Oh, please don't even give me that. Come on.
Najee Harris. Please be Najee Harris.
I bet you.
That's all they need. Well, I shouldn't say that's not all they need, but obviously they need other things, but it will definitely help this team.
We need Pittsburgh to get Najee Harris, so we can have Sammy flip out on the show too, so we can have more legendary reactions.
Flip out. It's just a walkout at that point. I'm out.
That's great.
Hey, at least we didn't have to see me smashing a TV live on the air.
I wanted to see that so bad.
Now I can just put it back on the curb.
Nobody's going to take that. It's a broken TV from the 90s.
Oh, man. I thought Carolina's pick, though, was interesting.
I thought that was pretty.
Who was their pick? Wasn't it?
It was a defensive tackle.
No, it was J.C. Horn, the corner out of South Carolina. That and the Bengals one was really the Bengals one was interesting.
Definitely Cincinnati.
It wasn't a shocker, but that had to be the.
Ready to announce that. We will see which direction the Dolphins choose to go here. They went offense with their first pick with Jalen Waddle. Let's find out.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami.
Wow. They really went very far down the road to get that selection.
Jalen Phillips, a remarkable backstory.
EPA.
I wish I was sitting on that couch. So if the Steelers select Najee Harris, I can just take the card out of his hand, throw it.
I mean, I get it. I guarantee I know Calvin Noah was a linebacker, but they try to release him. But I get they're trying to build their defense because their defense was already very good last year, but building it for this year, protecting Tua if somehow he's your guy, it's going to be defensive running game. It's not going to be because of Tua if they make the playoffs next year.
Can I get a take in about Jimmy?
No, it's not part of the draft.
After the Trey Lance pick, I think it's inevitable that Jimmy Garoppolo stays with the Niners now. Because Trey Lance needs 1 year to develop. So he's definitely going to be sitting on the bench this upcoming season. And then Jimmy I just don't see any team out there that will want Jimmy Garoppolo. Because Chicago got their quarterback. New England got their quarterback. Every team in the NFL right now has their starting quarterback. So I think the Niners are just going to hold on to him, let him just play out this year, and then Trey Lance will then step in next year. But hey, that's going to be really interesting. I want to see how Garoppolo responds after Kyle Shanahan went on public and publicly bashed him in that press conference. I mean, he said like Jimmy the injuries, and he was saying like how Jimmy. I think he even said Jimmy's inconsistent. You don't do that when you're trying to trade your starting quarterback. You basically all the trade value that you had all gone after that press conference by Shanahan. But it's going to be interesting to see how Jimmy reacts to it.
Definitely, man. But I always preach again in the NFL. The veteran presence definitely help a quarterback involved. So definitely smart in the 49ers. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy Isaiah? You're muted, buddy. Isaiah. Okay, well.
Yeah, I think we lost this guy. Isaiah, you good?
I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy G does stay with the Niners. Because even though I've been critical and I don't want him, you have to have that veteran presence if you want him to evolve. So
Isaiah, what happened?
Fellas, today's a very sad day. I mean, it was a great day with the Niners drafting Trey Lance, but I just saw on Instagram that Nick Mullins released a farewell message to the 49ers saying, "The Bay Area will always have a special place in my heart. Thank you, 49ers. It's been a great journey, but on to other things, other possibilities." So that means my $80 that I spent on this jersey is worthless.
Dude, he was already an NFL free agent. So I mean, I don't know.
But John Lynch did say they would there was a possibility that they could bring him back and give him a training camp invite. I was holding out that hope that this jersey right here, the one that I spent $80 for and I had for the last 3-4 years, would not be worthless. And now, goodbye, Nick Mullins.
It went from $20 to $0. What a shame.
20.
What a shame.
Callan, there's another birthday gift for you.
You know what I say? All I have to say is
just do what Browns fans do. Grab a piece of duct tape, put it on the jersey, and just write your next quarterback name. Put Lance.
I'll do that. Put Lance on the jersey. Someone slap me, please. Tell me I'm in a nightmare. Snap me.
You're in a nightmare.
And it's
real.
Mac
Jones didn't go to your 49.
Isaiah, I'm not going to lie to you. I thought you were going to say the 49ers traded for Mac Jones.
That would be freaking terrible if they did that.
Commercial break, though.
Oh, boy.
I do want to defend,
Washington is on the clock right now.
What's up, Sammy? What you got for us?
I said I want to defend the Jamar Chase pick.
Go for it.
You know, I want to get your guys' take. Did you think that the Marvin Lewis, Andy Dalton combo, do you think those two were considered successful in Cincinnati? Even though they had no playoff wins, they were a legitimate team. Would you guys disagree?
No, I agree.
Okay, you guys remember who they selected the top 10 to give Andy Dalton his top target? They selected AJ Green, and this is going. I think that they're going to go all over again with it. Ugh.
Washington. We're at pick 19.
I feel like it needs to be a quarterback, but I'm not fully sure. Just because of the health of with Alex Smith retiring because of his injury.
Who's the top quarterback left? Kyle Trask. I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, they're not taking Kyle Trask at number, what is it?
19?
19.
Yeah, there's no way. That would be ridiculous.
With the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
A linebacker.
Jamin Davis, a late bloomer out of the state of Georgia, lightly.
Interesting.
Do you guys think the Giants will
Defensive
select
help,
Najee
huh?
Harris?
What's up, Sam?
Do you guys think the Giants are going to select Najee Harris?
I have
No.
a feeling.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That would be stupid if you did that. Because you picked up Saquon Barkley's 5th-year option. That would be so stupid if they did that.
You know, actually, that move by Washington is not very surprising because Ron Rivera was a defensive court. You know, he's a defensive-minded coach, so this kind of I think makes total sense for Washington in my mind.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but again, it's not like their defense was hurting last year. But again, it's a defensive-minded head coach who's going to draft defense. But again,
this is a team that almost beat the Buccaneers, so I think this is a solid pick for them. This is already
With their third string
defense.
quarterback, nonetheless, too, because of the health of Alex Smith and the other backup.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a team that I think is a quarterback away from being a super. Like if they beat the Buccaneers and who won the Super Bowl by a pretty convincing margin, this is a QB legitimate quarterback away from being a NFC contender.
I was just saying the exact same thing. I think Trevor before the show. I mean, they're working on the offense now. They're literally, I think, a right guard and the quarterback away from being a contender. Okay, we'll see if it takes some time, but not just in the NFC East, like I said, but also the NFC at this point. I'm genuinely curious what to do. I know Ryan Fitzpatrick's their 1-year starter, but I'm curious what to do with that long term, with drafting.
Keaton Slovis.
I don't care if they get Keaton Slovis. It's not my Broncos. I don't care if they even draft a punter as their quarterback. It doesn't matter to me. My Denver Broncos still need us. I don't care what Washington does. That's the NFC, Trevor. We don't care about the NFC. We just care about the AFC West.
You don't have the old bloods in the AFC division. The NFC is a bunch of youngins running around making things look flashy, and then there's Tom Brady. That's basically what the NFC has been for the past couple of years. And the AFC has been the old guys, the elites, old reliables at quarterback, and they'll get you to the playoffs no matter what. That's what the AFC was.
Old reliable.
When in doubt, old reliable.
Old reliable.
Gosh.
Oh, man.
Who's the biggest winners so far of this draft thus far?
Ooh.
I want to say Chicago just because they actually have a quarterback, but I digress. I mean,
I could say Miami and Chicago, maybe.
Miami, Chicago, Jacksonville, hopefully. I want to see Trevor Lawrence succeed, but are they going to be able to patch up all those holes on offense? Are they going to be able to score enough points? I don't know.
I have a very huge question mark with Miami selecting Jalen Waddle and how he's going to turn out as an NFL wide receiver, seeming how he, tore a ligament, and one of his biggest pluses was speed, and we didn't see that at all his last year of college.
I mean, who knows at this point with Miami? You have Tua, but you can't count, regardless of who you pick, offensive line, receiver, kind of all that, you can't count Tua Tagovailoa to carry this offense on his back. There's no way he's going to be able to do that. He just doesn't have that kind of talent.
Thanks for reminding me, Sammy. I thought that Miami getting Waddle at 6 when he was projected to be at 17 was
very puzzling.
Really puzzling. Over Devontae Smith too.
Yeah, definitely.
Wasn't that also before Jamar Chase, or was Jamar Chase before that?
No, Jamar Chase was before that.
All right, cool. So, yeah, I would have definitely flipped out if you take Jalen Waddle over both Jamar Chase and Devontae Smith.
I don't know why I would take Jamar Chase in the first round, especially whenever it's a wide receiver, like I said, that relies on speed, that wobbled his last game of college and didn't play for I think he only played 2 games last year in college football, and then he was hobbling around in the national championship. So I don't know why I would take Waddle in the first round.
The Giants are still on the clock, guys. There's about 2:20 left, but they're certainly milking time here. I don't know what to make about when teams take this long, but I mean, do the Giants want to, do they want to make any selections here? Because they've already dealt away their pick. This was Chicago's spot coming up here at 20, but it's do they want to partake or no?
I think they have another trade working because normally when they take this long, they're either working the phones trying to find a trade. And I read somewhere today that the Giants, if they didn't get Devontae Smith, they were potentially going to trade out of the first round.
Hence why they dealt with Chicago. Apparently not, though, guys.
Oh, Giants are on the clock. Let's do it.
They're picking something. I wonder.
What do you think?
On the clock?
Pick is in. I mean,
Pick
I
is
messed
in.
up. Hey, I'm too high on Trey Lance right now that I'm not even in this world as we speak.
Bro, you're drinking
I think they're
Virgin
debating
Pinnacle.
on which line they were fixing.
Isaiah, you drink a soccer mom drink, so don't even talk about that.
I want to say the Giants get like an offensive lineman, like an offensive
I think they
tackle.
need O-line help. I think they do.
They need line help, both sides.
Who's
If you get a good line going, like if Saquon Barkley stays healthy this season, they have a strong run game at that point.
They were saying that they could get a defensive end from Iowa's beloved Michigan Wolverine, so who knows?
Did you just call me Iowa?
Whatever.
Isaiah's now Iowa.
We've all lost him, man.
Let me go on the map of the United States and cross out Iowa and put Isaiah's name there.
There's been we're 2 hours and 50 minutes into this thing. Like we're all just lost at this point.
Yeah,
I'm not lost. I'm just here to have a good time. Could care less.
They waited this long so they could trade Saquon and draft Najee Harris.
Wow, that'd be brutal.
With your option, that would be hilarious.
It's like we never wanted Saquon. We just always wanted
Casey. I meant no Isaiah. He meant Higgins. LOL. Exactly. That's exactly what.
Definitely without that one, man.
All right.
He almost got his best team in Michigan this year.
They've made 2 picks already, and now the Giants, who traded back from 11.
How about Michigan's basketball program, buddy?
Was it a pretty easy path for him? Oh wait.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney.
What, dude? This guy was supposed to go second.
A wide receiver.
A wide receiver?
Kadarius Toney?
To help with Danny Dimes with a wide receiver?
You sign a wide receiver in free agency, and then you go out and draft another one with your first pick. That's kind of
Death, taxes, and New York sports fans being totally stunned on draft day.
This didn't even make any
That's
sense.
always with the Knicks. It's always satisfying.
I mean, they do. Like Manning gets traded to the Giants. What the fuck? Like, that didn't make any sense. You don't need a receiver.
Draft class.
This dude was a second-round pick. He was projected to be late second round.
This is
You
a
don't
deep
need
wide
a-
receiver class, bro.
Still, you don't need a receiver, much less in the first round. And that's a dumb Giants pick. Regardless of Saquon Barkley's like a decent running back, he's also a third guy. He can be your extra receiver, so you don't need to draft a receiver, much less draft another receiver in the first round. I don't understand that pick at all. That didn't make any sense.
It's that mid-route running. I think that's why probably the Giants end up getting it. It's like a person who can run like the 5 yards and get that first down, like running curl routes and slant routes. Like I think that's what this wide receiver really is.
But the first round, though, I just don't understand how, like, if he's projected to be early to mid-second, and you could have got him in the early to mid-second round, why you get him in the first round? This doesn't – I don't understand that pick at all in any way, shape, or form.
There's no guarantee he'd be around in the second round. Kadarius Toney is actually a very highly touted player, especially this whole wide receiving core. All the wide receivers in this draft, you can go 1 through 6 to 7. They are all like either first or second. You can go interchangeable wide receivers. I mean, these are extremely talented wide receiver class. I'm sorry.
Still, though, even though he's talented in this class, whatever, blah, 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 the Giants don't need another receiver. It just doesn't make sense for them, regardless if it's talent or not.
No, I agree. They should have picked the offensive line or addressed the defensive pass rush.
Offensive line had to be the top line to address in this year's draft, but no, you want to go receiver. But again, I digress just because I can't really talk too much trash. But it's on my team.
Thanks a lot, Elway.
Elway, shove it up his butt.
I think it's between the Panthers and the more and more I think about it, it's between the Panthers and the Broncos as far as the worst draft this year so far.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. We all love Tro.
I'm just waiting for the MI6 fantasy draft because we can draft this a lot faster than the NFL.
No kidding.
Dude, my gosh, they're so slow. I mean,
that's why whenever I play fantasy sports, I set the time to a custom time to like 30 seconds. If you don't know who you want, don't bother doing the draft.
It's the later rounds where it gets a little challenging. Like the first 3 to 4 rounds, everyone knows what they want. You fly by, and then it's like rounds like 10 is like a struggle for everybody because it's like, who do I get to fill up the bench?
Oh, definitely.
Last round is the worst.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
but then it's like my second defense is like that, or my kicker. No one that takes my kicker.
Well, in fantasy basketball, though, the last round is like, who the heck?
Oh, you mean the one that's supposed to be?
You mean the one that used to be a cakewalk?
Yeah,
Not
what's happening over there? What's
I
happening?
had luck on my side with injuries.
Dude, but you talk that trash. Let me go play this video for you. If for everybody out there that somehow kind of forgets what happened.
Me, Callan, I honestly think that I will cakewalk through everyone in this league and.
Let me look at Isaiah and our fantasy basketball standings.
Don't do it!
Ooh.
Don't do it! Don't you dare do it!
We're going to the ESPN one because he said that's the one with the cakewalk in it. So right now, as of the league, he sits in last place in our division at 7-10. I thought this was supposed to be a cakewalk, Isaiah. Obviously, Callan is leading in first place for our division as 11-6. I'm creeping up behind you in as 9-8. So I'm gonna be
1 and done in the Yahoo League anyway, but it's all good. I don't mind. It's okay.
It's the ESPN League that matters, Callan. That's all.
If it sacrifices Isaiah in the playoffs, and
they both do. The pick is in, but we're still at commercial break, guys.
Is it? Come on, y'all. Like, you're not that hurting for money, but come on. But again, y'all.
Najee Harris goes here, and the Colts.
Really? You think he goes to Indianapolis?
That didn't make any. I know he's trying because that wouldn't make any sense of okay. You got Jonathan Taylor. Like, that would no logical way.
Jonathan Taylor on Wisconsin.
Yeah, there's no way. Second round pick.
Bucky Badger.
You know it. Mr. Wilson.
About to be ex-Mr. Seattle.
Oh, yeah. And then Isaiah in the Yahoo League. Oh.
Let's see what happened. What's he doing in the Yahoo League?
He's 6-11.
Ooh, all that trash talk.
Last place.
Isaiah, was that a cakewalk there, buddy?
2 leagues and in last place in both in the same division.
And both said they were going to be a cakewalk. What about that, Isaiah?
While Shareable Steve and their friend Amir are about to win both leagues as they both have lost 1 game all year.
And Isaiah, didn't you draft Kevin Love like in the pretty early to late rounds? How did that work out for you, buddy?
He's actually, out of all my players,
you made it. Yeah.
He's the best one still playing.
The only thing I need to create is my banner for winning March Madness. That's the banner that I need to create.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, maybe I can work on that after the show's over.
That'd be fantastic, Callan.
Who is the running back for the Colts?
Jonathan Taylor.
Oh,
Go
JT, I
Badgers.
forgot about that.
Marlon Mack, too.
No, he's injured. He's not going to be there really that long.
He was that good red zone running back. Like, if you wanted 6 points in fantasy, he'll get you 6 points.
Almost like it's basically automatic if that happens at this rate.
I mean, even if you're Higgins, you can get 6 points.
You play Return of the Mac.
Great. Excellent choice. Excellent choice.
Excellent choice, Trevor.
Too bad that was like Mark Morrison's like last notable song before he retired from music.
They go pass rush, it's going to be Kwity Paye. Well, we're going to find out again. Here comes Roger Goodell to make the announcement.
Because they have Carson Wentz as quarterback too, so like it's not that bad for the Colts on offense.
No, definitely.
Defensive help, perhaps?
I hope so.
It doesn't have to be defense. I mean, they definitely need a receiver, but still.
With the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a great pick.
I
love it.
What an unbelievable
Okay.
story.
Great pick for the Colts here, especially with.
Born in a refugee camp in Guinea to a Liberian
Love it.
mother. Look at the
Definitely love it, especially
That's
pair him
awesome.
up with DeForest Buckner here. I know Justin Houston's getting a little bit older, and then you got Darius Leonard, I believe, underrated defensive player in the league. That core could be really special here in 2021, especially Jaguars are rebuilding Tennessee. Definitely some huge questions because the Jadeveon Clowney experience again. Jadeveon, I can call him Mr. Clown. But again, you know, that division, man, those defensive players, they could be real special next year.
Let me tell you guys about this guy. He's really fast off the edge, and his scouting reports compare him to Nick Bosa. So if he could turn out like Nick Bosa, with DeForest Buckner in the middle, Darius Leonard, they have Justin Houston as well. Watch out for that defensive line.
I'm curious to what they're smoking if they think he's comparable to Nick Bosa was in college.
I think it's just the speed off the edge. I think that's
Okay.
what it is.
Okay. Oh, brother. The closer and closer the Steelers pick. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Najee is coming.
The more reality is setting in for.
You can run, but you can't hide, Sam.
You know what? We can trade down.
We can trade
down.
Hopefully, we trade down if we're going to get a running back with our first pick. Ugh.
Don't do it, Pittsburgh.
Sammy is out here sweating right now as we speak.
He's gonna be upset, and then Najee Harris' name is called to the Steel City.
You know, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I came into this draft expecting to be disappointed because Pittsburgh seems to do something disappointing every once in a while in the first round. Oh, brother.
You're feeling exactly how I felt before the Niners pick. I'm rooting for you, Sammy. I'm rooting for you.
You know what would be worse than getting Najee Harris is getting a cornerback. Seeing how Pittsburgh has the inability to develop any corners, but especially with Artie Burns being the prime example.
Burns. Oh, boy. Yeah, clearly we have no issues with quarterbacks, but
Corner or quarter?
you can shove that quarter.
Would you like 25 cents, my good sir?
I need 50 cents back, if you know what I mean.
Cash or credit?
Cash or credit?
Let's see, how would that work, Trevor? I'm confused here. The math didn't add up.
Apple Pay?
Well, you probably
amazing.
get some store credit first.
Store credit at what, the dollar store?
Oh, man, that is awesome.
Okay, I want
That
it
is
in
great.
cash. I want cash.
That's awesome.
The cash, Trevor.
Who's ready for this to be like the NBA draft first round, where we have like a bunch of trades and a bunch of guards going in the late part of the draft?
It'd be a bunch of tackles going through.
It's a bunch of
Three
tackles,
tackles this time around.
offensive tackles and defensive tackles. Let's do it.
It's not like certain teams need offensive linemen at all
Pittsburgh.
to protect a quarterback and square or yeah, it's not like I promise you, I'm not like I'm trying to go not up here because then people think, oh, he previous knows. I'm trying to go.
Are you trying to point at Isaiah?
That's Sammy.
Oh, Sammy, yeah, down there.
It's like I have to go on an angle, but it's
I have to go on an angle too.
it's disorienting.
Confusing.
Hey, this is so much fun. Let's do the second and third round tomorrow too.
Oh dear, no.
Bro, I'm working for this.
You can do the whole show yourself.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Isaiah. I actually have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what
On
I'm
Saturday.
Saturday, I have 2 interviews for this network.
Oh
So
man.
no. This is how I feel.
Oh man.
Or this one.
That's
or
even better.
everybody- Or this one.
No, it's
And
this.
Isaiah, for your birth, that's how I feel also. For Isaiah, your birthday this year, I know what I'm getting you for your birthday.
Trey Lance jersey. Let's go.
It's a gift card to Huggies and a box of Huggies diapers. Because of the comment you made in December. So you're welcome.
That video is never gonna die.
No, it's something special that you never thought was going to happen. But it did, buddy.
And who's ready for me to rage about Trey Lance on our reaction videos?
No, because I prefer not to go to Bucky's therapist.
The pick is in.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Super happens here.
The Titans, the mighty Titans.
I bet you they go defensive back or
Oh, I love that mask.
you should have said
Trevon
something.
Moring, TCU, safety. That's what they should do.
They're definitely going to go defense. I mean, look at the guys they lost this past year. I mean, my gosh. You lost your LKC out for the year. You had, what's his name from the charter, but then he's gone. So you lost two different Clyde, who was definitely a good defensive player, but players you lost. So it has to be defense.
You also saw they lost 4 of the top receivers, 4 of the top 6 receivers. So they have a lot that's in place as far as the Titans.
This is
go.
going to be an interesting move for Tennessee, to say
Plus,
the least.
they lost their top tight end, Gianna Smith, to the Patriots. So, I mean, and Corey Davis to the Jets. So, I mean, who knows, man? Because if you saw Derrick Henry, I mean, there's really not much else this Tennessee offense could do.
Where we are right now with the Tennessee Titans, they're close. They're really close. And to being a heck of a football team, and Ryan Tannehill has emerged as an elite quarterback. We can all agree with that. I think it's set up.
Mel Kiper, are you smoking pot?
He's an elite quarterback now. I can finally start saying it when I said he should be traded to the Falcons.
Trevor, I'm still holding you accountable. That was your biggest Higgins comment of the year.
Tested very well out of Georgia. So I think that these teams are happy they sat where they were. We're going to find out right now. The commissioner, he doesn't want to.
Wow, they're singing a Pittsburgh song.
Sweet Caroline.
A Boston Red Sox song.
This is "Let's Go Bucks." That's what you say, or "Let's Go Pitt" or something. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, just stick to singing "Renegade" by Styx, Sam. You'll be fine.
No, that's the Steelers. That's the Steelers. This is like the Pirates song.
We're at the draft. Suddenly, a Red Sox game breaks out.
Yeah, thank you. I just said the same thing.
All right, that's well done. The Titans are ready to go. Here's Roger.
All righty.
That was good. With the 26th pick
That was
in
good.
the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley.
Ooh, that's a great move. That's a great move. Best corner available.
The plot thickens.
A
Caleb Farley
cornerback.
was the first high-profile player to opt out of 2020. He showed you
Interesting. Out of Odd Tech, nonetheless.
Virginia Tech and opted out of the season. That could be an issue early on, but my gosh.
Virginia Tech, the Hokies.
I understand they needed a corner because they lost Butler to the Cardinals, but man, I don't know how I feel about that pick, to be honest with you.
I like it definitely. Virginia Tech definitely took a step back on defense whenever they lost him this year. And this was a top 25, top 15 team the year before, especially strived on defense. So I like this pick personally.
Sammy, be ready. The Steelers are on deck to make their selection of Najee Harris.
No. Vikings are going to go running back by committee here. They grab Najee Harris.
We're gonna trade Dalvin Cook and get his contract off the books. Sammy, any chance you could turn on your camera, bro, so we can see you walk off the set? It'd be hilarious.
I don't know.
But Steven's Vikings, can they do something good, or Steven will be upset?
It's
and
the Vikings.
The Vikings lose again. The Vikings lose again.
Too many years. Too many years of losing. We lost count. The Vikings lose again. The Vikings lose again. The Chargers lose again.
Chargers didn't lose yet. We still owe it.
Now we need a new song called "The Niners Win Again."
No, we don't. The Bears win again.
I'm sorry. When's the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl? 19 what?
Yeah, at least we've been to a Super Bowl.
But the Broncos won it though.
And we appeared in 2 and won one of them. Unlike y'all, when y'all went 0-2. You lost to Joe Flacco, an aging Ray Lewis, and a starting receiver like Crabtree. So don't even give me that.
By the way, there is going to be a new me ripping paper GIF from tonight that will be replacing that one.
No, we'll still put it back. We'll still put it back in.
Why are you ripping up paper? Like, your team's doing all right. Like,
you remember when I ripped paper from Zach Wilson?
Yeah.
I ripped the dream, the poster.
What? Oh my God, you had it! Oh!
That was Cincinnati with selecting Jamar Chase.
Stop it. Get some help.
Wow, we're sitting, pretty good in the draft. We picked 23 with 32 left. We're making great progress, ladies and gentlemen. We're keeping it up.
Not too bad, my man.
Minnesota's pick is in, but we're at commercial break, fellas.
Yay, the Vikings. Great job, guys. The Purple People Eaters strike again.
The Purple People? So what does that stand for? Never mind. No.
I don't know.
The name of their team was back in the 70s is what that was.
So Trevor, it's what, 11 o'clock there where you're at, my man?
It's 11:05, but hey, it doesn't matter. All my schoolwork is done. I'm technically a graduate almost at Ohio State. Just have to wait till May 9th.
You'll be great. I think you'll be good.
You know what that means, though? I'll be getting more phone calls from Isaiah saying, "Can you do a show for me tonight?"
And you're going to have to do the Midnight Express, and you're going to have to do Cooking with Us. All those shows, all in 2 to 3 days, and a matter of 2 to 3 days.
No, Isaiah, you're not getting a cooking show. Stop asking.
Plus, you burnt fish sticks.
You don't want to see me make steak, Callan?
You just did James Harden's little low B curse. So the Niners are not going to win the Super Bowl. So it's over. You just changed your team. It's over.
Second, dude, you eat fish guts and burnt frozen fish sticks. I don't think we want a cooking show.
John, a commercial for Falcon and the Winter Soldier now appearing on ESPN.
Why? The show's over.
All episodes.
No, all episodes are streaming, is what they're saying.
Yeah, Trevor, you have plenty of time to catch up.
I
so
know.
You and
I can start binge watching for like 12 hours. Got nothing else better to do now.
Wanda's only 9 episodes, so you got 15 episodes to catch up on here, Trevor.
Well, that's exactly. That is rookie number.
Trevor, come on, bro.
First of all, you didn't even know who Stanley was, so don't even. Second, Isaiah going disco.
Great comment, Casey. Thanks for tuning in, by the way.
He always does for your Higgins comments, man. Ironically, the Bengals have T. Higgins.
Mike Zimmer's enjoying his draft room last year. Now they're showing Belichick's draft room from last season.
The dog is still. Oh, is that from last season? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Cliff had the best one. Cliff had the best draft room with that.
Trying to have a crib like Cliff.
I mean, with that payday, man, I
That
don't
was all
see
from
why
last
not.
season.
I don't see why not, Mahomes. I mean,
Now
shoot,
they're allowed
look
to
at
finally get back into the offices to do the draft rooms finally, which I think is awesome.
well, that's great, man. Dude, the Vikings. Oh, they select the cornerback. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see what they got here.
Come on.
Higgins.
Higgins.
With the 23rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw.
Oh, that's a great pick. That is a really good
Defensive
pick.
tackle.
The defensive train has started.
This young man's story. Let's see the celebration in his home. Look at that. Can I tell?
I got to enjoy, too, that they've tried their best to play rock and roll music from each of the cities represented when they've made a selection. They just played Prince's 1999 for the Vikings. I thought that's a great touch, again, by the league.
I get
being held in Cleveland.
I get the need defensive help with Yannick. It didn't work out, obviously, because your team was never a true contender here. But man,
But now the Steelers.
And now it's Pittsburgh.
The moment of truth.
Hey, respect things.
This is the center out of Alabama right here. No way around it.
No, you're getting a running back,
center,
bro. You need to get a Najee Harris jersey right now. I'm buying it for your favorite birthday, whenever that is.
Oh man.
Whichever comes first. It's either April Fool's next year or your birthday. Whichever one comes first.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to wait for someone to send that Justin Fields Bears jersey by May 18th for me.
Might as well. Your birthday's coming up, Cal.
They have
27 going on 77, like I usually say.
The Steelers center retired, and Alejandro Villanueva is still a free agent who's old and cannot be brought back as a starter.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, God. Sammy, you better go on your knees and start praying, buddy.
Go, Jerry Harris.
Boy.
Harris.
It's going to be Najee.
Wait, this guy is standing up and waving his terrible towel.
Terrible towel.
God.
And you know that this pick is going to be booed heavily by the fans of Cleveland, too.
2004, the last time the Pittsburgh Steelers were thinking of taking a quarterback. That was the year you guaranteed the top 3 quarterbacks drafted would not be busts in the National Football League.
That didn't take long for them to put the pick in either. It's got to be a foregone conclusion if it was that pick or that quick.
Yeah, I'm really surprised for the Steelers that was that quick, man, especially in a weird season.
Swapping those quarterbacks. Van Roethlisberger selected.
Have you ever taken a rain check after this?
Wait a minute.
I thought I saw Goodell was walking to the stage. Never mind.
2004 flashback. Does this mean we're drafting Kyle Trask? Confirmed.
That was a crazy year in the NFL, man. Eli Manning, all those guys. I always wonder what happened. Like, what is it about the Chargers that he didn't want to play for?
His dad didn't want him to play here.
But why not? You could have won more Super Bowls with them than the Giants.
But what are you beating Brady with the Chargers, though? That's the real question.
You had LT, who won MVP in 2006. You had Antonio Gates. You had some of those defensive players there. I mean, you had the young Darren Foles.
In very weak divisions around that time as well.
Exactly. The Chiefs weren't doing it. The Broncos and the Raiders weren't doing it. That would have been a perfect time to get that division pretty much every single year. And that would have been really interesting. That could serve as another what if that we could have had on our list for.
Oh boy, the Browns what if is the biggest what if.
Oh, that definitely is, man.
Here we go, boy. Here we go.
Need to go on the loop.
With the 24th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Seriously,
the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Alabama.
Let's go!
They did do it. The few Steelers fans in the middle are cheering.
Oh, brother.
Also, Furman, if you're watching, please stop spoiling it in the messenger comments. I don't need to ask you again, please, buddy.
Others had him number 1.
Oh my God!
This is great.
Hey, how do you want? When's your birthday, Sammy?
November 2nd, so it's no time soon.
It's it's getting close to Thanksgiving, but it'll be a Halloween gift.
I'm gonna buy you a Najee Harris jersey just for your birthday.
No need for that. So
no, it's too late. I'll find out where. I'll find out. No, it's too late, man.
Find your address on LinkedIn.
No, you never know.
Oh gosh.
That would have been me if my team got Mac Jones.
But again, yet Furman or anybody in the MI6 group chat, please do not. We should repeat this. Do not say the pick before it's announced, please. We don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Sammy, take the whole floor. What's your reaction, my friend?
The thing was, I was afraid of Pittsburgh, drafting for the short future. Because Big Ben's on his last year. This is his farewell tour, basically. Mm-hmm. And I was hoping that the Steelers would say, you know what, a running back is a 4 to 5 year. I mean, you really get 4 to 5 good years from a running back, realistically. Maybe 6, 7. Maybe get Frank Gore that lasts just a long time. It puts up productive numbers. But it's really rare you get Frank Gore. And usually by the time they're 31, running backs are disposable. Like, they're very fast. But you draft a running back when you lost – when your center just retired, your franchise Hall of Fame center just retired, and Villanueva, who was old and, could barely pass block last year, and that was the only thing he was good for, leaves in free agency. You have 2 offensive linemen to replace, and then you could draft a running back like Chuba Hubbard in the 3rd, 4th rounds to replace whatever James Conner was considered. I guess he was considered a bell cow. You could have a running back by committee and then had a solid offensive line. I don't understand why Pittsburgh, is insisting on drafting a, bell cow running back. Because, I could think of the last NFL dynasty that had the last dominant run game. Obviously Patriots, they had Hall of Fame running backs left and right? Jeez Louise.
But mind you, saying that's how I felt about defense with the Denver Broncos.
By the way, guys, I put a stat up before commercial break. There have been 6 Alabama players drafted in the first round tonight.
Is that a record?
It's got to be either a record or pretty damn close to a record.
I think Miami had 8 or 9 in 2002, 2001. Ohio State's up there, too, because Ohio State had 7 or 8 whenever they won the national championship 2 years after that with, Zeke, Thomas, Bosa.
All the goods.
Yeah. Nebraska had 2. I think Nebraska in the 70s had the 1st and 2nd overall pick. And I think they're the only school to do that. I could be wrong, though. Oh, man.
Sammy, now I know how you feel about my Broncos in terms of, hey, we don't need this certain position right now at all to help our team for the future. And I get him. He's a great pick. But like you said, we're heading to an age, folks, where the quarterbacks we loved as a kid, they're gone. They're leaving. And this is the next generation of quarterbacks coming. Roethlisberger, man, all these guys are gone. They're leaving here. That's just a sad reality. I know I sound like a boomer. Oh my gosh, I like my quarterbacks, but here's having the new era of quarterbacks, man. And whatever happens this year with Big Ben and the Steelers, I've been critical of them, but there's no doubt Big Ben has had a phenomenal career.
That can be like back in my day, quarterbacks used to be pocket passers, and now they're just runners.
Back in my day, I used to throw controllers on the floor because Michael Vick and Madden 04. Dude, there was a lot of raging with Madden 04, no doubt, Trevor.
Do y'all want to know who the last NFL leading rusher was that had a Super Bowl ring? That won the Super Bowl the same year? Y'all know who it is?
Broncos? Not Broncos.
Yes, it was the Broncos in 1999. Actually, I think
Terrell Davis.
Terrell Davis. He had 2 back-to-back years of 2,000 yards, I think.
Yes,
right?
And it was the last time an NFL leading rusher won the Super Bowl in the same year. Like, I don't understand what the Steelers think the importance of a running back is at this point in the league. I mean,
agree.
Look at how the Patriots dominated. Look how the Buccaneers dominated. They were dominated by running back by committee. I don't understand why the Steelers are so hesitant on that.
Definitely agree, Sammy, because they've always been phenomenal at the receiver, drafting at the receiver position, developing the receivers. offensive line had to really be important. I'm kind of shocked that they didn't do that, but at the same time, I'm getting you a jersey.
Get me and Callan jerseys too while you're at it.
First of all, no. I'm doing it as a trolling thing to have fun and all good and fun. I don't give a rat's diddly whatever about Trey Lance.
And just like that, Sammy's gone.
Just like no.
Off the board like Najee Harris.
Man, I would have taken him over Patrick Surtain. Let's see.
All right, the Jaguars. Who they gonna bring?
Punter.
I think it's gonna be another offensive lineman.
Yeah,
that would be smart. Is what they have Marvin Jones right now as receiver. I think if I'm correct, Callan.
I think so. Yeah,
that's correct. Marvin Jones, and they had their undrafted James Robinson. So give out the offensive line support. What kind of outfit is that?
It's like a suit jacket with an undershirt, but I really don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
he's at home.
If I'm at home, I'm just dressing up. But I don't need to dress up at home. Dude, here's another question here about that nobody's talked about here. Now that Trevor Lawrence is your guy, how does what's Gardner Minshew going to handle all this? He's not going to like being a backup.
He's gone.
Potentially, he's gone.
He's gone.
And obviously he's gone. But how does he handle this? How does this work out? Does it get kind of ugly? Yeah, obviously, would I have Lawrence over him? Yeah, because he's young. He won a national championship with talent family. Been to the playoffs again and again. But man, I can't say I feel bad for Minshew, but I wonder where he goes for sure. Stash is gone.
Waiting for Isaiah to announce that there's going to be a MI6 emergency show to break down the schedule when it comes out on May 12th.
Oh, definitely. That's what I would
Who's down to do that? Anybody want to do that?
Yeah.
Isaiah.
I'll be getting a phone call.
Go through each
If I
team.
get a phone call at you while I'm going to bed, like I had a couple of times, you, sir, will be muted. Believe me, some of us stay up very late.
Last year, Roger Goodell announcing.
Oh my gosh.
My man finally sitting.
He's trying to be funny, but boo.
With the 25th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
Are you serious?
Clemson.
You don't
Wow.
even
Reunited, and it feels so
Yes.
Wait, what?
They get one running back. That is interesting combination.
It's another instance, though, of a teammate wanting his teammate to play with him in the pros.
I get it.
It's Isaiah Leung 2.0.
I get it from Trevor Lawrence's point, but the organization.
But you need
Jim
line.
Johnson, who was literally a undrafted guy, played phenomenal last year. 1,100 plus yards or so, give or take, 5+ TDs.
Wow, man. Low roll. Remember how on Monday we were all like laughing at Low roll in his mock draft because he had Travis Etienne going to the Jaguars at number 23, and we're like, yeah, they have James Robinson. They don't need a running back. He nailed it right there.
Loses again. Isaiah loses again. 10 games of losing. Isaiah loses again. Skull, 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 skull. Skull, 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 skull. Still keep on losing. Isaiah loses again. Isaiah loses again. Isaiah loses again. 10 games of losing. Isaiah loses again. He's worse than Stephen Wayne. He's worse than Stephen Wayne. Skills keep on losing. Skull, 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 skull.
Hats off to you, Loro. Hats off to you, buddy.
He definitely got it right, but I don't understand it I understand what Trevor Lawrence wants, which is so stupid. Like, how do you? What type of offense is Urban Meyer trying to put into the Jaguars this year? I don't
think his college offense is going to translate it. It's going to have to be a whole new system at this rate.
college offices don't work in the NFL. If they do, it's a very short time. Remember that read option that they had for 2 years in the NFL that took the NFL by storm with Kaepernick and other guys, and it quickly got exposed. This is the NFL. This isn't college or high school. Defenses are smart. They're gonna figure you out. If you think with your health issues and other issues that some people have mentioned, you can't have a college offense in the NFL. It's that simple. I really hope he didn't do it. I just don't understand. Like, I'm trying to think like what kind of offense is like run, pass, run. Like, I don't understand. We have 2 running backs, 2 great starters. Trevor Lawrence, who's also very mobile, great with his legs, great pocket passer, goes out of the pocket. I don't understand this, folks, really at all. I don't understand this pick.
Don't know.
But again, I
We'll
can't be too critical on them because LA committed to Higgins. So who knows? No way. No.
Oh boy,
how
the pick is in with the Browns.
The Browns go defense.
Yeah, the Browns have to go defense on this one. Like, their offense has been pretty solid last year, and it's OBJ. They need to get rid of OBJ somehow.
They definitely need to, man. If they keep him on the roster, it's going to be 2019. I'll look pretty close to get it. I really don't want that for the Browns.
Either way, I hope that it's a rousing cheer whenever the guy's name is announced and not boos.
They're going to boo him.
Because
Proud of missing the playoffs. You can't afford to boo him now.
If you do, then you're not cheering.
Just watch it be a running back.
I love the wow.
The pumpkin.
Okay.
Okay, then. Weird. Let's see who's the pick. Trevor.
The dog pound is ready.
This is for
It's
you.
for you.
Almost through the first round, fellas. Unbelievable. We're nearly
Not
there.
bad. 3.5 hours, not too bad.
I know.
Don't even feel tired at all after 2 cups of coffee.
McDonald's coffee, by the way. So that's not legally that doesn't count as coffee.
Super energy booster.
Legally, it doesn't count.
I
as
agree with
coffee.
James. Nice mask, literally.
No kidding. It definitely was. I wonder what type of defensive position the Browns really need to address.
Secondary help, maybe?
I think secondary or defensive tackle because what's his name? Richardson is gone. They released him.
I got to give this guy props. It's like he's got like the full uniform on to go with it. The jersey, the pants, the socks.
Pads, yeah.
Pads.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would be kind of like the cherry on top.
Hey, say what you want about Cleveland and San Diego just being terrible sports cities, but hey, at least that people actually show that they care. They got that going for them.
Definitely Ishmael. That's how I felt about certain other picks too, my man.
And the commissioner is ready to make the announcement.
The pandemic revealed the
Hey,
depths of
Columba.
the digital divide for underserved students.
Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask.
I don't think Cleveland's that stupid, Isaiah.
Not that
He's gone.
bad.
I removed him. He's gone just in a blip. Just like that.
I want
Just
to
like I said,
Mr. McClurg, we don't feel so great.
Mr. Clark, I don't feel so good. Man.
Okay, here we go, guys. Moment of truth for Cleveland.
This is for you.
What's up, Cleveland? Are y'all ready for this? All right.
Well, yeah.
Are you guys ready for the best in the land with the 26th pick for the 2021 NFL Draft for the Cleveland Browns? We have Gregory Newsome II.
Cornerback.
That's good. That's good.
Wait, here's the only thing now here. As I like the pick, I'm just confused on how this works for the future of the Browns. Because you have Denzel Ward, who you're going to have to pay some greater rounds for the second round from 2 to 3 years ago.
my feelings.
How does that even work? Because you have 3 starters at the cornerback position. Denzel Ward's your number 1 guy. He very
Doesn't help.
decent.
It never hurts to have enough depth on a roster, my friend.
But they still need
perfect.
they need defensive tackle more than they really need corner for the Browns. Though.
They can get defensive tackle in round 2, so it's
could it be a thing though where maybe he's a corner, but they try him out at different spots in training camp, maybe to see if he can be like a Swiss Army knife on defense?
That'd be interesting though. He would be like the Taysom Hill, but for defense, or like a Honey Badger type of player.
Exactly.
He could be a safety. Do they need safeties?
No,
he could be like a free safety or a strong safety type of deal.
And that would be pretty interesting to find out what happens.
Because like you could run like nickel and dime with him if you wanted to go like that.
This honestly kind of reminds me of Denver's pick. Like they have loaded secondary already, and then they just
nope. You're not reminding me of Denver's pick. Goodbye.
Back in Denver's pick.
We are not cursing on this live stream, Isaiah. So, do you kiss your mother with that negative football mouth of yours? We're not doing that.
We'll be washing it out with some of that soap, Isaiah.
With some of that Charger soap, some of that Hydra Blue soap, Callan, to make you feel like that you're really not here, but you actually are. You know what, Isaiah? We're going to send you to Tahiti. Actually, that's a better idea. Send you to Tahiti.
Oh, the Ravens are up.
Who do you think they got? Because remember, they got Watkins and Hollywood Brown.
Hollywood! I'm guessing they're going defense, but it's like
they're so stacked though. It's like either offensive lineman, or backup or something. I don't know.
It's like they just can't get past like the playoff issue. Like it's
who
just not enough. Like Lamar Jackson's wheels is not going to carry them all the way.
Exactly.
He has to throw the ball.
Like they have to develop their offensive scheme. They have to develop their offensive playbook. If they can't do that this year, they're not going to get past the divisional round. And guess what? Lamar Jackson's not going to have a good night next year. And we can say that about certain people on this panel because he plays chicken scratch with certain quarterbacks going back. Once Trey Lance throws a pick six, what are you going to say about him?
He's going to disown him, burn the
Trey Lance.
He's the worst quarterback.
You literally said Zach Wilson, come on, buddy. You never said anything about Trey Lance.
Joe Montana, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia.
You also criticized Trey Lance way before the draft even happened. But now that y'all drafted him,
needs to be cut immediately by the San Francisco 49ers.
You never praised him like you did Zach Wilson at all. So don't even give me that hope. You never praised Trey Lance. Trey Lance, come on, buddy. You said all about Zach Wilson and your ex spouse or something like that.
I had my assistant praise him in Furman Lee.
Okay, and Furman, if you're watching this, please do not text the pick in the group chat because we wanted to get our initial reactions live.
See, Isaiah, this is what happens when you run everything into the ground. You and then your assistant fail everybody on the network.
And trying to help because some of us work full time and trying to do content full time, and people that we know. So yeah.
I do think that Baltimore needs all the defensive help that they can get.
I mean, they have so many guys at this point. I think safety maybe?
Special teams.
Don't you dare. No. How you're just insulting Justin Tucker. You're about to be banned from this stream. Don't do that. Just shut that. No.
We need a good kicker, like a placeholder for the kicker.
Yeah,
that's what we're drafting for.
We need to draft a kicker out of Stanford.
We'll pay him $10 million just to hold the football.
I'll take that job. Shoot.
Andy Dalton will do that for you.
You can't have enough kickers in the NFL.
That's really who the Chargers should have drafted, but no.
No, we should have drafted a ball boy. Come on. Make some dreams come true.
This feels like it's been the longest commercial break so far tonight. Like, come on now. We've got 4 or 5 picks left, and this is really long.
What pick number are we at? I completely lost track.
Number 27.
Ooh, we
Is
got
the
5
pick
picks left.
in?
What?
The pick is in.
It's been in for a while, but they were at commercial break, so.
Well, go figure. They're doing that more due to last season, but still. I bet you it's either safety or something on the offensive side of the ball. I bet you it's either Trayvon, whatever his name is, and
Devon
Elijah Moore.
Dude, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah hasn't been picked yet? Wow.
Where have you been the whole show, sir?
What if he goes what if he goes to the Chiefs?
No. We already talked about we don't want the competition in AFC West. There's no cursing on this live stream.
We don't need that. No.
We don't need any more cursing, Isaiah, so I need you just to
it's him.
put some
It's gonna
soap
be
in your
Elijah
mouth.
Moore. It's gonna be Elijah Moore. Guarantee it. Ravens don't need a linebacker, right? Yeah, they don't need a linebacker.
No, they don't. They got so many guys. It's great. Well, they also need middle linebackers. Then Judah went to the Patriots.
Oh, right, that is true.
So they need like an inside linebacker or something. Inside linebacker, safety.
Would be exactly what they need. Here we go, Lewis. The Ravens are ready.
Come on. Kicker.
With the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Hey, ball boy.
Baltimore Ravens select
Tom Brady.
Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota.
Decent move. Decent move.
Absolutely great pick for what Lamar Jackson needs and what this offense needs overall. A guy who can play all over the field as a wide
Great
receiver.
point there, James.
And he called it right, so I'll give him that.
I mean, he's a magician at the line of scrimmage. He's a masterful route.
Yeah, great route runner.
I'll be interested to see though. Yes, he's going with the Ravens, but how are they gonna change their style of offenses? They've been run, and by the time the run doesn't work, then we'll try the pass, and they can't be doing that if you got this guy, Hollywood Brown, Sammy Watkins could be a deep threat if he's healthy on the field. But I'm just curious to see what the Ravens do next year, because if they don't do much in the playoffs, there's going to be a huge problem. Whether it's Harbaugh or Lamar Jackson, it's going to be very uncomfortable. And they're under, I think, one of the top 5 teams. Ismail, you can no longer watch MI6 due to your cursing and foul language here on the channel. It was nice meeting you, my man. Turn in your fan badge and gun, and we will see you tomorrow.
But the moment of truth is what the Saints are actually going to do. Are they going a quarterback? Or are they going to
be a quarterback, or what's it going to be?
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised based on how this draft is going. So, who knows?
They're going to find a nice quarterback from Louisiana Tech, a nice homeboy.
Watch you be like that.
Louisiana Monroe.
We want someone local. Don't have to worry about moving expenses. You can stay at home. Don't worry.
That would be a reach though if Kyle Trask did go like.
But you're the one that said that. You're the one that said that though, and said that they would win Super Bowls and he'd be a Hall of Famer one day. So now don't be backtracking now.
I'm not backtracking. I'm hoping to get Kyle Trask. I'm hoping.
You just said it would be like a long shot. So which one?
I would know, but I would trade back though. I wouldn't get him right now at 28. I would go get the Buccaneers pick or the Chiefs pick.
But you said that he would be in the first round to the Saints. Which one is it?
The pick is in. Oh boy, the Saints are ready. The Saints will be marching in.
The Saints are marching back out because I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's going to happen.
Pick is in, but commercial break right now.
My gosh, y'all! 2 more commercials.
There's so many unwanted commercials. Like we could be done, but no, they'd be like, we go midnight here on the East Coast.
If you're going to have that many commercials, at least make it entertaining, like cartoons or Marvel or something. But this is just boring.
Too easy, John.
But these commercials are just so flippin' boring. I mean,
you want a nice car commercial, John. You want the 2021 Honda Civic.
Thankfully, there was an ad for pizza, so I bought me and my folks pizza for dinner because of the draft. So thank you very much. Thank you, commercial breaks.
Please.
Well, what kind of toppings you got, Callan? What kind of
straight
toppings?
pepperoni? It was
Ooh,
cheap and
for sure.
affordable. Simple as that.
I'm about to say, if you get anything to do with ham or veggies, you're fired.
Hell Hydra.
Screw. Screw your Hydra. Also, screw you, USA. You know what? Ismail's a Chiefs fan? Oh no! This guy is blocked from the stream. I'm sorry, buddy. It's over.
No wonder why.
How about no?
No wonder why he keeps trolling you about your Broncos. Remember, he's
I
like
didn't know he was a Chiefs fan.
on Slovis.
Here's my
now
response.
it makes sense.
Here's my response to that, Ishmael. Give me just 1 second here. I will find something for you.
Take it easy, man.
No!
I heard Chiefs.
Not a bandwagoner.
93.
Not a bandwagoner. Gotta give him
See,
credit.
I wasn't even born, so it doesn't matter.
Unlike certain people in this panel, it's Huggies, not Higgins.
But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ah!
All right, flag on the play. Targeting. We're gonna have to review this play.
You're targeting on what, the pineapple?
Yes, Isaiah was going for the headshot. He's gonna be ejected and eliminated from the game. I'm sorry, Isaiah. You can't participate for the rest of the stream. I'm sorry.
I want to say quarterback, but I feel like it's going to be something else.
You know what, Ishmael? You can go eat. You can go drink some Diet Sprite for that attitude.
Diet
Sprite.
That's who Chicago apparently wanted before they traded to get Justin Fields tonight.
Anybody but Drew Luck at this point. Drew Luck, bye-bye. I don't want you with my team.
So we want Davis Mills from Stanford.
And you know what, Ishmael? If that happens,
we're gonna have an emergency show. That's what's gonna happen.
I mean, if that happens, though, it wouldn't surprise me because Elway's a Stanford alum and he loves his Stanford Cardinals. So that would not surprise me one damn bit.
John Elway, I already don't like you because you're a clown. But if you draft this guy, I hope you're. I would give all my money for my savings and more the rest of my so you can be fired if I'm the Denver Broncos. That's how frustrated I am right now. I don't know that
for the Saints.
Speed in between the numbers. Let's just see if they address that here. Here we go.
Alrighty.
With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Wow, defensive end.
No quarterback because they trusted in Jameis Winston.
I'm not surprised by that, but defensive end, though, they're pretty good at defensive end. That's what I don't get. I understand, like, stacking it up and get it, but oh, thank you, Christy, for that.
Massive reach. Massive reach. This guy was projected to go in the 3rd round.
It's McKeown Hope for Sarah John. That's also why you think he hired Fangio was DC for Stanford under Harbaugh. Stanford, Smanford, Higgins, Huggins, no, all that could go in the trash, just like Kyle Trask.
Kyle Trash.
Thank you, Kyle Trash.
Wow, Green Bay wasting no time getting Aaron Rodgers as other backup quarterback.
Man, I've been very critical of Rodgers, but I'm siding with him.
This pick right here for Green Bay might be the make or break moment for Aaron Rodgers staying in Wisconsin.
Like, he's already done with them anyway, so I can imagine what this pick.
What if it's Kyle Trask? What if they actually do it and draft another quarterback?
They have Jordan Love and Kyle Trask. Why? Why do that to yourself?
You already screwed up the relationship with Rodgers years and years ago. Why make it even worse?
That's the Packers, though. Like, They always spite Aaron
It's
Rodgers.
almost like, and I think that Isaiah, though he said it a little bit at the start of the show, there's like a vendetta among the front office towards Aaron Rodgers in my mind. I know he's like weird or he doesn't talk to his family, this and that, but come on now. I think they've drafted one offensive weapon for him in the whole time he's been with Green Bay.
That's what I don't understand.
There's a vendetta out there. Maybe that probably can be cast a bit on Brett Favre. Guys, actually, hang on a sec. We have Schefter reporting something here. What the heck's going on?
And it would be Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers has told some within the Packers organization that he doesn't plan to be back in Green Bay, doesn't want to be back in Green Bay. And the Packers are well aware of the situation. You see the team president, Mark Murphy, he's flown out west this offseason to meet with Aaron Rodgers to try to change his mind, as has the general manager, Brian Gutekunst, and the head coach, Matt LaFleur. Now, again, Aaron Rodgers in a situation here where he was not happy with the Packers' first-round pick last year. Not only did the Packers draft a quarterback, but they traded up to draft a quarterback and didn't inform him of their decision before they selected Jordan Love.
If that happens again, it's over.
It's already over, but man.
Means they're not trading him. We'll see whether or not that changes here. Certainly is not going to happen tonight, but it could be in play after this weekend, though the Packers are convinced and steadfast in their belief that they want to hold on to Aaron Rodgers, Graney.
All right, so we'll wait for the actual pick to be made.
Had to be, and Cal, you basically enforced my point, Aaron, based on what I was saying. This started back in 2005 here.
Yeah.
You let Brett Favre bully Aaron Rodgers, and y'all know I've been very critical of Rodgers since the first episode of Fan Response, but I'm siding on this with him 100% all the way. Because what I don't understand is if you haven't been, you're expected to win. You think you are. Do you have a personal vendetta? You don't have time to take something personal against somebody, like how you and I know about that. You don't have time for that. You let Brett Favre bully Aaron Rodgers? Seriously? You tase him, you bully him, and then years later, it's just the anger's getting worse and worse. And I don't blame him for feeling resentment in any way, shape, or form with the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay should be ashamed of themselves, and they deserve to lose every single game next year if Rodgers not there. Because regardless of me being critical of Rodgers, just know that he is super talented. Look what it is. When he plays pissed off, you don't want to play against him. You want to play with him and for him. Imagine Aaron Rodgers goes to a new team next year. He's going to be pissed. He's going to play phenomenal. But
just imagine if he goes to a team that either is in the division or he goes somewhere in the NFC where they play Green Bay. That'd be insane.
How do you mishandle a situation with a talented quarterback like that? That just doesn't make any sense. How dysfunctional do you have to be? I know I'm critical of him.
Here we go, guys. This could be the shell-shocking moment of the night.
Oh, shoot. Come on. 29th overall pick.
And the pick is in.
Kyle Trask.
I want Kyle Trask. Just see it blow it up.
It is Kellen Moore. No, just kidding.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
Wow. Weapons. They really don't love him.
Stokes.
Holy smokes.
More of a track star than a football player.
This guy was a late second round pick, man. Aaron Rodgers should just won out tonight.
First of all, let me just make this clear. Aaron Rodgers, what happened with that pick? He's done with the Packers. This team can't draft that defensive line. They can't draft at the corner. Guess what, folks? Do you remember the NFC Championship game? Who got destroyed by Scott Miller? Kevin King. Who did he re-sign in free agency again? After that, it was a game-saving touchdown. Kevin King. Go back to 2015. 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. This organization has to be beyond stupid. I don't know why I'm defending it, but we don't like mediocrity in the sports world. None of us do. It's square 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've never seen an organization be so resentful against their starting. Think about it. Let's say they give him more weapons or they addressed those issues and didn't have any resentment. I think they could have appeared them more than one Super Bowl. If it continues to get worse than it is, I could see him either going to Washington or retiring because Washington is, I think, yeah.
If Rodgers gets dealt out of the NFC North, that division becomes it's going to hang in the balance because with Rodgers gone, that sets Green Bay back. Then you have Minnesota, obviously, with Cousins and Dalvin Cook. Chicago, of course. Dalton, yes. But now you've got this new toy in Justin Fields. Maybe you have David Montgomery back. Maybe Ryan Pace can iron out his vendettas against some of the players that they haven't re-signed yet. Then obviously Detroit is a bit of a mess as well. But if Rodgers retires or leaves Green Bay, that NFC North division crown is up there for the taking. It's open season up in the NFC North come next season. In fact Rodgers is no longer with Green Bay.
I think if he's no longer with Green Bay, the NFC East and NFC North are going to be the two Higgins divisions in the NFL next year. I would never see a division so open. So you do have a good point there, folks. I think if he's not dealt by June or July, he's retiring. And I will say this again, I've been very critical of Rodgers, but I side with this on him 100%. He's done a phenomenal job.
Here's the host of Jeopardy, Aaron
Rodgers. He's done a phenomenal job of hosting with Jeopardy. I know this is why I like to interview people. You only said that to get a rise out of me.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen.
Not in a million years, Ishmael.
I've watched football for a long time. We talk about guys resenting people like Eli Manning resented the Chargers. We get that. I don't think I've ever seen an organization handle so piss poor with a quarterback that's a future first ballot Hall of Famer. I just don't understand. If he didn't get dealt by June or July, I think he retires. Because at this point, you could get something for him, but it's so dysfunctional that even if the relationship was amended somehow, there is absolutely no way that he's staying with him or they're going to do it. It doesn't matter. Even if they give him the weapons and the relationship is dysfunctional, the relationship is too far from repair.
It's beyond repair.
It's beyond. It started in 2005. It continued to address the point. Ever since the 2005 draft, it went downhill from there. And I just don't. I keep repeating myself, but y'all can give your thoughts or anybody on here. I've never seen a team. It's like they haven't been.
Ishmael echoes the same point. Green Bay's front office has a personal grudge against Rodgers. Mm-hmm. He has played his final snap for the Pack. If I'm Rodgers, I don't report to Green Bay and tell them, hey, I made a ton of money and won a chip. I don't need this anymore. I can sit out or retire for a year, and teams will still want me. You need me more. Christy Wilson agrees with you and me both, John. The Packers treated Favre like crap in his final years there as well. So it's not just Rodgers. I think this is with any player who's been in Green Bay who's at the end of that tenure, man, something just seems to break off with them in the front office.
I agree. And it's not just the end, it's the beginning. Clearly, they didn't care about Rodgers. So
I don't know, fellas. We're almost there.
I can't wait, man. But almost a 4-hour here on the Nfl Draft Extravaganza, but I just don't understand what the Packers think they're doing.
Circle the wagons. Buffalo is at the very end of round one for a change, guys. And again, I know I said this earlier, and we didn't really get a chance to dive into it, but kind of refreshing, if you ask me, to kind of see the parity of the NFL with Cleveland not number one this year, not seeing Buffalo in the top 2, top 3, top 5. Again, I know about Jacksonville. I know about, teams like that. But at least, though, again, refreshing to kind of see that as someone who's casually viewing NFL football for the past several years, to kind of see a bit of changing in the guard, especially seeing Tampa Bay finally winning after so long, too, and them getting back on their feet after a long, long playoff drought and getting the Super Bowl victory last season as well.
It's always good to see the tides turn, but they go linebacker here. I mean, they literally gave it away with showing two people here about to go on the phone. That's linebacker. You got Lorenzo Alexander? I can't remember who was that retired last year. Ishmael, exactly. That was the icebreaker.
What they're going to do now is that Roger Goodell is making his way to the podium.
Almost there, fellas. Almost there.
I'm going to go on record. I think it's the guy from Georgia, Aziz Ojulari.
Which player will help them do it? We'll find out right now.
So the opposite.
With the 30th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, Defensive end, Miami.
Wow, another Miami Hurricane going off the board.
I had 15 and a half sacks last year. It was second in all of college football in sacks.
Interesting.
Miami's usually been pretty good on defense over the years, so I mean, who knows?
Now that makes 2 players from Miami who've been selected in the first round.
Miami's just always been so special on defense.
Yeah, I did, Christy. I was really high on this kid, and I thought that the issue with Gregory Rousseau, though, is he's like D Ford. He's a primary edge rusher who is not good at stopping the run. I think that's what caused him to fall, because in the NFL nowadays, you have to, when you're a pass rusher, right, you're like Nick Bosa or D Ford or whomever, Khalil Mack. You have to be able to not only rush the passer, but you have to be able to stop the run as well as a defensive lineman. You have to be able to do both. You can't just do one. So I think that's what caused this fall. But hey, I think I like this pick for Buffalo.
Definitely an excellent pick there, especially with the Patriots doing what they're going to do on defense. Look at the Jets, what they're doing, man. This AFC East,
it's only getting better.
It's going to be. I told you all this. People last AFC East, NFC West is going to be the 2 best divisions in the NFL. Most competitive on all 4 teams. And it's always been the Patriots. But imagine, for the first time in my lifetime at least, each team in the AFC East is competing beyond the wild card round this year. Or at least maybe potentially the Jets or not. But that's going to be exciting for sure.
Too bad this show is not going to break the record for longest show in network history thanks to our New Year's Eve extravaganza.
6 hours, man. Okay, you know what, Ishmael? You're fired. Turn in your badge and gun tomorrow. I have nothing to say.
4 hours. We made it.
We'll give it up for 4 hours.
Let's go. Cheers. Here's your beer. Here's your beer, Callum.
Wait,
you didn't get a root beer. What happened?
Yeah, I don't have any.
Come on, Cal. I expected more. Orange martini, buddy.
No.
No. You're muted and out of here. It's Huggies, not Higgins, buddy. That's his new nickname for tonight.
Two more picks.
I can't wait to get my final thoughts on this first round of the draft.
And each one of those picks are going to take at least 20 minutes long.
No, we got 6 minutes before midnight, so they're gonna come in pretty quickly. Fingers crossed.
Just don't go to commercial break. Whatever happens, please.
Oh no, we're gonna go to commercial break.
We're gonna go to commercial break.
You want the new, Papa John's 2-topping pizza right here.
Hey, I got Domino's. I didn't get Papa John's. I got Domino's.
Yeah, you don't get Papa John's. They've been downhill. But that pizza sounds good. Man, is your pizza place open?
And now John is. I don't mind them.
What's up, Tom?
Said I don't mind Pizza Hut.
Oh, I thought you said something before that. Man.
No, they are interviewing. They are interviewing the most recent draft pick, and Baltimore is wasting time. They got about 4 minutes and 15 seconds left to go.
So we're going to be here till about 4:30, basically.
Probably
something like that.
4:30 for 4, about almost 5 hours potentially. No, Isaiah with his little crazy thing.
I already gave all my crazy ticks when I talked about that third pick.
Oh.
James Gonzalez, you nailed it right on the head.
I don't know what happened, man, but them and Papa John's just really
they went down the drain, but they're still good.
We have a pizza joint here in where I live. It's not like a Pizza Hut, but it's like by this 300 to 600 degrees, man. It's for some good stuff. What do you? Okay, so Trevor, I'm curious though, because we all talked about Isaiah has some Higgins toppings he likes to put on his. What about you? What do you like on your pizza, my man?
What I like on my pizza, it depends on who I'm having the pizza with. Like, I think, we had probably on no BS on like pizza toppings, but I think it's just like the mix, I guess, pie where you can put peppers, black olives, sausage pepperoni on it, something like that. Like you can get like from like Donato's. No.
It's Domino's. Sorry, that's what it is.
Thank you. I'm brain
toppings there, but there's one. Oh gosh. I love all your toppings there, but if you remember, Ishmael, when we were at our 2 hour and 35-minute mark, me and Trevor on the New Year's thing, we're talking about SpongeBob and cartoon characters. Like we compare cartoon characters to MI6.
Yeah, because Callan's Larry the Lobster.
Remember, because Trevor, we went 1 hour of talking college football. I did. We did. That was like a.
Hey, guess what? The pick is in, but we're at. Apparently, I spelled commercial wrong, but it's been a long day. I'm sorry.
We're at T-Mobile on commercial.
We're talking pizza at this point. All
so Isaiah has a bunch of. He says ham and pineapple belong on pizza, and that's
what's wrong with pineapple? What's wrong?
Nope. We don't do that. You don't speak those negative words here about pizza.
Callan, you live in San. By the way, James Gonzalez, another excellent comment for him. I would love to hear Mel Kiper Jr. break down pizza toppings. Yes.
Oh my goodness, that is great.
But Callan, you live in San Diego. How can you say pineapple does not belong on pizza? Come on, man.
Because we make barbecue chicken pizza out here. We don't put pineapple on our pizza.
Yeah, who the fart does that?
I'll take buffalo chicken pizza though.
Ooh, buffalo chicken with some pepperoni sausage.
Next time you're out here.
Shoot, man. Hey, I want to clarify this comment. That's not Canadian bacon. It's ham. I know I sound like a boomer here, but no, that is ham. That is not Canadian bacon. We've learned that. I've learned it the hard way in one of the shows we used to watch on Nickelodeon. It's not Canadian bacon.
It could be about as good as Round Table, which is a local chain out here, putting tomatoes on pizza.
Ew.
Really? They do that?
Is it like? It's like I guess the tomatoes are like put in the oven to get like the sweetness out of them. I don't know.
I always take it off whenever I get their Maui Zowie pizza. It's like,
well,
really?
the Maui Zowie.
That didn't sound too good.
That's so super good.
Tomatoes there. Thank you, Chrissy, with the common sense comment of the night, but not pineapple. Thank you very much, Chrissy. Let's see what that comment. Now, who knows, man? Special announcement. What does I say? Is getting engaged? Probably, who knows? Who's getting engaged to that pineapple? Or is it? Oh, you set the wedding date for you and the teddy bear. We are going to Hawaii.
San Diego, and me and Callan are going to get ourselves some Cuban sandwiches.
No, we are not getting Cuban sandwiches. Don't eat that stuff. What are you talking about?
Isaiah, how do you go from fish guts, the pineapple on pizza, and then Cuban sandwiches? Oh,
John, it can't be as bad, though, as Anthony Mackie drinking snake intestines from
no.
All right, fellas. We're almost there.
And they get
the 31st pick in the
ball boy
2021 NFL Draft.
Kicker.
The Baltimore Ravens select
Towel boy.
Linebacker, Penn State.
A linebacker out of Penn State.
Another one.
Linebacker, that's surprise.
Another decent pick.
One final selection, fellas.
From the Tampa Bay
Buccaneers.
I bet you they go man, if I'm Tampa, I'm just gonna be a jerk and do offense. I don't really care nobody. You're good and back to win it again.
Throw the pick away. You don't need it.
Like,
let's trade back.
You already signed Antonio Brown back. I mean,
at this rate, you might as well just trade the pick to somebody else, right?
And get some more capital or something. I mean, your team. I mean, you're gonna get Tom Brady for this year, and you sign a contract after this next coming season. So he's gonna be there for a couple of years, and they're gonna win another Super Bowl with you. Sorry to spoil that for you. Trey Lance is not beating Tom Brady to get to the Super Bowl. Aww.
Not this year, but in 3-4 years.
Well, yeah, when he retires. I mean, Of course, because he'll be retired by then. He'll have too many rings. He
Thankfully, that didn't take very long, guys.
Oh, the pick is in. Thank heaven.
Good. Don't say the C.
They're gonna go.
Don't
go
say
to commercial break.
Don't
Do
say
not
the
go to
C
commercial.
word. Don't say the C word. Shut-ta-ta. Don't say the C word.
I sure hope not.
I'm not saying the C word. He did. That was. We don't say those negative words towards the end of the show.
Let's see. Yeah, John, we don't say the C word, but we hold on.
You say the C word on
We
here.
say this. How?
I agree with James.
Dude, I love it, man. Like, this, the things, yeah, I'm critical about my Broncos.
It just
but
goes
it's
back
good-
to my thoughts about there finally being parity in football.
It's good to see teams that have had so much tremendous non-success to actually get to the Super Bowl or get to the playoffs. Yeah, that's why I love Baker coming out of college. Obviously not in college because he played at OU, and well, OU can go eat my left earwax here. But I don't know, man. Let's see that. Oh yeah, one of the guys that I interviewed, he's going to the draft, but probably later on, so we'll see. Let's see.
These will come in handy for next time we do one of these shows.
The NBA draft. Yeah.
No, Isaiah, that'll be for the baseball draft in June.
Oh dear God.
Oh gosh.
Oh, we do have the pick in finally here. My
Ishmael,
apologies
you
for
get
that,
banned
guys.
from the stream.
Washington.
A linebacker from Washington.
They're getting so for Levante, Devin White, and Joe Tryon. What? And Vita Vea's fifth-year option. Wow. I can't blame him for that.
Who's Tryon?
It's Washington, man. Come on.
The UW Huskies. I like how we said that the Jags are on the clock, but they're not. But it's over now because round one's over.
Let's knock out round 2 tonight. Let's keep it rolling.
Trevor.
Let's
At
do all
12:15
7.
a.m. back on the East Coast. I don't think they're going to do that, sir.
You know how long this show would be? This would be like the biggest one. We would never top it.
It'd be longer than the New Year's Eve extravaganza.
Oh, that would be like having 5 of them almost. I mean, my gosh. In all one stream. Oh boy.
This would never make it onto the Anchor podcast app if it was over like 8 hours. Well, I never put the New Year's Eve one out because it was too damn long.
Well, we could have just split the video into 2 parts.
We could have, but no.
I mean,
Too much
I
work.
could have done that.
It's a big file that you don't want to do.
We could just split into iMovie to 2 to 3 parts, and then.
It's been a
Either
long.
way, guys, round one is finally over.
Thank
We
gosh.
made it. We
We
made it.
survived.
4 hours and 10 minutes and 36 seconds. Oh boy.
That's wow. We made it though.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought for sure they were going to commercial break before that last pick. I was like, oh god.
We made it. As simple as that.
We did it. Let's pack in our bags. We'll see y'all some other time.
Have a good one. I'm turning in my badge and gun tomorrow, even though I work in security.
Oh man, that's
Now,
great.
when we can all get together, I think we should do a live in-person draft show, and we do like the hot wings challenge and just eat hot wings as the draft goes on.
Yeah,
Painful, dude.
Isaiah, you would tap out after the first pick, okay?
I can't even, dude. I can't even handle hot Cheetos, man. That's my limit.
Can't handle hot Cheetos.
What we would do, we would take like Buffalo Wild Wings like hot sauce and just like go from like the very soft one all the way to the hot one by the end of the draft.
What we should do is the one with Sean Evans' hot sauce. All of this from the hot one from the previous season. And then we should do that and make it even more difficult. So basically we need to get a bunch of like adult diapers after we eat those, but it'll be fine.
Oof.
We just need chili. That's what we need.
Dude,
Why
we should,
chili?
why? Do you want to smell like another word that we won't say on the air?
Man.
But folks, the NFL Draft Extravaganza. Callan, Isaiah and Trevor. Trevor, my man, what are your final thoughts for tonight's very explosive, emotional, draining show?
I want to be like Isaiah, saying my Chargers are amazing. They'll go to the Super Bowl, but that's unrealistic, and I'm not Isaiah. I'm Trevor, so I'm satisfied with my team. They're making leaps and bounds of improvement, so I'm very satisfied in what we selected in the draft.
And Isaiah will be going last, but Cal, my man, Chicago Bears did something very smart tonight. But what are your final thoughts on the show tonight and the future of the Chicago Bears?
For once, Ryan Pace got it right. I still think, though, that his job is going to be in jeopardy if the team does not perform well because, yeah, you have Justin Fields, but now, though, you got to fix the offense. Now you got to make sure you have these guys under contract for the next couple of years or down the road, though. But I certainly think, though, that Matt Nagy is coaching for his job. If, in fact, this ball club does not perform well, yeah, you're probably going to have the whole year of Dalton and Foles. Maybe Fields will get in like a dire situation. But at least good step forward for Chicago, but still some concern, I think, though, among their offense. You know what their defense will be great because that's in Chicago's DNA. But, of course, more so, Ryan Pace delivered, and now we'll see if they actually do, in fact, deliver on the field, though, come first preseason game of the year.
Definitely, my man, the biggest pressure is getting Art Robertson to sign that franchise tag. But Isaiah, I admit your 49ers made a different pick than I thought they would have tonight. But what are your final thoughts on tonight's show and your new quarterback for the next 3 years?
Well, my first thought is thank goodness, because if we had taken Mac Jones, I told John Alcorn this before the show. I had picked up a OTV that my neighbors left in their front yard, and I told him, if we draft Mac Jones, I'm smashing that thing on the ground, and you guys could put that, in the GIF section. You could put that on YouTube, whatever. I'm just thankful I didn't, because I know myself, I probably would have smashed it, either smashed it on my foot or smashed it, and then glass would go everywhere, and then glass would go all over my face. Thank goodness that I didn't have to do that tonight. But before I, get into my final thoughts about Trey Lance, I just want to say, really want to thank all the fans for tuning in. Ishmael, thanks for providing so much humor throughout the show. Really appreciate it, and we really needed it throughout this entire 4 hours and 15 minutes. James Gonzalez as well. Thanks for the show, guys.
Best comment of the night.
Yep, more entertaining than the others who cover the draft. By the way, I don't know if I said this last night, I believe, but make sure you guys check out James's podcast. I think it's called The Chair with James Gonzalez. Checked out one episode, really good. Go check that out. And also, I want to thank Christy Wilson as well as, Christy, Ishmael, James. I think we had Stephen Wang, Matt Soltis for tuning in as well. And I think we had a couple. Oh, Casey King, Christian, Jay, Hilton, a new fan. Thank you so much for checking us out and checking our podcast out.
By the way, a quick note about Christian Elton, John. He's going to be our guest on the Marvel Dudes podcast on Sunday to kick off season 2 to talk about the new Avengers campus coming to California Adventure in Anaheim. It's going to be awesome.
That's right. And screw you, U.S. agent.
But yeah, Angel Perez, and I think that's all we had. But want to thank all the fans for tuning in to our show tonight. We do this for you guys. We just do this for you guys, and we really appreciate all the love and the support that you guys give us. But Trey Lance, man. We got Kyle Shanahan has no more excuses. Let me say that. He has no more excuses if he fails, because you were pissed off that Jimmy G had his limitations. He wasn't mobile. He didn't have a cannon arm, couldn't throw the ball down the field. Well, you have this guy now in Trey Lance that has a cannon arm, very mobile. You have no excuses. If you lose, you're going to be out of a job. You have no more excuses. As a 49ers fan and as a guy that has suffered watching Jimmy Garoppolo, you saw the reaction.
You haven't suffered for that long, sir.
You had one season when my team was so close to making the playoffs the year after they went to the Super Bowl. So shut that down with that.
Trey Lance, welcome to the Bay. congratulations on getting picked to a team that your dad played for back in the 1990s when your dad was a cornerback. Welcome to the 49ers. You're going to do great things for the Niners, man. I can't wait to watch you at Levi Stadium because I have a big announcement. I was about to quit my job at Levi Stadium, but I told my boss today, nope, I am not quitting. That's why when I left the room after the Trey Lance pick, I immediately
shouldn't be quitting because a certain quarterback gets drafted or his name. That's what children do when they don't get their way.
Left the room. I immediately got on the phone with my boss and said, I am back. Can't wait. Trey Lance, here we come, baby. Super Bowls. Let's go.
You're going to quit your job because of a player's name. But again, folks, quick summary because we don't have all night for me to rant about John Elway. John Elway, shame on you. You're a clown. I can't trust you with anything. I'm just imagining. I'm just imagining the clown from Toy Story and/or Family Guy. But John Elway, I can't trust you. You're less trustworthy than a teenager. I mean, my gosh, Justin Fields, and I congrats to Chicago because it's phenomenal. You had Justin Fields in your arms. Right there. And you just go, yeet! No, we're going to go Patrick Stern. We're going to freaking troll the Dallas Cowboys, which we'd love to troll the Dallas Cowboys. But shame on you. You shouldn't even be deserved to be called John. You shouldn't be deserved. First of all, CJ Beathard's with the Jaguars, so nice strong. Drew Lock, bye-bye. I don't care if you have no quarterback. You're not our guy. And for anybody in the Broncos organization that truly thinks that, you should be hooked up to a lie detector test and should get Bucky's therapist and John Walker's therapist for the amount of you-know-what you've been doing here. Because no. That comment will be deleted here in just a moment. Screw you, Broncos. Again, I can't be frustrated enough just because, like I believe it was Ryan Anderson was saying on the panel, we have defense. I'm ashamed. My team is pretty much the worst team in the first round this year. We don't need a corner. We don't need defensive players. But besides all the rant and the frustration because John Elway's a complete idiot, I just want to thank y'all all so much for watching it because these are a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. This one now, I mean, we all joke around and have comments, but that comment right there, man, that I don't think people really realize when we spend so much time making content and reaching out to people that comments like that, we keep going no matter what. But again, John Elway, Denver Broncos had a terrible draft. It was a lot of fun on the show here, but I believe there is a potential special announcement from the MI6.
Oh, that's right. This thing right here. Yeah, congrats on the Big Ten title. But again, you were gifted that championship. Tampa has a bigger sense of urgency to win because, as I mentioned, else on any roster, any given. But it's just more so the one page that I've been looking at all night and stuff of that nature. We sacked 70 times this of Simmons and Embiid. Trying to fall for the network. The conference Oilers went to Tennessee and became the Titan. The NBA had, Major League Soccer had, the W. If the Bears don't reach We're back. We're back.
Just like that.
Just like that. We're welcome back.
The crew's coming back.
Forget all the picks that happened tonight. This is the best news to come out of tonight.
With the 33 pick of the NFL draft, the
MI6 Sports Network select
Alan
McClurg Sports Lounge out of San Diego.
We are back, folks, as of June 1st. However, though, in a very reduced role. I've already told some of the guys about the move that has been made. So I'll still be hosting my solo podcast in the night shift. However, I'm moving into a reduced role into a production / analyst role. So even though Isaiah wants to be an analyst again on the Monday and Wednesday show, that is not happening. When, in fact, I come back on June 1st, I'll be reducing my schedule severely as I, in fact, come back after this year does, in fact, conclude as of May 31st. But, yeah, we're back. Yes! June 1st.
Yes! Yes!
Callan, could I also make the one more announcement about the Monday and Wednesday show?
Please do.
All right. So, folks, you guys have been so supportive of Wild Sports Talk, and we really appreciate it from the beginning last July until now. But, folks, we are pleased to announce myself, Callan, Sammy, and Loro. We're pleased to announce that Wild Sports Talk will be undergoing a rebrand starting, I believe, when Callan comes back on June 1st. We're trying to figure everything out yet. We haven't figured out the name or what we're going to call it, but stay tuned for that. Wild Sports Talk will be undergoing a name change, and also the MI6 Sports Network will be undergoing some revamping as well, some new shows, stuff like that. A lot of exciting news coming out of the MI6 Sports Network. So make sure you guys keep in touch, stay tuned, whether it's on our social media page, whether it's on our Facebook page. You guys have the links right here. This is our YouTube channel, Facebook page, as well as our website. Go check all of that out and stay tuned because there's a lot of exciting stuff coming to the MI6 Sports Network.
Simple and easy. We're back. That's all I can say for it. It's been a while, and we're going to get ourselves back on track very, very shortly. But again, folks, that'll become June 1st. But again, it'll be a very reduced role. Now, what this kind of entails, again, I don't want to go too much longer. My stomach's growling, and we all want to get food or go to sleep finally. But again, I'll still be hosting my Tuesday program in the night shift, but I'll be moving to a analyst role and a production role, basically, to screen comments for the programs and more so give the analyst side than be the guy in charge. Because once, in fact, that the following season begins, after I go to Florida for vacation in August, and whenever next season for me begins, I'll be only able to probably do my main roles here of the lounge and the night shift, and that's going to be about it. I won't be able to be, again, fully invested as was the case pre getting back to work over the course of the previous season. But again, the Sports Lounge folks will be back June 1st. And of course, the night shift will be back up and running Saturdays and Sundays only with myself and Isaiah. But again, I'll be appearing, though, on No BS and also appearing on WST. But again, in a reduced role again, just that'll be how we'll be, in fact, going forth when, in fact, everything does get back underway. But I guess I'm going to try to do this without perhaps ruining things. But for Trevor Williams, for John Alcorn, for Isaiah Leung, this is yours truly, Cal McClurg, saying goodnight from San Diego. And thank you all dearly for, again, being here for the last 4.5 hours as we have talked about and watched and reacted to the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. But again, folks, as a reminder, we're back June 1st. Till next time, folks, have a good rest of your night. Please stay safe and stay healthy. So long. Sayonara. Farewell. We are out of here. Till next time, folks, good night and bye-bye.
He'll throw it here on first down. Pressure up the middle. Wilson gets away from trouble. Oh!